Chapter 235. Nick Pin was sitting in the corner watching this scene. He came here specifically to find Rebecca. Because everyone had a sudden whim and plan to conduct a nationwide public interrogation of Doflamingo and King Riku. Since it is a public interrogation, both parties must be present. The Doflamingo is already in place over there, so there must be a representative of the Riku royal family. Nick Pin didn't know where King Riku was hiding, so he could only come to find Rebecca. It seemed that his luck was pretty good, just in time for Rebecca to come to participate in the gladiator competition for the first time. There's something wrong with this plot. Nick Pin frowned, a little bright. According to the original plot, the Straw Hat Pirates came to Dressrosa 2 years later. Although it is not specifically mentioned in the plot, Rebecca should be in good condition at that time. But looking at the situation in front of him, if no one takes action, wouldn't she be in trouble? Observation hockey spread out, Nick Pin sensed the people around him, and made sure that no one had the intention to rescue them. Outrageous, it seems to be the butterfly effect. He frowned again, Nick Pin could only think so. Since it was the butterfly effect brought about by his appearance, of course he should help. Suddenly, he shouted, "Stop, let go of that girl." As soon as these words came out, the strong gladiators surrounding Rebecca showed question marks on their faces. They turned their heads to look at Nick Pin, their eyes were full of confusion. Where did this idiot come from? If you don't join us and have fun, you still want to stop us? Is his brain kicked by a donkey? Hey! Kid, immediately kneel down and say that you are wrong. When the old men finish playing, I will reward you twice. A duelist with pigtails said fiercely. Ha ha ha. That's really cheap, kid. The other gladiators also looked at Nick Pin with the eyes of a pack of wolves taunting their prey. As they said that, several duelists directly stretched out their devil's hand to Rebecca. Hey! The chance to live is given to you, if you don't cherish it, then you can't blame me. Nick Pin's voice stunned the gladiators again. Stop meddling in my business. Don't meddle in my affairs, get out of here quickly. Nick Pin was speechless. Such a low-level aggressive method. Want to sacrifice yourself, don't want to implicate me. Oh. See, you idiot. She is willing to do anything. You are the one who disturbs other people's good deeds. TSK, it seems that this little girl is more anxious than us. Since she is so sensible, we have to teach her well later, so that she can taste the sweetness. A group of reckless men let out obscene laughter. But I have a request, you come one by one. Rebecca spoke again, pointing to the gladiator with pigtails, you come first. Oh. The little braided gladiator's eyes lit up immediately, and he grinned, that's really wonderful. Immediately, he came to Rebecca, looking greedily at the makeup. Boom. But when he looked down, he suddenly saw a kick kicked up. Hit him straight in the jaw. Clang. Rebecca stretched out her small hand, landed on the gladiator's waist, and quickly pulled out the opponent's dagger. The other hand pulled hard and locked the gladiator's braid, completely exposing his neck. Brush. Put down your weapons. Otherwise, I will kill him immediately. Nick Pin is speechless. Good guy. So Rebecca thought so. However, this should be useless. Sure enough. When Rebecca warned everyone, the gladiators around all showed uncontrollable expressions. Only the braided gladiator is really deserted. Ha ha ha. You threatened us with his life. This little girl is quite spicy. You killed him. One less person, let's play more happily. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the whole lounge. Hey. Rebecca was stunned. After all, she is just a young girl with too little social experience. Where can this layer be considered? Don't even laugh. I'm really going to kill him. Rebecca scolded, and the tip of the dagger immediately touched the throat of the braided gladiator, and the tip even pierced a point. Hey. Don't kill me. The corners of the braided gladiator's mouth trembled nervously, and he said in horror. Even if you kill me, they won't care, people here are their own masters, and everyone is an enemy in the arena, can your life threaten them? You let me go, I will help you deal with them, let's kill them. Really? Rebecca asked warily. Really? The braided gladiator said confidently. Although Rebecca didn't really believe his words, she didn't know what to do at this time. She had to take a gamble. Pushing the braided gladiators back with her little hand, Rebecca released him. The braided gladiator staggered and left the control range of the dagger. Little girl. You dare to use a sword on me, I will play you to death later. Bastard. You don't keep your word. Ha. Don't delay the matter. Let's go together. A gladiator's face was flushed, obviously impatient. Under his shout, the other gladiators obviously couldn't hold back the fire in their hearts, and all rushed towards Rebecca impatiently. Ah! The girl yelled helplessly, and instinctively crouched down holding her head. 1 second. 2 seconds. The girl didn't feel anything pounced on him, but instead heard the sound of something strange falling to the ground. 2 trembling little hands opened nervously, and slowly raised their heads. In her field of vision, she immediately saw the corpses of dozens of duelists on the ground. Ah! Seeing this unbelievable scene suddenly, Rebecca sat down on the ground in fright. A pair of brown eyes were full of shock. What's going on? Rebecca looked at Nick Pin, the only one who was still alive, and asked stammeringly. Nothing happened, I just killed them and saved you, that's it. To him, this kind of thing is just a trivial matter. He only needs to make a small move. He even put his hands in his pockets, and instantly killed the gladiators present without knowing who his opponent was. Whether these gladiators deserve to die or not, they already on their way to Rebecca just now. Although according to the laws of the earth, these people will not be sentenced to death. But many people don't think so. Of course, this is just the evaluation in Nickpin's heart. If he wants to kill these gladiators, he doesn't need to care whether these people should die or not. In the world of pirates, the strong are respected. Killing is just a rule of elimination. You are so strong. Unable to rub her eyes, she realized that she was deceived by the appearance of the person in front of him. Originally thought that the other party was just a frail young man, but unexpectedly it turned out to be a strong man beyond her reach. She just squatted down with her head in her arms for a second or two, and all the duelists around her were killed. What a terrifying strength this is. If she can have such strength, she can definitely overthrow Doflamingo's rule. Brush. Please. Please teach me to become stronger. Looking at the girl in front of him, Nick Pin felt touched. This is the princess who was born and raised. But right now, in order to get revenge, she not only took the risk to participate in the gladiator competition, but also knelt down to strangers without hesitation. Just to become stronger. Do you want to become stronger? Nick Pin asked calmly. Rebecca raised her head and looked up at Nick Pin standing in front of her. Yes, I want to become fishy. Nick Pin continued to ask, what is the purpose? I want revenge. I want to kill a bad guy who deceived everyone. Nick Pin nodded. Is it Doflamingo? Hearing this name, Rebecca's delicate body trembled immediately. He didn't say the name because he didn't know whether the Nick Pin in front of him might be from Doflamingo family. That's him. He is a bastard who deceived everyone in the country. He killed innocent people in the capital, but put the blame on my grandfather. He made the dwarf his slaves. Okay. Nick Pin squatted down, and lightly patted Rebecca's shoulder with his palm. If you only want to deal with Doflamingo, then you don't need to become stronger now. A hint of confusion suddenly appeared on the girl's immature face. Nick Pin said with a smile, because Doflamingo has been captured by us, and we are going to conduct a national public interrogation, then, as a representative of the Riku royal family, are you, Rebecca, willing to attend as the plaintiff? Hearing this, Becca was completely dumbfounded. However, when she savored Nick Pin's words carefully, she realized what was about to happen. With a rosy face trembling slightly, Rebecca stared into Nick Pin's eyes, choking with tears. I am willing. Bad news. I'm so sorry and I want to thank the one that's supporting me for this stories. There is one method I found that is using flawed but it need VIP account and I still don't know how to purchase it for now. Chapter 236. The Straw Hat Pirates are leading Doflamingo forward. Suddenly. Boom. Suddenly there was a violent noise on the originally flat ground. The next moment, more than a dozen tough ground thorns suddenly pierced through, directly attacking the Straw Hat Luffy who was walking in the front. Wow! Luffy let out a strange cry, and immediately rolled backwards a few times with extreme agility. Of course those strong ground thorns came along the ground to chase. Only then did everyone see clearly that these ground thorns were not ambushed in advance, but were temporarily changed by the rocks on the ground. It's devil fruit ability. Everyone be careful. At the same time, she crossed her hands in front of her, ready to activate the flower fruit ability immediately. Let me. Nami stopped Robin, and then turned her palms, and the land card of Clow suddenly appeared in her hand. This is one of the 4 elemental cards, which can manipulate the earth elements at will. Nami's little hand gently pressed the void in front of her. It was as if the surging earth and rocks had been snared, and the forward trend suddenly came to a standstill. These soil and rock thorns even struggled for a while, but they were still quiet after all. Rumble. The ground exploded, and a huge head emerged from the ground. Yes, indeed because the area of this head is already as big as a castle. Next, neck, shoulders. It looks like an island-level giant will emerge from the ground below. Shrink. Nami shouted and clenched his hands. The earth and rocks on the ground, like well-trained small animals, immediately began to gather towards the huge rock creatures. But they didn't intend to increase the volume of the rock giant, but like a tightened pocket, tightly wrapping the rock giant's chest. The rough stone giant had just revealed the position of the chest, and was about to climb up, when it was locked suddenly. What happened? Inside the rock giant, Pika, the stone fruit ability user, is frantically surging his physical strength, trying to control the body of the rock giant and continue to go out. But that tightening force is so powerful that it is impossible to break free. Pika, what's the matter with you? At the far corner of the street, Gladius yelled suspiciously. Damn! I'm stuck. However, as soon as his voice came out, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly fell into silence. But within a few seconds, hilarious laughter burst out from the mouths of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates like a thunderous shock. Ha 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 ha. This voice, you are so funny. Hey, hey, hey. Don't tell me that such a big rock has a woman inside it. It's a bit like a eunuch in the palace. Puff. Not only was this kind of person from the Straw Hat pirate ship stunned, but the laughter of the surrounding crowd was also resounding. You are courting death. Hearing the voice of someone laughing at him, the secondary card directly extinguished the reburning. You know, anyone who dared to laugh at his voice was killed by him. Die for me. Pika roared angrily, opened the rock giant's mouth, and swallowed the evidence for Luffy and others. One sword style, big shock. Zoro stretched out his right hand, and Kuina, who was originally sitting on his shoulder, immediately returned to the sword form, and fell into Zoro's hands. Then Zoro slashed out. The mighty Haki and the terrifying Oni intertwine into a new kind of bully Oni. The moment Wado slashed forward, it directly engulfed the rock giant's head. From the outside, this is a gas torrent composed of fuel gas and some unknown black gas. But inside this torrent, countless ripples of purple energy and black lightning are intertwined, like another doomsday world. Rumble. Kakaka is all cracked and crumbled, falling apart. Ah! With a scream, a muscular figure fell from the blasted rocks. Isn't it Pika, the ability user of stone fruit? Puff. Spraying 2 mouthfuls of blood wildly, Pika's face was full of horror. He never imagined that his strongest ability would be completely destroyed after climbing out of the ground. What's even more outrageous is that the other party only used 1 sword. But this is not over. Because Pika was lying on the ground at this time, he happened to see a figure descending from the sky in his field of vision. Caught you. Luffy jumped high, in mid-air, with his hands sticking to the seam of his trousers, and his feet together, making himself like a javelin. Gomu Gomu no spear. Boom! Luffy's feet hit Pika's belly with a bang. Puff! Pika's 2 eyeballs stared fiercely, her head and legs suddenly tilted up, and her whole body turned into a letter V. In the next second, he lay flat on the ground and passed out completely. Not good. Seeing this scene, Gladius' complexion changed, and he immediately said to Treble beside him. Let's retreat first, go back and gather all the fighting power before coming back. Treble nodded again and again. I said, the enemy's strength is too strong, we really want to find other ways to save Daffy. Wahaha. Don't try to run away. Let's go to the trial together. Luffy rushed up with a stride, he activated his fruit ability, stretched both arms at the same time, and grabbed Gladius and Treble respectively. However, just when his arm was about to hit Gladius, he saw a smile on Gladius' face showing a sure chance of victory. Burst! Gladius sneered and made a movement with his fingers. In an instant, they saw that the ground and walls around Luffy were all like foaming agent, and they instantly swelled up. Then it all exploded in less than half a second. I said, you still have enough brains. Deliberately lure him here by pretending to escape, now we can catch him and exchange it for Doffy. Treble smiled, and walked towards the smoke and dust of the explosion with a cane. On the way here just now, he already knew that the other party was the Straw Hat Pirates, and the guy with the straw hat in front of him was Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. As long as he can be caught, Doflamingo can definitely be traded. Straw Hat Boy, come out for me. Treble fanned the explosion smoke in front of his eyes with his hands, and then plunged into it. Only. Next moment. Treble's head came out. To be precise, his head came out first. Gladius immediately became alert. He looked carefully, and saw a hand strangle Treble's throat, and then grabbed him out like this. Then Luffy is seen walking out of the smoke from the explosion. His whole body is covered with jet black armament haki, shiny. What? Gladius and Treble both opened their mouths unbelievably. Full body armament haki. Ridiculously strong. Wow! At this moment, a frightened cry came from the alley next to him. Luffy turned her head to look, and saw a little girl wearing a crown, a bear-shaped shawl, and a unilateral glasses in her left eye, and ran out in fear. Hey! Little sister, did I scare you? Tag! The little girl sobbed, stretched out her little hand, and touched Luffy's arm. Chapter 237. Nick Pin, you are back. Seeing Nick Pin coming, Nami immediately ran over and grabbed Nick Pin's arm. Well, where's Luffy? Nick Pin glanced around, but didn't see Luffy. Hearing this, Nami frowned slightly, and pouted her lips in doubt. Who is Luffy? Hey! Nick Pin was taken aback, and looked at Nami with a confused face. It's that idiot Luffy. Usopp also came over. Nick Pin, what are you talking about? What is Luffy? We have never heard of this name. That's right, there are no idiots on board, only road idiots. Sanji came over with a cigarette in his mouth. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Rebecca, and his eyes suddenly burst into red hearts. Wow! Who is this lovely sister? Please allow me to introduce myself, I am your faithful knight. Sanji got down on one knee directly to Rebecca. Nick Pin frowned, as if realizing something. He looked around again, and saw Treble, Gladius, and Sugar of the Don Quixote family standing not far away. There was also an unconscious Pika lying on the ground. Nick Pin suddenly understood. Being able to forcibly kick a certain existence out of everyone's memory, only the devil fruit ability can do it. Hobby fruit. But why does he still remember the existence of Luffy? Nick Pin thought about it, and probably understood. Guardian of the Goddess of Light. This passive ability makes him immune to all magic-like negative buffs. Hobby fruit can turn a person into a toy, and at the same time make all relevant information about this person disappear from the minds of everyone in the world. This ability is almost like a bug of the law. But no matter what, it is still a debuff. As long as it is a debuff, the protection of Nick Pin's Goddess of Light will take effect, and it will be immune. That's why Nick Pin remembers the existence of Luffy. Thinking of this, Nick Pin looked over to the cadres of the Don Quixote family. They saw a few of them grabbing a toy robot and Sugar. If people who don't know the real situation see this scene, they will definitely think that they are kidnapping children. What's the situation now? Nick Pin asked his crewmates. We paraded Doflamingo through the streets as agreed, and his men wanted to rescue Doflamingo, but in the chaos, they took a little girl hostage, so we couldn't do our best, Zoro explained. Is this the storyline? Okay, you stay put and I'll save people, Nick Pin shrugged, and walked across. Careful, they are all Don Quixote family cadres. Rebecca wanted a reminder. But Nami put his arms around her shoulders and said with a smile, don't worry, this guy is Nick Pin. Ah. Rebecca didn't understand what Nami meant, and her little face was full of confusion. Seeing Rebecca's confused and cute appearance, Sanji's heart almost melted, and he hurried over to explain, "Cute little sister, you just need to know that once that guy gets out, everything can be easily done. Don't worry. Don't think that they can be arrogant because they have hostages in their hands. Once Nickpin passes by, they can only obediently release the hostages, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. The entire Straw Hat pirates have unknowingly developed a dependence on Nickpin. As long as Nickpin is around, they will be fine." "Stop!" Seeing Nickpin approaching from a distance, Gladius immediately shouted. "What?" Nickpin pouted, showing no intention of stopping. I said, boy, if you dare to move forward again, I will kill this innocent little girl." Treble strangled Sugar's neck with his hands, and threatened constructively. Nickpin feels very speechless. Unexpectedly, the cadres of the Don Quixote family turned out to be a group of actors. At this moment, the sound of dense footsteps came. I saw Diamante, the top cadre of the army of the Don Quixote family, rushing over with several army and a large number of family guards. "Where's Daffy? Where's Daffy?" Diamante came over and immediately asked about the situation anxiously. "Don't worry. We are holding a little girl hostage, and we are negotiating with them." Gladius winked at Diamante's eyes, and pointed at the sugar with his finger. Diamante is not an idiot either, he immediately understood that everyone was taking Sugar as a hostage again. Why say again? Because they have used this trick many times, and it has been tried and tested. After all, who would doubt a cute little girl who looks only 5 or 6 years old? Immediately, Diamante also pretended to say, "That's really great." He turned away from Treble, then drew out his sword and put it on Sugar's neck, looked at Nickpin, and said coldly, "Release our young master immediately, otherwise, this little girl died because of you." Nickpin put his hands in his pockets, stood there and curled his lips. "Kill her, if you don't kill her, you're a coward." Puff. Diamante's heart spit out an old trough. He came all the way just to be a coward. Didn't you say that Nickpin would save the hostages? Listening to Nickpin's words, Rebecca was a little stunned. Although she has a deep hatred with Doflamingo, she does not know all the cadres of the Don Quixote family. For example, Sugar is usually in the factory, and strangers are not allowed to enter. It's normal for Rebecca not to know Sugar. She only thought that Sugar was an innocent passerby little sister. Sanji expressed his embarrassment and explained, "Don't worry, this is just Nickpin's aggressive method. In fact, he already has the chance to win." Frankie nodded, "That's right, even if the other party wants to kill that little girl now, it's absolutely impossible." Nami also smiled and said, "Don't worry, the hostages will definitely be rescued." Oh, Rebecca nodded, he also believed that Nickpin was a good person. On the other side, Diamante is at a loss at this time. The threat just now seemed to be a fist hit on cotton to make him completely unable to get off the stage. After all, the young master is still in his hands, and Pika is also lying on the ground. The combat power on the other side is obviously not low. Just when Diamante felt helpless, Sugar suddenly bit his hand. Hiss. Diamante was in pain, and subconsciously shook her hands. After so many years of tacit understanding, he immediately understood the meaning of Sugar. Ah! He howled in pain and took a step back. Sugar had to take this opportunity to push her arm away, took 2 short legs, the floor was oily, and ran away numbly. "Damn little bastard, how dare you bite me? Watch me cut you in 2. At this time, Diamante, who recovered, grabbed his sword and chased forward, and slashed the air a few times in a fierce manner. "Help, big brother!" Sugar showed a frightened expression on her little, and she threw herself at Nickpin with her arms open. Escaped. Seeing this scene, Robin showed a puzzled expression on his face. After so many years of fleeing, her intuition has entered an experienced state. However, the Sugar in front of her was just a little girl after all. Robin thought of countless possibilities in just a short moment, but still couldn't think of anything that could pose a threat to Nickpin. "I'll just say it. As long as Nickpin goes, the other party will obediently let him go." Rebecca nodded slightly. "So, that little girl also feels how powerful Mr. Nickpin is." "Of course." Usopp said proudly, and then he pointed to the front, "Little sister, take care of yourself. When Nickpin confirms that the little girl is safe, all the bad guys on the opposite side will be defeated in an instant." Well, I believe Taiyu. Rebecca believed Usopp's words completely. Because in the waiting room of the gladiator arena, dozens of strong duelists were all beaten unconscious the moment she lowered their heads. Big brother, help me. Sugar's cry is about to split at this time. It's really well done. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't help but feel distressed when they heard this voice. Look at scaring the kids. But just when everyone thought that Nick Pin was going to hug Sugar, Nick Pin flipped his palm, and a rubber stick appeared in his hand. Everyone was taken aback. Next moment. Duong. Nick Pin hit Sugar on the head with a stick. Hug. Can't hug anymore. Chapter 238. Sugar just felt a buzzing in her head. The brains feel like they are turning into tofu. Then when it gets dark, the sky is filled with little stars. At this moment, only one thought popped into Sugar's mind. How could he be willing to do it? Then when he rolled his eyes, Sugar passed out. This. Rebecca is completely stupid. Isn't this big brother a nice guy? And his crewmates also think that he will definitely save the little girl. But what is this situation? Rebecca was a little short for a while, wondering if she was hallucinating. In fact, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is even more confused than Rebecca. This, Usopp stammered with his mouth wide open, not knowing what to say. His eyes were fixed on the little girl lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The crown has already been blown away by Nick Pin's stick, and on the top of that cute head, there is a swelling like a hill. What did Nick Pin do? The corners of Nami's lips trembled, just looking at the miserable state of Sugar, she felt pain. Brooke also said dumbfounded, Yo ho ho, the deputy captain is really cruel. Chopper's eyes were filled with tears. What a poor little girl, should I treat her? You bastard. You actually did something to a woman. And a cute little girl. You are a beast. Sanji went berserk all of a sudden, and immediately rushed to fight Nick Pin desperately. Finally changed back. What an annoying little girl. I'm going to beat her up. Luffy. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly looked at Luffy in astonishment. In an instant, memories belonging to Luffy all came back to their minds. Reminiscent of the blankness of Luffy in the memory just now, everyone realized that something terrible happened just now. Not good. Save Sugar. Diamante came to his senses at this moment and immediately ordered everyone to rush forward. Just in time. Damn bastards. Luffy stopped walking towards Sugar, and turned to look at the other officers of the Don Quixote family. Although he was only a toy slave for a short time, the complete isolation was terrifying to him. Although Luffy is a bit of an idiot, he was forced to sign that contract when he was turned into a toy slave just now. The content of the contract entered directly into his mind, so Luffy also now understands how buggy the fruit is. If Nick Pin hadn't arrived in time, Luffy even suspected that he would be forgotten by everyone forever. With a flick of his finger, Gladius saw the ground beneath Luffy's feet begin to swell. Luffy stomped his foot. Boom! Luffy stepped on the land before it was fully developed. 10-ton destruction. A figure rose from the sky. It was Mach-Vice, the ability user with ton fruits. His attack style is very simple, that is to rely on the physical pressure that can be used to deal violent damage to the opponent. It's just that he fell out of the sky and headed straight for Luffy's head. Luffy touched his right arm, then pulled his right hand back to start accumulating power. The pitch-black medium spread all over his arms in an instant. Gomu Gomu no Sky Cannon. Whoosh! With a low growl from Luffy, his fist slammed upwards. It collided with Mach-Vice's body almost instantly. Boom! When this huge force fell on Mach-Vice, there was almost no delay or hesitation, and the fat body of Mach-Vice's outer ear was like a shell. No. Not like a cannonball, but like a beam of light. In an instant, Mach-Vice turned into a laser beam and disappeared into the sky. Although Luffy often said that he was going to beat people up, the actual number of times he did it was very small. And this time, it can be said to be the most perfect beat-up in Luffy's fighting career. Army Bandera. Diamante slapped the ground with one hand, and the ground seemed to come alive, and it rolled like a sea wave in an instant. The crowd on the streets suddenly couldn't stand still, and they were all overturned to the ground by the waves on the ground. Luffy is also swaying here and there, like a flat ship in the sea. Now. Diamante stepped forward, pointing at Luffy with the iron sword in his eyes. Viper Glaive. As soon as he moved, the iron sword in his hand stabbed at Luffy. What? Luffy reached out and grabbed Diamante's iron sword. A sneer protruded from the corner of his mouth, and Diamante stabbed fiercely with a fierce light in his eyes. But the next moment, he was shocked from ear to ear. He saw that his iron sword was twisted into a twist like a sponge in Luffy's hands. It stands to reason that it shouldn't be surprising that Diamante can also do this with his fruit ability. But the problem is, he didn't activate the fruit ability just now. This iron sword should be extremely strong. How could it be as soft as a sponge? With a casual turn, Luffy turned the sponge-like iron sword around, and threw it back casually. Clang! The iron sword made a clanging sound of gold and iron when it landed. It was a real iron sword. This is impossible. Diamante's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why the other party could use the ability of his fruit. However, the aura that Luffy used just now is the ability of Nika's form, which assimilates the iron sword it touches into rubber, so it won't do him any harm. During the Summit War, if Luffy wanted to assimilate the surrounding matter, he could only do it when he was awakened. But now, even if the awakening state is not activated, Luffy can also channel things within a certain volume. You fly for me too. Luffy was getting angry right now, and punched Diamante directly. Etc. Nickpin hurriedly shouted, and then activated the rubber fruit ability Extend the Arm. When his palm came to Diamante, he opened it with a swipe and turned into a huge palm. Like a huge net, Nickpin just made a grabbing movement and grabbed Diamante directly in his hand. Diamante looked at Nickpin in surprise. Why did you save me? Can you stop being sentimental? With disgust on his face, Nickpin curled his lips and said, You are the murderer who killed the former royal princess, and you will be judged by the people of Dressrosa with Doflamingo later. While speaking, Nickpin took out the sea-stone handcuffs and handcuffed Diamante with a click, and casually threw it on the ground beside his feet. It's you. The murderer who hurt my mother. What? This bastard killed Rebecca-chan's mother. Sanji suddenly felt dizzy and furious. This guy in front of him not only killed a beautiful and dignified woman, but also made Rebecca so sad. This situation is a double debuff for Sanji. He raised his foot and stepped on it with tears in his eyes. Bastard! How dare you kill a woman? How dare you make Rebecca-chan so miserable? Sanji also opened the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates. Under the power of it his feet became shadowless legs. He don't know how many kicks kicked Diamante's body for a while. Good guy. This guy is also a man, so he didn't say a word. Brook, yo-ho-ho-ho Frankie idiot, because when Sanji stepped on the first foot, this guy's balls broke, and he passed out at that time. How can he scream? Hey, it hurts to hear it. Chopper showed a horrified look. Here Sanji is helping Rebecca beat Diamante, and Luffy's battle is over. They were totally vulnerable in front of Luffy. They were all beaten by Luff. Doflamingo watched this scene. The corners of his mouth kept twitching. He and these people in front of him are not weak at all. And the reason why things have turned into this situation is that the captain of the other party wants to be a hero. Damn it. How can he be so unlucky? Chapter 239. A sensational judgment assembly of Dressrosa was held in the most prosperous part of the street. Those who attended the scene firstly included representatives of the royal family of Riku and Don Quixote family. In addition, there are representatives of the dwarf, representatives of toy slaves, representatives of victims. Thank you and your crewmates for your help. Our royal family will never forget your great kindness. King Riku walked up to Nickpin on purpose, and expressed his sincere gratitude. It turned out that Nickpin waved his hand. You don't have to thank me so early. It's not certain whether you can regain the throne of Dressrosa. Let's see what the people say. The reason for taking action against Doflamingo is entirely because of Luffy's sense of justice. But from the position of the people it is really difficult to draw a conclusion on who is right between King Riku and Doflamingo. King Riku loves the people like a son and is a good man. Doflamingo is autocratic and not a good guy. But the problem is, the person who sits in the position of the king must first have the ability. When King Riku was in power, although there was never tyranny, the economic development level of Dressrosa was very low, and everyone generally lived in poverty. Of course, there is happiness in poverty. When Doflamingo was in power, he had always been arbitrarily authoritarian and said what he said. However, he sacrificed the interests of a very small number of people, made the lives of most people in the country better, established the aristocratic class, and made Dressrosa completely rich. On the surface, it seems obvious at a glance that Doflamingo is not a good king. But if you think about it carefully, King Riku can be said to be a good man, but can he be said to be a good king? The country has always been poor, not only the economic construction has not been developed, but also the National Defense Army has not been developed. Once a foreign enemy invades, the civilians of this country will be the first to suffer. Facts have also proved this matter. When Doflamingo led his Don Quixote family to seize power, the Riku royal family had no room to resist, was even easily framed and slandered by Doflamingo. Many innocent civilians died. It can't quite be said to be Doflamingo's fault. Because even if Doflamingo does not come, there may still be other forces that to deal with Dressrosa. In this world, being weak is an original sin. If you don't work hard to become strong on a daily basis, that's adding to the crime. If King Riku can also have some means to strengthen the country's economic construction, let Dressrosa quickly develop into a rich country, and then recruit many powerful guards, and even buy devil fruit to cultivate powerful guardians. Then Dressrosa has sufficient deterrence when facing the enemy. This is why when Doflamingo was in power, those pirates did not dare to do anything wrong when they came to Dressrosa. Doflamingo's name is there, it is a deterrent to ordinary pirates. It is even more of a deterrent to those groups and forces who covet Dressrosa. So Nick Pin doesn't want to judge who is right and who is wrong between King Riku and Doflamingo. This kind of thing should be judged by the public. Soon, the interrogation meeting will begin. Nick Pin first asked Doflamingo and the cadres of the Don Quixote family to be escorted to the stage, and then asked representatives from all parties to come up and denounce the bad things that the Don Quixote family had done. The dwarf were deceived and foolishly became slave for so many years. When the dwarf princess told the grievances of the dwarf, many people felt sympathetic. However, many people think that Doflamingo is doing the right thing. Since it is possible to enslave another race to create infinite value for Dressrosa, shouldn't this kind of thing be strongly advocated? But when the toy slaves were exposed, people found that at least half of the toy slaves were not pirates from the outer seas, but civilians in Dressrosa's own country. These civilians, just because they are against Doflamingo's rule, or just because they don't have much value, has become a toy slave. When this incident was exposed, the people at the bottom completely broke out. Damn bastard! Ruthless beast! We must not allow this kind of person to stay in Dressrosa to harm us. When the dwarf told about their situation just now, only a part of the people expressed sympathy. But now it's different. Because at least half of the toy slaves are innocent Dressrosa people, this makes the people at the bottom of Dressrosa feel terrified. Because what can happen to others, can also happen to them. For a time, the popular support rate fell to King Riku on a large scale. But to Nick Pin's surprise, the final approval rate was 32 to 68. Although King Riku got the majority of the support, Doflamingo still has 32 support in this situation. This is something that Nick Pin never thought of. This Doflamingo can get such a high approval rate, which shows that many people have recognized him as the king. Robin stroked his forehead gently and whispered. Yeah, that's really interesting. Nick Pin shrugged, then looked at Luffy. Luffy, what do you think? I'm going to beat him up. Luffy answered without hesitation. Nick Pin rolled his eyes, he shouldn't have asked him about this. Nick Pin, what's the matter with you? Nami took Nick Pin's arm and asked. Nick Pin pondered for a while, and said, this is actually not a simple multiple-choice question. On the surface, it should be King Riku who was elected as the new king, but is that fair to the 32? Nami thought for a while, shook his head and said, it's not fair. Yeah, everyone has the right to choose for themselves. The reason why we can make decisions for them is entirely because of our big fists, not because of some just or unjust things. Nick Pin sighed, and continued, if we directly change the decision for the 32 of people, then what is the difference between us and Doflamingo? Hearing this, he thought about it thoughtfully. After thinking for a while, he seemed to think that what Nick Pin said made sense, so he asked, then what should we do? Nick Pin said, That's what I think. Since Doflamingo and King Riku have a lot of supporters, it's better to let them divide the country, and the people who follow them will follow each other. The method is good, but who can guarantee that they will not play each other's ideas? Robin said worriedly. Nickpin said with a smile, "It's okay, I have my own way." "If that's the case, then I agree." Robin nodded. "I agree too." Nami said immediately. Luffy also nodded, "I think so." In the end, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates agreed. When Nickpin announced this decision, the entire population of Dressrosa fell into an uproar. But just a few seconds later, there was a shout of excitement. For whoever they are, the king they follow is not there. They all believe that their decision is right. Pfufferfer. I never thought that you would let me go. With both hands retracted from the sea-stone handcuffs, Doflamingo looked at Nickpin with some differences. There was no deep hatred at first. I have said it all, it is the righteousness of our captain, letting you go now is also because of the righteousness. Nickpin pouted in the direction of the people below and said. Doflamingo understood. The reason why he survived is because of the approval rate of 32. Doffy. We didn't die, haha. It's good now, the people of King Riku have been exposed, looking for opportunities. Before he finished speaking, Doflamingo covered his mouth and angrily said, "Shut up." Almost forgot one thing. At this time, Nickpin curled his lips, and stretched out his hand to bring Diamante to the middle of the trial platform. "Ah! What are you doing?" Nickpin said lightly, "Doflamingo can survive, that's because the country he governs has won the firm support of 32 of the people, this is his merit. As for you, you don't have the same treatment as Doflamingo." "Hey, what does this mean?" Doflamingo asked with a vigilant look. Nickpin ignored him, but continued to announce, Diamante had murdered the former Princess Scarlet, and is sentenced to death. What? He cadres of the Don Quixote family all changed their faces and became angry one by one. Hey, hey. Nickpin, let my family go. You can make any conditions. Nickpin smiled lightly, forget it. You are a smart person, you know how to choose between the death of only one family member and the death of the whole family. Hearing this, Doflamingo clenched his teeth and lowered his head slightly. An inexplicable sense of powerlessness welled up in my heart. The not-so-sharp fingernails were deeply embedded in the palm of the hand. This is the first time that Doflamingo felt so humiliated in so many years, but he didn't dare to resist. Doffy. Shut up. Faced with the words of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo finally made the right choice. King Riku has no opinion here, because they have no right to speak from the beginning. Even the current result can be said to be a charity given to them by the Straw Hat Pirates. Rebecca's father, Kairos, offered to be the executioner. When he raised the sword and dropped it, Diamante's head rolled off the stage. Your actions are very good and fair. But, once you leave, this fairness can it still be maintained? Don't worry. This matter is not difficult. Nickpin smiled, then looked at Rebecca, and asked, You wanted to worship me as a teacher before, but now I will give you a chance. Hearing this, Rebecca was stunned for a moment. However, Violet beside her immediately understood what Nickpin meant. Rebecca didn't think so much about human sophistication, but she really wanted Nickpin as a teacher. Now with Nickpin's permission, she knelt down without hesitation, Master, please accept me as your apprentice. Nickpin turned to look at Doflamingo, after I leave, there must be no fighting between the Don Quixote family and the Riku royal family, otherwise, whoever is at fault, I will kill him. Doflamingo replied with a heavy heart, understood. The reason why Nickpin did this is because he knows that Doflamingo is very afraid of death in front of the real strong. Such as Kaido, Big Mom. In the original plot, it was just that the progress of the artificial devil fruit production was slow, and Doflamingo was terrified to death. So, after Nickpin showed his absolute strength, Doflamingo absolutely did not dare to go against his will. Of course, this is just a small constraint. Another physical constraint is the real constraint. As Nickpin placed a maze card on Dressrosa's borderline, a long labyrinth stretched across Dressrosa's island, completely dividing Dressrosa in half. In this way, Dressrosa has truly become two countries. Before leaving Dressrosa, Nickpin tore a piece of his Viva card and gave it to Rebecca, and asked her to choose a manga spirit sword Yatagami Toka. Chapter 240. Captain, something has happened. The Blackbeard pirates are here. On the deck of the pirate ship Great Eddie Spider, a young pirate rushed over anxiously. In front of him is the captain of the Great Eddie Spider pirates, one of the large ships under the Whitebeard pirates, StrawHats. Some time ago, they just had the Summit War, and now they have returned to their territory. These days, they suddenly heard that the Blackbeard pirates came to the Pop's territory to invade, which makes StrawHats very puzzled. Although the strength of Blackbeard Teach has been confirmed now, it is obviously naive to want to provoke Whitebeard. StrawHats was wondering, when he saw the big raft not far away slowly approaching. What to do? The little guy on the side spoke nervously. You know, just 2 days ago, another pirates were wiped out by the Blackbeard pirates. Although this pirate is not as powerful as StrawHats, he is still the captain of one of the big ships under the Whitebeard pirates. Now that the Blackbeard pirates have come here, the purpose is self-evident. StrawHats curled his lips. Pop already knows about the other attack. Pop also knows that Blackbeard Teach is causing trouble in his territory. And the commander of the 2nd Division, Ace, has already been dispatched. Just now he has already notified them with the Den Mushy, and Ace is expected to come over soon. StrawHats, long time no see. Standing high on the raft, Blackbeard Teach grinned widely. Teach, don't do this. You are a disgrace to the Whitebeard pirates. You dare to come to Pop's place to make trouble. You are really looking for death. The big maelstrom spider touched the big sword on its back, and sneered at the corner of its mouth. Zehahaha. I said Skurd, you have the face to say me, no matter how much I betrayed, I just killed Thatch, while you sneak attack Whitebeard. If you want to talk about betrayal, you are much better than me. Zehahaha. In terms of betrayal, Captain Teach is not as good as you. This kid is fine, you are the only one who can hurt Whitebeard in a one-on-one situation. Pfft. It's really one-on-one. The members of the Blackbeard pirates suddenly burst out laughing. You are courting death. StrawHats himself can be considered a relatively calm person, but in the face of this kind of ridicule, he can't ignore it. Stabbing the old man can be said to be the most regretful thing he has ever done in his life. The members of the Whitebeard pirates tacitly stopped talking about this matter, saving face for StrawHats to the greatest extent. However, the group of people in front of him actually used this matter to mock him, which made StrawHats almost explode. He didn't say anything, and the long sword was unsheathed with that sound. StrawHats jumped straight to the big raft. I'll kill you. The long sword was turned upside down, and StrawHats held the handle of the sword with both hands, and slashed at Teach's forehead with a perfect meteor falling style. Zehahaha. Looking up at StrawHats who fell from the sky, Blackbeard Teach stood motionless, his face full of ridicule. Boom. Above the sea and sky, sniper guns rang out for a lifetime. When StrawHats put the long sword horizontally in front of him in time, and the bullet hit the sword face heavily. The strong kinetic energy weakened StrawHats' forward momentum. According to this parabola, he should jump into the sea. Duh. StrawHats' feet were moving, trampling the air violently. With a disguise and speed change, he rushed directly to Blackbeard again. But at this moment, a burly figure suddenly struck. Stop being self-righteous. You're not worthy of Teach. Jesus Burgess clenched his fist with his right hand, and there were bursts of fluctuating power in the steel elbow pads on his elbows. He hit StrawHats with a bang. Under this heavy punch, StrawHats shot back fiercely. Boom. He fell on the deck and got up immediately. Damn it. Teach, are these guys your crew? Wiping the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, StrawHats' face was full of dissatisfaction, and he smiled coldly. If these guys are your crew, then Teach, are you going to laugh people to death? StrawHats haha. Long story short, StrawHats. You must hate Pop for helping Ace. Let's talk about cooperation. You help me gather intel, and I'll get rid of the Whitebeard pirates. Teach revealed his purpose of coming to StrawHats. Help you deal with Pop. StrawHats frowned at the corners of his eyes. Teach, are you hallucinating from eating too much shit? Who gave you the courage to make you so brave that you can threaten Pop? Zehahaha. If it is a healthy old man, of course I dare not say the words to attack him. Blackbeard Teach grinned, his face full of pride. But you also know that Pop is no longer the same Pop. Today's Pop is not only weak and sick, but also in the Summit War, he was seriously injured. Until now I haven't heard the news of his death yet. This is already a miracle. But speaking of it, even if the old man is not dead, it should be about the same. Now, can he still carry a sword? There was a mocking arc on the corner of his mouth, and at this point, Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but let out his signature laugh, Zehahaha. Seeing the appearance of Blackbeard Teach, Squard's whole face was stunned. Question marks all around him. But the next moment, he suddenly understood. Good guy. No wonder Blackbeard Teach dared to come to the Whitebeard pirates' territory to act wildly, because he thought Whitebeard was going to die. Think carefully. With the last appearance of Pop in the Summit War live broadcast, he really looks like he is about to die. If Nickpin did not treat Whitebeard later, Whitebeard might really be like Teach said, unable to lift a sword. But Whitebeard's recovery from injury is currently only known to the Whitebeard pirates. Outsiders don't know about this. Apparently Teach was also one of the uninformed. Thinking of this, Squard showed a funny expression on his face. Pop can't lift sword anymore. Squard rubbed his chin, shrugged, and looked at Teach with a mocking look. Who told you that? Chapter 241. Chapter 242. Who told you that Dad can't lift a sword anymore? Squard's lips curled slightly, his sneer cutting through the tension. Not only can Dad lift his sword, but he can lift it effortlessly. Zehahaha. Blackbeard's laughter exploded, his booming voice filling the air as Squard continued his bragging. He couldn't hold back his amusement. With a mocking grin, he sneered. You really are just like Whitebeard. Stubborn to the core. We all saw with our own eyes the wounds that old man took during the Battle of Marineford. What's the point of bragging? Can that make Whitebeard whole again? You think his name alone is enough to scare us? Sorry. But the name Whitebeard holds no weight now. Ha ha ha. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates joined in, their laughter rolling like a wave, cruel and derisive, echoing in the air like the squeals of pigs. You don't believe it? Dad's injuries are completely healed. When he gets here, you'll all be left speechless. Blackbeard shrugged off Squard's warning, laughing dismissively. Of course, I don't believe it. Did he come all the way here, launching an attack on Whitebeard's territory, just to prove something to one of the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates fleet? Obviously not. Though Blackbeard was a traitor, his actions always had a clear purpose. Even when he served in the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates for all those years, he never wavered from his goal to obtain the dark fruit. And this time was no different. His true objective remained the same. He was here to take Whitebeard's tremor fruit. This had to be done while Whitebeard was still alive, otherwise, once the old man died, the fruit would reincarnate somewhere across the vast seas. How would Blackbeard ever track it down then? Recently, Blackbeard had been gathering information on Whitebeard's injuries. He wasn't concerned with whether Whitebeard was healing, his fear was that the man would succumb to his wounds and die before he could act. So now, he wasn't just here to find Whitebeard, was here to test him. Teach. Suddenly, an angry shout cut through the atmosphere. Everyone's attention shifted to the sea, where a small boat raced across the waves. Captain Ace. Squard's breath eased, a visible relief settling over him as he recognized Ace approaching. Though young, Ace's strength was undeniable. Ha ha ha. Ace, you're alive. That's great. Ace rolled his eyes, his thoughts simmering with frustration. That's not what you said when you handed me over to the Marines. Of course, Ace harbored no delusions. He didn't blame Teach for his actions after all, they were enemies. Betrayal was just part of the game. Teach. Ace's voice was cold, cutting through the pretense. Stop with the nonsense. You're here now, so come with me and accept your punishment before Dad. Punishment? Does he take me for a fool? Wait, no, that's wrong. Blackbeard's expression briefly shifted to surprise. Didn't I come here to find Whitebeard? Now Ace was offering to take him directly to the man. Wasn't this exactly what I wanted? Breaking into a grin, Blackbeard laughed. Oh, I'm definitely going to see my old man, but not to receive any punishment, zihahaha. Ace sneered inwardly. I know what you're plotting, Teach. Unlike Squard, Ace wouldn't be spilling the news of Whitebeard's recovery so easily. Captain Ace, let me go with you. Squard's determination was evident. Despite his limited strength, he would do anything to protect Whitebeard. Alright, let's go together, Ace agreed with a nod, turning the boat around. He had no interest in starting a battle with Blackbeard's crew in open water. Though Ace had trained himself to control the seasickness that plagued him, he couldn't unleash his Fire Dragon Slayer magic while on the boat. No matter how much training he endured, this limitation remained. But if Teach was willing to go to Whitebeard, all the better. Once they reached land, Ace could fully unleash his strength. Captain, are we really going to the Whitebeard pirate's lair? Van Augur, one of Blackbeard's crew, asked with visible concern. Though they had raided Impel Down and even recruited new members from the prison, the saying "a lean camel is still bigger than a horse" remained true. The Whitebeard pirates were still a formidable force, and anything could happen once they ventured into their territory. It's not we, it's just me, Blackbeard corrected with a wicked chuckle. You all stay on the ship and follow from a distance. If things go south, retreat immediately. I'll catch up with you later. Understood. The crew exchanged knowing looks, understanding their captain's plan. This wasn't reckless bravado. Despite their belief that the Whitebeard pirates were weakened, they wouldn't act without confidence. Even during the Marineford War, Blackbeard had watched carefully, waiting for the perfect moment. That moment hadn't come. But a fortunate twist of fate awaited them on the way back from the war. They encountered a ship carrying the world government's heavenly tribute. After seizing it, the Blackbeard pirates discovered not just treasure, but a rare mythical Zoan devil fruit hidden deep within the ship's cargo hold. When Blackbeard consulted the devil fruit encyclopedia, his joy was boundless. Originally, he had planned to seek the Tremor fruit as his second devil fruit. But now, with a mythical Zoan in his hands, he changed his mind. He would consume this fruit first, then hunt for the Tremor fruit. As a man with 3 souls, Blackbeard could wield the power of 3 devil fruits, 1 Logiahus dark fruit, 1 Zoanthus mythical beast, and 1 Parameciath Tremor fruit. With these, his strength would become utterly terrifying. And this mythical Zoan devil fruit was the key to his current confidence. Even without a devil fruit, he had scarred Redhair Shank's face with his physical prowess alone. So, who would dare face Whitebeard without ample strength? With a powerful leap, Blackbeard vaulted from his raft and landed smoothly on Ace's small boat. Ace's brow furrowed, his guard immediately up. Zehaha. Blackbeard laughed. Relax, if I wanted to strike, I would have done it already. Come on, let's go see the old man. Casually, he settled at the stern, stretching lazily. Ace seethed with frustration but shook it off. In such close quarters, his Fire Dragon Slayer magic would be useless, and his Flame fruit powers would only feed into Blackbeard's dark abilities. Let's go, Ace grunted. One at the bow, the other at the stern, the two sat in tense silence. Propelled by flames, Ace's small boat sailed steadily toward the island where the Whitebeard pirates' headquarters awaited. Chapter 243. Dad. Ace is here with Teach. Marco descended from the sky, his magnificent blue flame wings morphing smoothly into human arms as he landed. Hearing those words, Whitebeard's once cheerful expression instantly chilled. The warmth in his eyes was replaced with an icy glare. He turned to Marco, his voice low and measured. Ace didn't do anything, just brought him here. Marco nodded, his gaze steady. Yes, they'll be arriving shortly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Whitebeard's stern face softened with a slight smile of understanding. It seems the war finally helped Ace grow up. The old Ace wouldn't have hesitated, would have leapt into battle with Blackbeard the moment he saw him. But now, Ace had learned patience. Whitebeard knew the reason behind Ace's restraint: the Fire Dragon slaying magic couldn't be used on a moving vehicle. It was clear Ace intended to lure Blackbeard onto land, where his full power could be unleashed. They're coming. Aizu's sharp voice interrupted Whitebeard's thoughts. The commanders present turned their eyes to the horizon. A small boat, ablaze with flames, cut through the waves and shot straight onto the sandy shore. Dad, I'm here. Under the force of inertia, Ace leaped from the boat, flipping in midair before landing gracefully on the beach. Ha ha ha. Old man, it's been a while. Blackbeard followed casually, strolling onto the sand with a swagger in his step. His broken, yellowed teeth flashed in a grin as he took out a bottle of wine from his waistband, drinking it in a single, sloppy gulp. Gururara. Did you miss me that much? Whitebeard took a bottle of wine handed to him by a nearby nurse and drank deeply, eyeing Teach with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Whitebeard had many questions about Teach's sudden arrival. By nature, Blackbeard wouldn't have dared to confront the Whitebeard pirates before attaining absolute power. The fact that he was here meant he was confident. But what gave him this strange confidence? Ha ha ha. Of course, I missed you. I heard you were gravely injured during the Battle of Marineford, barely clinging to life, so I came to see you. Blackbeard's words dripped with mock concern, but his eyes betrayed his true intent. He scrutinized Whitebeard carefully. Is he really as injured as they say? The pieces fell into place for Whitebeard. This fool thinks I'm on the verge of death. That's why he dares to show his face here, in our territory. Teach! Ace's voice rang out, cold and fierce, wrapped in a roaring ball of flames. Boom! The flames erupted into the sky as Ace unleashed his fire dragon-slaying magic now that they were safely on land. Ace, you've learned patience. Blackbeard turned, a sly grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. You waited until we were on land before you made your move. Ace shrugged, his tone calm but intense. People grow up. Last time, my recklessness nearly cost Dad his life. For his sake, I've learned restraint. Well then, let's see how much you've really grown. Blackbeard tossed aside the empty wine bottle with a clatter. Clang! He reached to his waist, drawing his signature weapon Tgthegood, a clawed gauntlet reminiscent of a wolverine's deadly claw. This was the weapon that had scarred Red Hair Shanks. Flame Emperor. As Blackbeard approached, Ace wasted no time. His right hand ignited into a fierce blaze, punching forward with terrifying force. The flames surged from Ace's arm, transforming into a fiery inferno that barreled towards Blackbeard like an unstoppable wave of fire. Last time, Blackbeard dodged Ace's flames. But this time, he didn't flinch. Dark Snake. Blackbeard called out, and a massive torrent of dark matter erupted from his body like a thick curtain swallowing the sky. In an instant, the dark matter coalesced into a towering black python, its scarlet mouth gaping as it lunged toward Ace's flames. Flames met shadow in a violent clash as the two powers devoured and burned each other in a chaotic frenzy. Seeing the dark matter gain the upper hand, Ace abruptly dissipated his flames, allowing Blackbeard's dark energy to surge forward. Well done. Ace's lips curled into a determined smile. He channeled his magic power, ready to unleash his fire dragon-slaying abilities. But before Ace could act, Blackbeard withdrew his arms, and the dark matter suddenly receded, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Ace frowned, momentarily confused. What's going on? Ha 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 ha. I'm not a fool. I know you can consume my dark matter and turn it into your strength. Why would I let you do that? Despite his chaotic nature, Blackbeard was always meticulous in battle. He had fought Ace twice before and knew his enemy's powers well. Allowing Ace to absorb his darkness and grow stronger was the last thing he wanted. You're a dark fruit user, yet you won't use your powers. What gives you the confidence to walk into Whitebeard's territory and fall into this trap? Ace asked calmly, his eyes sharp. Captain Ace, have you forgotten? Back when I was in the 2nd Division, I didn't have any devil fruit powers, but I could still fight. You're going to use that against me? Ace chuckled at the absurdity of it, flames reigniting around his arms. If you won't use your fruit's power, I'll make this quick. Ace's arms extended forward like cannon barrels, unleashing jets of flame with the force of a high-pressure water cannon. Dark Shield. Blackbeard raised a short blade in his right hand, summoning a dark shield with his left. The black matter formed an impenetrable barrier like a black hole, swallowing Ace's flames whole. Teach's power really does counter Logia fruits, Marco whispered, watching the exchange from the sidelines. Aizu, standing nearby, gritted his teeth. No matter how powerful his fruit is, it's how he uses it that matters. Teach has mastered his abilities in a short time, and we can't underestimate his talent. Exactly, we need to end him today. Jozu hissed. Flame machine gun. Ace quickly switched tactics, transforming his attack from a concentrated beam to a flurry of fire bullets. Though less powerful individually, their density and coverage multiplied. Ace darted around, continuously changing his position as flaming bullets filled the sky like a torrential downpour. As expected of my captain, what a clever move. Blackbeard grudgingly admitted, realizing Ace's strategy. The dark shield could only protect a limited area, and Ace's relentless barrage was bound to break through. Bang bang bang. Flame bullets struck Blackbeard, sizzling against his flesh. He winced as his body burned. Damn it. Teeth clenched, Blackbeard's expression darkened. I didn't want to reveal this so soon, but you forced my hand. Blackbeard's body surged with energy. The power of his mythical Zoan devil fruit activated. Human beast form. With a roar, Blackbeard's body transformed, growing larger and more menacing. His frame thickened, and his head shifted. Another head sprouted from his left shoulder, horns curling like a sheep's. His original head grew a mane, evolving into a lion's. And from his back, a long tail sprouted, ending in a snake's head, hissing and flicking its crimson tongue. Blackbeard now stood as a fearsome chimera with 3 heads. What the? Ace gasped in shock. Aren't you a Logia user? How do you have another devil fruit power? Before Teach could respond, Marco muttered grimly, he's not a normal man, Teach's heart is different from the rest of us. Zehahaha. Blackbeard laughed maniacally, his monstrous form towering over the beach. Dad, how do you like my new form? Whitebeard observed with a mixture of intrigue and disdain. 3 heads, 3 hearts, this fruit suits you perfectly, Teach. That's right. Blackbeard grinned, giving Whitebeard a thumbs up. This is the mythical Zoan, Nico Nico no Mi, model, Chimera. Chapter 244. Chimera. The offspring of Typhon and Echidna. According to legend, it bears the body of a demon sheep, the head of a sacred lion, and the tail of a monstrous python. Even its breath spews forth flames. Ace, you're the wielder of the flame fruit, but it's sad to say, there are many devil fruits that can toy with fire. Just like my mythical chimera beast, its flames are far more potent than your flame fruit's paltry fire. As Blackbeard spoke, vivid orange flames erupted from the sheep's mouth, blazing with intensity. Stop spouting nonsense, Teach. Whether you spit fire or crap, it won't change your fate today. With a swift motion, Ace clapped his right hand, then opened his mouth wide and unleashed a fierce torrent of fire directly at Blackbeard. Fire Dragon's Roar. The fiery beam roared into existence, the searing heat filling the air with a sizzling hiss. Zehahaha. Blackbeard grinned. I'm not going to clash with your flames head-on again. Suddenly, Blackbeard dashed to the left. While his physical strength was impressive, Blackbeard's speed had never been his strongest asset. But now, thanks to the Chimera mythical Zoan, his base attributes in this human beast form had skyrocketed. Dodging Ace's attack was effortless now. Rumble. The fire dragon's roar grazed past Blackbeard's body, striking the ground with devastating force. A massive crater, filled with molten rock and scorched earth, appeared where the flames hit. Blackbeard glanced at the molten pit and sneered, Ace, with my current speed, hitting me with your attacks is nearly impossible. What's the matter? Afraid to use the dark fruit now? Ace's voice dripped with cold disdain as he glared at Blackbeard. Zehahaha. Blackbeard laughed maniacally. I already know you can absorb my darkness, why would I foolishly use it? Ace's eyes narrowed as Blackbeard's lion head tilted back, letting out a thunderous roar before charging at Ace with terrifying speed. What? That speed? Ace's eyes widened in shock, his instinct screaming in alarm. Blackbeard seemed to vanish before his eyes, moving so swiftly it was as if he had teleported. Dad, Teach is far stronger than before. Marco remarked grimly beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard's expression remained calm, but there was a note of acknowledgement. That's the advantage of the mythical Zoan. He explained, even among mythical creatures, Chimera's power is top tier, the demon sheep's body can spit fire and bend certain spatial laws, it might not be true teleportation, but it sure looks like it. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Blackbeard reappeared beside Ace, delivering a crushing punch. Ah! Ace's face contorted in agony as he was sent flying, his body struck by a force like a mountain collapsing onto him. The overwhelming power came from the lion head of the Chimera, and it knocked Ace through the air like a ragdoll. Zehahaha. This is what true power feels like. Ace, are you alright? Whitebeard's deep voice rumbled from the shore. Of course. Ace, young and brimming with determination, refused to back down so easily. He wiped the blood from his mouth, rising to his feet, ready to charge at Blackbeard once more. But no matter how much resolve he had, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands, and 1 head couldn't fight 3. Before Ace could land more than a few hits, Chimera's python tail whipped around and sank its fangs into his leg. A wave of crippling numbness surged through Ace's body in an instant. Zahaha. Dark Vortex. Seeing Ace immobilized, a dark mass erupted from Blackbeard's claws, spiraling into a black whirlwind. He reached out and touched Ace, and a powerful suction pulled at Ace's very being. Teach! An authoritative shout echoed across the beach, halting Blackbeard's actions abruptly. Sensing a sudden and overwhelming danger, Blackbeard immediately released Ace and leaped back. When he stopped, Whitebeard was standing protectively in front of Ace. "Dad," Ace muttered, his voice filled with guilt as he realized his father had saved him again. His shoulders slumped in self-blame. Whitebeard's voice was firm yet gentle. "Don't blame yourself, Ace, a father always protects his son." "Dad, what are you saying? Am I not your son too?" "Zihahaha. What do you think?" Whitebeard's lips twisted into a cold sneer, his tone growing icy. "Teach, I was the one who took you into the family, you betrayed us, and now it's up to your father to punish you." Whitebeard extended his arm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A massive blade spun through the air from the crowd of his crew, landing with a thunderous bang in Whitebeard's outstretched hand. It was his legendary weapon Murakumajiri. Boom! The instant Whitebeard grasped the weapon, his entire aura shifted. The kind, fatherly demeanor disappeared, replaced by the terrifying presence of a pirate who once ruled the seas. The sudden surge of raw power left Blackbeard stunned, his face growing stiff with realization. His pupils dilated, taking in Whitebeard's newfound vitality. Then, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. "Old man, are you really healed from your injuries?" Gururara. Whitebeard's laughter cut through the tension, even colder than before. His suspicions had been confirmed. Blackbeard thought he was coming to exploit Whitebeard's supposed weakness. And now it all made sense. Why Blackbeard had targeted him. The tremor fruit. Teach! You traitorous, unfilial son! With a roar of fury, Whitebeard swung Murakumojiri down, its massive blade slicing through the air with devastating force. Chapter 245. Damn it! Don't be so full of yourself, old man. Even if you've healed your injuries, you're no threat to me. Blackbeard's shock quickly shifted into a feral grin, his face twisted with confidence. With the power of the mythical Zoan Chimera coursing through him, Blackbeard's body had become incredibly resilient. His physical prowess terrifying. Even against Whitebeard in his prime, he now felt he had the strength and courage to stand toe-to-toe. Shockwave. Whitebeard's left fist swung into the air, faint white light pulsing from it. The power of the tremor fruit radiated outward, causing the very fabric of space to crack apart. The atmosphere itself fractured with countless fissures, spreading like a spider web across the sky. Even at a distance, the sight was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. For a brief moment, Blackbeard was frozen, stunned by the sheer destructive force of Whitebeard's attack. Panic flickered across his face. But his fear was short-lived. His expression hardened, and he shouted coldly, "Dark Vortex." Dark matter surged from his fist, pouring out like an enraged swarm of wasps. The buzzing black energy coiled into a vortex, spinning rapidly like the blades of a giant fan. As Whitebeard's tremor energy collided with the dark vortex, it was immediately devoured, dissolving like ice cream in boiling water. Zehaha. In front of my dark fruit, all devil fruit powers are useless. Blackbeard crowed with triumph, seeing the effectiveness of his counterattack. He extended his other hand, releasing a powerful suction force, aiming to drag Whitebeard closer. The dark fruit's suction was a natural enemy to devil fruit users, its gravitational pull nearly irresistible. Whitebeard's massive frame was yanked toward Blackbeard, his body momentarily out of control. For most, such a sudden shift would incite panic. But Whitebeard was no ordinary man. As the strongest pirate in the world, his battlefield instincts were unparalleled. Teach! I've told you before, your biggest weakness is your arrogance. Even as he was drawn into Blackbeard's dark power, Whitebeard did not falter. Instead, he grinned, his grip tightening around the hilt of Murakumajiri. With a swift motion, he swung the massive blade directly into the vortex. What? Blackbeard's eyes widened in shock. There was no time to dodge. The blade sliced through the air, biting deep into Blackbeard's neck, right between his lion and sheep heads. Blood sprayed from the wound. Yet, the power of the Zoan mythical beast revealed its resilience. Even though it had not yet fully awakened, Chimera's body boasted exceptional defensive and regenerative abilities. Had Blackbeard been in his normal state, Whitebeard's blow might have decapitated him entirely. But now, with Chimera's toughness, the blade only cut halfway through, stopping short of a lethal blow. Ah! Despite the injury, Blackbeard screamed in terror and quickly leaped backward, retreating in a panic. His hand flew to his neck, touching the wound. To his relief, his head was still attached. "You've still got it, old man," he gasped. "Gururara. Teach, my injuries are fully healed now, don't make the mistake of treating me like the frail old man you once knew." Whitebeard smiled coldly as he advanced, his massive frame moving toward Blackbeard with purpose. "Zihahaha. Old man, I was only being polite. Even if you're healed, so what? Haven't you noticed? Even at your full strength, you could barely cut me." As he spoke, Blackbeard watched with satisfaction as the wound on his neck slowly knitted itself back together. Though not as fast as Marco's regenerative flames, the healing was visible. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Blackbeard's injuries were completely gone. Shock fist. Uninterested in Blackbeard's boasts, Whitebeard lunged forward and swung his fist, aiming to finish the fight. Dark vortex. Once again, Blackbeard countered with his dark energy, nullifying the power of the tremor fruit. As Whitebeard brought down his blade once more, Blackbeard intercepted it, blocking the strike with his Tgthegood. Bang! A deafening crash echoed between sea and sky as their powers clashed, sending shockwaves through the air. The pitch-black ripples of darkness exploded upward, tearing through the heavens. "No way, this scene is just like when Dad fought Red Hair," one of the Whitebeard pirates muttered in awe. "Yeah, this reminds me of the time Dad fought Roger long ago. The sky's splitting again. Is this what a real battle between monsters looks like? It seems, if your blade doesn't shatter the sky, you can't call yourself strong," someone else added, looking up at the sky. Above, the clouds twisted and churned violently. The once tranquil sky had been split open, revealing an otherworldly rift where chaotic energy and turbulent spacetime rippled wildly. It was terrifying. "Teach, your strength has improved," Whitebeard sneered, acknowledging his opponent's growth. "Old man, I'm no slouch. With the power of the Chimera Zoan, my body's strength has multiplied 100-fold. I can unleash the full extent of my physical skills now." 100-fold, you say? Whitebeard's lips curled in derision. "You're not even trying to make your lies sound believable, are you? Multiplying several times over was possible, but 100-fold? Whitebeard scoffed. "If you were truly that strong, I wouldn't have lasted a second against you." Zihahaha. Blackbeard laughed off the insult. "Doesn't matter what you think, my strength is now on par with yours, old man. I'll wear you down and watch you collapse from exhaustion." Even if he couldn't defeat Whitebeard in one blow, Blackbeard had no intention of letting up. To him, it was only a matter of time. Whitebeard's age and reliance on immense power would drain him. Blackbeard wasted no time, launching a flurry of attacks with his broken blade while continuing to negate Whitebeard's powers with his dark abilities. Despite Whitebeard's strength, Blackbeard's relentless assault, combined with the nullifying properties of his dark fruit, forced Whitebeard to fight on the defensive. "Teach." Whitebeard's voice rumbled, cold with fury. "Do you really think you can kill me? Zihahaha. You, the strongest man alive, with the most destructive paramecia fruit, now I have both a Logia and a Zoan, the only thing missing is a paramecia. And your tremor fruit is the perfect match. Are you delusional? Even if I die, the chances of you getting my devil fruit are slim." Everyone knew the truth. When a devil fruit user dies, their fruit is reborn somewhere in the ocean. While there was a small chance it might attach to nearby fruit, claiming it immediately was nearly impossible. Blackbeard's laughter grew even louder. "Dad, you don't need to worry about that, my dark fruit guarantees a 100 success rate for stealing devil fruit abilities." Whitebeard's face momentarily shifted with surprise. So, the dark fruit really has that power? No wonder Teach was willing to kill Thatch and betray us, it all made sense now. This fruit could drive anyone to madness. After all, on this sea, having a devil fruit already put you at the top of the world. The power to steal those abilities would make anyone unstoppable. Old man, stop fighting. You love us sons, don't you? Help me. Blackbeard's attacks grew fiercer, his claws glowing with the energy of the dark fruit as he relentlessly hammered at Whitebeard. The dark energy made it nearly impossible for Whitebeard to counter properly. Fight and retreat over and over again. Blackbeard was suppressing Whitebeard entirely. Whitebeard sighed slightly. Teach, your fruit is strong, I'll admit, but, your luck's run out. My luck's run out. Blackbeard laughed mockingly. I've got the dark fruit and the mythical Zoan Chimera. You think I'm unlucky? Whitebeard smiled. Yes, you're incredibly lucky to have both those fruits, but before you came to me, I met Nick Pin. Nick Pin? What are you talking about? Gururara. Whitebeard had no intention of explaining further. If you're so intent on killing me, I'll grant your wish, I'll die first. With that, Whitebeard stopped his assault and spread his arms wide. He left his chest completely exposed to Blackbeard's attack. Blackbeard's claws sank into Whitebeard's chest, blood spilling onto the ground. Chapter 246. Dad. Ah. This is impossible. The entire battlefield froze in shock as everyone witnessed Whitebeard's chest pierced by Blackbeard's claws. I pierced him. Even Blackbeard was stunned, unable to process the moment. Despite his confidence and strength, Blackbeard's initial plan was to wear down Whitebeard, exhausting his power before seizing the tremor fruit. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Whitebeard to willingly fall into his attack, allowing himself to be struck down. No way, old man, you, Blackbeard muttered in disbelief, his voice shaking. Instinctively, he yanked the claw from Whitebeard's chest, blood gushing out in torrents. The flow of crimson was unmistakable. Whitebeard was about to die. Did the old man really just fulfill my wish? Blackbeard's thoughts raced, overwhelmed by an odd mix of triumph and confusion. This legendary fatherly love. For a brief moment, Blackbeard felt something strange stir in his chest, a twisted sense of pride, even gratitude. But that feeling collapsed as soon as it formed. Because Whitebeard, who was supposed to be on the brink of death, slowly raised his head once again. A golden light suddenly emanated from Whitebeard's feet, rising up like a scanner from the soles to the top of his head. The power of Heracles' noble phantasm, the god hand 12 labors activated. One of its abilities is the honor Whitebeard count on. Automatic adaptation, Heracles gains resistance to any damage that kills him once, meaning the same attack cannot kill him twice. In the blink of an eye, the light faded away, and with it, the wound on Whitebeard's chest had completely healed. Mythical Zoan. The instant regenerative powers of an awakened mythical Zoan fruit, something Blackbeard himself had yet to fully master. But Whitebeard, he clearly had it. How could he possess such overwhelming self-healing ability? Blackbeard felt his mind spiral in disbelief. How could something this absurd even happen? Gururara. Teach, I'm sorry to disappoint you. He touched his chest, as if checking to see whether the injury was truly gone. The death earlier had been no accident, it had been intentional. But Whitebeard hadn't done it because he was idle. It was because Blackbeard's dark fruit forced his hand. He needed to test if death could counter the dark fruit's effects. Normally, such a thing would be impossible, but for Whitebeard, no, imbued with the powers of the 12 labors God handed, was more than plausible. Whitebeard had completed the first 3 of the 12 labors, granting him the 3rd level of power. Not only did this give him 3 chances at rebirth, but it also replenished his strength each time. Additionally, no matter how powerful an opponent's attack, Whitebeard's resurrection ability gave him a temporary boost in resistance against it. If he were to complete all 12 labors, he would gain full immunity. Even at the 3rd level, the resistance boost was nothing to scoff at. Dad is fine. Thank goodness, you scared us for a moment. But, what kind of ability is that, Dad? I've never seen anything like it before. Could it be a new ability that emerged after the tremor fruit awakened? That must be it. Seeing Whitebeard alive and well, the surrounding pirates sighed in relief. Old man, what just happened? Blackbeard's voice trembled with uncertainty as a sinking feeling settled in his gut. Gururara. Teach, how about we test your old man's strength again? Without wasting time, Whitebeard clenched his left fist, activating the tremor fruit once more. A halo of white light appeared around his fist, crackling as it spread spiderweb fractures through the surrounding space. Boom! Whitebeard's fist slammed toward Blackbeard's face. Dark Vortex. Blackbeard shouted, summoning his black vortex to counter the attack. The white light of the tremor fruit's power collided with the dark vortex, but this time, something strange happened. The dark matter began to dissipate, but not as quickly as before. Instead of completely vanishing, Whitebeard's quake powers merely weakened, leaving residual tremors in the air. Boom! The remaining force from Whitebeard's punch surged into Blackbeard's arm, causing a powerful shockwave to ripple through his bones. Bang! Blackbeard screamed as his arm went limp, the pain radiating through him like an earthquake. Ah! His pale face twisted in agony as he staggered back. How is this possible? Why wasn't the power of your tremor fruit fully dissipated by my dark vortex? Gururara. You think you can stall for time and recover? I'm not that stupid, Teach. Boom! Whitebeard's shock-infused fist crashed toward Blackbeard again. Dark Vortex. Blackbeard frantically summoned his vortex again, but the same phenomenon occurred. Only part of Whitebeard's power was negated, while the remaining force exploded against Blackbeard's body. Ah! Blackbeard coughed up blood, his body trembling from the internal damage. Before he could recover, Whitebeard was already upon him, the sound of Murakimura slicing through the air like death's whisper. Pfft! The massive blade carved into Blackbeard's chest, leaving a deep, bloody gash. And then, Whitebeard's fist struck again. By now, Blackbeard was in complete disarray, too slow to mount any defense. The tremor-powered punch hit him hard, and the quake's energy coursed through his body, exploding from the inside. Puff! Blackbeard spat out more blood, his insides feeling as though they were being torn apart. Though Chimera's self-healing abilities were formidable, even the strongest devil fruit was bound by the limits of its user's physical strength. The brutal beating from Whitebeard was draining Blackbeard's stamina rapidly, and with his physical strength dwindling, the Chimera's healing could no longer keep pace. As his body weakened, so too did the fruit's regenerative effects, trapping Blackbeard in a vicious cycle of exhaustion. Whitebeard showed no mercy. Murakumajirian the tremor fruit worked in perfect harmony, delivering relentless attacks that shattered Blackbeard's defenses. Under the unyielding barrage, Blackbeard's human beast form broke down, reverting to his regular human form. And with that, his self-healing powers disappeared entirely. Puff! Mouthfuls of blood poured from Blackbeard's lips, his eyes unfocused, his strength barely holding him up. With whatever consciousness he had left, he screamed out, desperation filling his voice. Dad! Dad, you don't really want to kill me, please. Chapter 247. Dad! Dad, you don't really want to kill me, please. Blackbeard, utterly defenseless, used every ounce of strength left in him to plead for mercy. The moment those words left his mouth, Whitebeard's hand hesitated, pausing mid-motion. Even though Teach had betrayed him, even though he was the worst kind of son, Whitebeard's heart, the very core of his being, was that of a doting father. It was what made Whitebeard, Whitebeard. As he had told Squard during the Battle of Marineford, even a foolish son was still a son. And Teach, for all his treachery, was still his son. At that moment, Whitebeard's heart softened with compassion. Dad! Ace's voice rang out in desperation, sensing that Whitebeard might let Blackbeard go. To Ace, Blackbeard was beyond forgiveness, beyond mercy. Let Dad make his own decision, Marco stepped up, gently pulling Ace back, signaling for him to remain silent. Though Marco shared Ace's hatred for Blackbeard, he understood something very important: in this family, only Dad had the right to decide Teach's fate, whether to forgive or to kill. Whitebeard pressed down on Blackbeard's head with one hand, while the other glowed with the white light of the tremor fruit. Its power rippled through the air, accumulating in his fist. In Blackbeard's current state, a single strike would be fatal. But Whitebeard's hand trembled, his heart struggling with the decision. Dad, Dad, let me go, I'm still your son. Sensing Whitebeard's internal conflict, Blackbeard seized the opportunity to stoke his father's compassion further, pleading for his life. He knew Whitebeard's nature well. He knew that if he showed even the slightest hint of weakness, Whitebeard would relent. "Dad, I know I was wrong. Please, let me come back, I'll still be your son and take care of you for the rest of your life." The words dripped with false sincerity, enraging the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. They could barely contain their anger. Roll! Whitebeard's fist never fell, but his foot lashed out, kicking Blackbeard with such force that he was sent tumbling across the sand. Bang! Blackbeard's body hit the ground hard, his head slamming into the beach, stuck in the sand. Too weakened by the beating, Blackbeard couldn't pull his head out, struggling for air as the sand suffocated him. Luffy, seeing this, swooped down with a flap of his wings. "Respected Mr. Whitebeard." Luffy landed gracefully, bowing politely before grabbing Blackbeard by the feet. With a few strong flaps of his wings, he pulled Blackbeard free and carried him into the sky, upside down. "Dad!" Ace's voice cracked with fury, his eyes burning red as Blackbeard began to escape. He struggled to break free, but Marco and Aizu held him back firmly. Within the Whitebeard pirates, anyone who had sailed with them for more than 10 years knew one thing: no matter what, Dad's decision was final. Even if Dad's decision was wrong, they would respect and support it. That was the unshakable loyalty of the Whitebeard pirates. "Teach!" Whitebeard's deep voice cut through the air, calling up to Blackbeard, who was being carried away. "Ah! Dad!" Blackbeard, still not completely out of danger, looked down in terror, his voice trembling. "Dad, are you going to let me come back?" "Listen well, Teach." Whitebeard's voice was low, seething with fury. "From this day forward, don't you dare show your face to me again. If you do, I will kill you with my own hands." The words were nearly spat out, each syllable heavy with pain and rage. He wanted to kill Teach, knew he should, but his heart wouldn't let him. The contradiction tore at him. "Dad, I swear, I'll never appear in front of you again." Blackbeard's response came quick, desperate to cling to life. In front of everyone's eyes, Luffy carried Blackbeard to a large raft, and soon, they vanished into the horizon, the sea swallowing them whole. "Dad, why didn't you let me kill him?" Ace stormed to the edge of the beach, watching helplessly as the raft drifted farther away. His body trembled with fury, his fists clenched in frustration. "Ace!" Whitebeard's large hand rested on Ace's shoulder, his voice heavy with weariness. "I promise you, this is the only time, I'll never forgive Teach again." "Good." Ace's anger simmered down, his body finally relaxing after hearing Whitebeard's words. He turned back to the sea, watching the raft disappear into the distance. "Teach, even with the mythical Zoan fruit, I won't let you go." Ace growled, his whole body shaking with resolve. "The Chimera may be strong, but the fire of the Dragon King is stronger." All Ace needed was time. He was confident that once he fully mastered the Fire Dragon Slayer magic, his Fire Dragon King physique would surpass even that of the Chimera. Meanwhile, aboard the raft, Blackbeard, having narrowly escaped with his life, didn't dare relax until the island of the Whitebeard pirates had vanished entirely from view. "Teach, what happened? Didn't you say Whitebeard was on the verge of death?" The evil King Pizarro grinned, shaking his head. "Before I was locked away and impelled down, Whitebeard was the most powerful man on the seas. Seems like nothing's changed." "What did you expect? He's called the strongest man in the world for a reason." "That's not the point." "I'm confused." Van Augur rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Whitebeard was critically injured during the war, everyone saw it live, so how did he seem perfectly fine just now, as if nothing had happened? Damn it! That old man, I don't know what kind of luck he's got. Blackbeard slammed his hands against the deck, propping himself up with a groan. Though his injuries had healed somewhat, pain still coursed through him. It said he met some miracle doctor, someone who healed every wound he suffered during the war and even cured his old ailments. "The man you saw today, that's Whitebeard in his prime." But even as he spoke, a darker thought crossed his mind. "No, he's even stronger than he was at his peak." "What? Stronger than in his prime? What are you talking about?" "Teach, did you hit your head too hard?" The others stared at Blackbeard, skeptical. "No. It's true." Fear flickered in Blackbeard's eyes as he recalled the battle. "At first, Dad couldn't counter my dark fruit, but then, he deliberately let himself die, after that, the dark fruit no longer worked on him. What? He died once. Teach, are you hearing yourself? Someone check if he's delirious from the injuries. Let's take a break before you go crazy. Shut up. I'm telling the truth. Somehow, after dying once, the dark fruit couldn't affect him anymore. So. Luffy frowned, his voice low as he pieced things together. If the dark fruit is ineffective against him, then, Teach, your chances of getting the tremor fruit are practically zero. Hearing this, Blackbeard's face twisted in frustration. That old man. If I can't get the tremor fruit, then I'll find another disaster-level devil fruit. With fierce determination, Blackbeard gave the order. Bring that old man out. Oh. Are you planning to use his devil fruit? Luffy's lips curled into a wicked grin as he moved toward the cabin. I've told you before, that devil fruit is just as powerful as the tremor fruit. Yeah. And it's strong in both offense and defense. Once Teach possesses that devil fruit, not even Whitebeard will stand a chance. As the crew whispered among themselves, an old, ragged figure was dragged onto the deck. Ha ha ha. You kid, stop dreaming. I am the king of the old times, how can I possibly serve as a subordinate to a brat like you? Stop dreaming. Shiki, the golden lion, glared at Blackbeard with a fierce coldness. His golden hair hanging in disarray, giving him the appearance of a vagrant. Though his pride had never dimmed, his disheveled state spoke of a man who had seen better days. Still, the fire in his eyes was undeniable. As the only person to escape from impel down on his own in recent decades, Shiki had made history. But fate had been unkind. And after being caught by the Straw Hat pirates just before the war at Marineford, he was handed over to the world government and imprisoned once more. Shiki had assumed his end would come in impel down. But when the Blackbeard pirates broke into the prison during the war, causing chaos, Shiki found himself free once more. Even with his diminished power, thanks to the flawed fruit, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Blackbeard had tried to recruit him, hoping to use Shiki's abilities to control the flight of his pirate ship. However, Shiki had refused outright, showing no respect to the ambitious young pirate. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't be your subordinate. Okay, you old fool. You're just as stubborn as the old man. Since you want to die, I'll make sure that happens. With an ominous grin stretching across his face, Blackbeard lunged forward, his massive hand clamping around Shiki's neck with brutal force. As the grip tightened, dark matter began to ooze from Blackbeard, seeping into the air like a deadly mist. The black energy swarmed toward Shiki, the darkness engulfing him like a cloud of ravenous mosquitoes. Shiki's eyes widened in shock as the dark energy enveloped him. He tried to resist, but the overwhelming force was too much. His voice choked off as the black matter wrapped around him, pulling him deeper into its suffocating embrace. Shiki's voice faded as the shadows consumed him, his body disappearing beneath the oppressive tide of Blackbeard's powers. Blackbeard laughed, the sound echoing through the ship. You had your time, old man, now it's my time. The dark matter swirled violently around Shiki, completely consuming him. The once proud golden lion, king of the old era, was being swallowed by the darkness, helpless against the overwhelming power of the dark fruit. The crew watched in silence. Awe and fear gripping them as they witnessed Blackbeard's brutal show of strength. Shiki's form was barely visible beneath the writhing black cloud, his body slowly being overwhelmed by the relentless force of Blackbeard's power. Blackbeard's grin stretched wider as he tightened his hold on Shiki, relishing the moment. The mighty golden lion had refused to bow to him, and now, he would pay the price. Chapter 248. On the blue sea, the Going Merry sailed leisurely beneath the rising sun, its sails billowing in the soft morning breeze. Wow! The flying sturgeon here is so delicious. Idiot! Those were for the girls. I hope my cooking is to everyone's liking, ladies. It's delicious. Zoro's voice came from behind him as the swordsman sauntered over, snatching another skewer. Kuina, perched on Zoro's shoulder, gave Sanji a thumbs up. Your cooking is really good. Sanji's eyes twinkled as he took a bow, assuming the praise was meant for him alone. Bang! Zoro's foot connected with Sanji's back, sending him flying across the deck. Everyone, heads up. A pirate ship is approaching. The Straw Hat pirates quickly gathered at the front of the deck, gazing out at the distant ship. That pirate flag, it looks familiar, Robin said, squinting at the insignia. Her face changed as recognition dawned on her. It's the Big Mom pirates. Big Mom pirates? Usopp shrieked, his eyes wide with terror. You mean Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors? Nick Pin, standing nearby, nodded calmly. Yeah, that old lady. The others followed his gaze and saw the unmistakable skull logo, adorned with a flaming mouth and pink hair, undoubtedly the mark of Big Mom. But it's only one ship, Nami observed with concern. They're not coming for us, are they? If they are, I'll cut them down, Zoro said confidently, gripping the hilt of his Wado Ikemanji. His gaze was steady as he stared at the approaching ship. Nick Pin chuckled, putting the crew at ease. Don't worry, they're not here for us. But everyone needs to understand something: while we don't look for trouble, we don't fear it either. The Straw Hat pirates aren't afraid of the 4 emperors, so when you face one, hold your ground. Though the Straw Hat pirates had grown immensely in strength, they were still young and untested in some ways. Zoro's calm resolve was rare, and Nickpin's experience lent him a sense of ease. However, not everyone felt the same confidence. The ship soon drew near, and 2 figures leapt from its deck, landing nimbly aboard the Going Merry. Nick Pin smirked as he recognized the newcomers. Standing before them were 2 familiar faces, a lion mink with a pink coat and sunglasses, and a tall man in a pink suit with half an egg for pants. Peacocks and Tamago. Zoro tensed, his hand resting on his sword as he stepped forward, ready to strike. Who are you? Tamago chuckled, amused by Zoro's aggression. What a hot-headed child. Meanwhile, Peacocks ignored Zoro's hostility, his eyes landing on Chopper with surprise. Are you, also a mink? Mink? Chopper blinked, confused. His head tilted, filled with questions. Nick Pin, standing next to him, smiled and explained. Chopper's a Zoan devil fruit user, not a mink. Peacocks let out a dismissive laugh. So, not a mink after all, his face turned serious as he turned toward Sanji, tossing him a letter. Here, your wedding is in 7 days, pack your things and come with us to meet Big Mom. Sanji's wedding? The crew erupted in confusion. Sanji! You're getting married, and you didn't tell us? Who's the bride? Everyone turned to Sanji, who stood frozen, staring at the invitation in disbelief. What? He muttered. A wedding? Me? There's no mistake, Peacocks continued. You're Sanji of the Vinsmoke family, the 3rd son of Vinsmoke Judge. Seriously? The timelines moved up this much? According to the original timeline, the Straw Hat pirates were supposed to encounter Peacocks and Tamago 2 years later, at Fishman Island. But it had only been a month since the events at Marineford. Everything was happening much faster than he'd expected. It made sense, though. In the original plot, Big Mom arranged the marriage to seize the technological power of Germa 66. Now, with Sanji's growing fame after the war, his identity must have been exposed earlier. The butterfly effect was in full swing. Vinsmoke family? What's that? Sounds powerful. Is it some big shot family? Chopper bounced with excitement. Sanji, are you a prince? Robin, well versed in the world's lore, stepped in to explain. The Vinsmoke family rules the Germa 66, notorious war kingdom in the North Blue. Their nation is built on massive ships, and they're known for their military prowess. Many smaller countries have fallen to their power. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. Since Sanji's last name is Vinsmoke, that means Vinsmoke Judge, the king of Germa 66, is his father. The crew stood stunned, their jaws practically hitting the deck. Nanny? Nanny! Sanji, you are a prince. Chapter 249. When they heard Robin confirm Sanji's identity, the Straw Hat pirates were left in complete shock. Sanji, the flirtatious cook who spent his days wooing every woman in sight, claiming he was their Prince Charming, had been hiding a secret far greater than any of them could have imagined. They had always thought his romantic overtures were just part of his comedic charm. After all this time, it turned out they were the ones playing the fool. Sanji-kun, your family must be very rich, right? Chopper asked, hugging Sanji's leg with a wide, innocent smile. Brook, ever the gentleman, spun on his heel and bowed deeply. Yo-ho-ho-ho, respected Prince Sanji, I would be honored to serve as your most loyal guard. I'm sorry for all the loud things I said before. Please don't take it personally. Sanji's face was a mask of bitterness. He wasn't someone who secretly reveled in the idea of being a hidden prince. Quite the opposite, he despised the name Vinsmoke and everything it stood for. His connection to his family was something he had long since left behind. What do you mean? Sanji said coldly, glaring at Tamago and Pecoms. I have nothing to do with that name anymore. Boy, you can lie all you want, Tamago said with a smirk. But your eyebrows don't lie. Here, take a look at these. Tamago reached into his egg-shaped pants and pulled out a set of photographs, waving them in front of the crew. Before Tamago could react, Luffy's arm stretched out and snatched the photos from his hand. The entire crew crowded around him as Luffy held the photos up for everyone to see. Shishishishi. This is Sanji when he was a kid. So funny. Hey, hey, hey. The other kids in the picture have the same curly eyebrows as Sanji. They really are his brothers. Yeah, it's clear now, Nami said, shaking her head in disbelief. Sanji really is part of the Vinsmoke family. Eyebrows don't lie, Shishishi. Luffy added, still laughing. While the crew found amusement in the photos, Nickpin remained silent. He knew the truth behind Sanji's past. For the rest of them, this was just some amusing family secret. But for Sanji, this was a painful history he had long since buried. Nickpin walked over to Sanji, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. No matter how painful the past is, it's over now. Sanji dug his nails into his palms, his face twisted with anger and sorrow. He hated his family, hated them for the way they treated him, hated them for letting his mother die, hated them for trying to drag him back into their twisted world. And now, his crewmates, his friends, knew about the one part of his life he had desperately tried to leave behind. Sanji, Nickpin said softly. A real warrior is someone who can face the pain of the past without flinching. The people who loved you, the ones who are gone now, wouldn't want to see you crushed by this. Nickpin's words struck a chord within Sanji. In that moment, images of his mother flashed through his mind, her gentle smile, the way she always praised his cooking, even though it was terrible back then. She had been his one source of love and comfort, and she was gone because of them. Sanji, Nickpin continued. You hate your family this much, and you managed to escape them. Think about the person who helped you. Would she want you to give up? Sanji's heart stirred. Memories of his sister, Reiju, resurfaced. She had been the one to help him escape, the one who made sure he could live a life free of their father's control. Her last words to him still echoed in his mind. The sea is vast. One day, you'll find people who are kind and gentle, you'll meet people who really care about you. I already have, Sanji thought, his mind clearing. I've already met them. Nickpin's words echoed once more in his mind. Don't forget, Sanji, you're strong now, and with your friends by your side, you're not powerless, you can say no to this. Sanji nodded to himself, his heart growing steadier. He had experienced the Battle of Marineford. They had gone up against admirals and survived. They weren't the same crew they once were. And he wasn't that helpless kid anymore. The four emperors were strong, yes, but he wasn't about to cower in fear. He would stand his ground. With newfound resolve, Sanji relaxed his clenched fists. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a flick of his lighter. After a deep inhale, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, staring Tamago and Pecoms down. Go back and tell them that I have no relationship with that family anymore, Sanji said calmly, his eyes narrowing. And I won't be part of some ridiculous arranged marriage. Tamago and Pecoms exchanged looks before Tamago let out a teasing laugh. Boy, I think you misunderstand the situation, Tamago said, his mustache twitching slightly. This marriage was arranged between your father, Vinsmoke Judge, and our captain, Big Mom. You think you can refuse an order from Mama? Sanji raised an eyebrow, not backing down. Is that supposed to scare me? Tamago smirked, but his expression darkened. In this sea, no one defies Big Mom and lives to tell the tale. Sanji took a slow drag from his cigarette, his voice calm and cool. Well, I'll be the first. Tamago and Pecoms' expressions changed instantly. The threat of defying Big Mom wasn't something to be taken lightly. As fighters of the Big Mom pirates, it was their duty to ensure that no one disrespected her in their presence. What an arrogant brat, Pecoms growled, his temper flaring. Haha, rookies in the new world never know their place, Tamago chuckled, clearly amused by the situation. Go ahead, Pecoms, let's teach them what it means to face the new world. You want to fight? Luffy grinned, rolling up his sleeves, ready for action. Someone wants to die. Zoro said, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Kuina's spirit began to glow faintly on Zoro's shoulder, as if preparing for a fight of her own. We're the only ones who can mess with our friends, Robin said coldly, crossing her arms as the power of her flower fruit manifested. But before anyone could make a move, Nickpin raised his hand, stopping them. Hold on. The crew turned to Nickpin in confusion. Tamago chuckled again. At least one of you knows how to recognize the gravity of the situation. Nickpin smiled slightly. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want us to waste time on two minions. Tamago's smug expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a flash of rage. Nickpin's words had cut deeper than any blade. Pecoms. Tamago shouted, his patience snapping. Pecoms growled and charged at Sanji, his fist coated in armament haki, aiming straight for Sanji's head. You rookies need to learn your place. Sanji raised his leg to block, his expression calm as Pecoms' haki-coated fist collided with his foot. 1 second passed. Then 2. 3. There was no sound of breaking bones. No scream of pain. Pecoms' face twisted in confusion as he turned to see Sanji still standing firm, his leg unmoved, blocking the blow with ease. The power of the new world? Is that all? Without another word, Sanji retracted his leg and kicked out, fast as lightning. Chapter 250. The power of the new world? Is that all? He had expected more. He had always heard how terrifying the new world was, how it was filled with unimaginably powerful warriors. Yet, here was Pecoms, a so-called veteran of this harsh sea, and he barely made Sanji break a sweat. Pecoms, on the other hand, stood frozen in disbelief. He had given Sanji his best punch, yet the blonde cook blocked it with ease, as if it were nothing more than a light breeze. Pecoms, what are you doing? Tamago frowned, his confusion palpable. He had fought alongside Pecoms for years, and never had he seen the lion mink falter against someone so young. Pecoms' face twisted in annoyance. Don't yell at me. This kid seems to have some abilities, but it's nothing special, his voice carried more frustration than confidence now. But before he could regain his footing, Sanji's leg shot out again, faster than before. The speed and precision of his kick left Pecoms no time to react. The impact was immediate. Pecoms' eyes widened in shock as he felt his body lift off the ground, hurtling backward with such force that he crashed into the side of the Big Mom pirate's ship, embedding himself in the wood. Tamago, still standing on the deck, blinked in disbelief. Nanny? Pecomshi's partner, a seasoned warrior of the New World, was embedded in the wall like a fly stuck to a windshield. This can't be happening, Tamago muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes as if to clear away a trick of the light. But no matter how much he stared, it was still the same. Pecoms was down. And Sanji stood there, completely unscathed, flicking his cigarette and exhaling a puff of smoke as if nothing had happened. Why? You want to try my kick too? Tamago's pride flared. Kick, huh? What a coincidence, I'm pretty good with kicks myself, he sneered. Without warning, Tamago spun on his heel and launched a powerful spinning kick aimed directly at Sanji. Bang! In an instant, Tamago was airborne, crashing into the same spot in the ship where Pecoms was already embedded. Now, there were two of Big Mom's elites stuck side by side in the woodwork, looking as though they were part of the ship itself. Ahem, so, it looks like you joined me up here, huh? Pecoms said bitterly, glancing at his partner. Tamago coughed, pulling himself out of the bulkhead. You bunch of fools. You don't understand who you're messing with. You've made an enemy of Big Mom herself. He straightened his collar, glaring at Sanji as if daring him to keep resisting. Last chance, then smoke. Are you really going to defy her wishes? Sanji clenched his jaw, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Don't call her my mom, he growled. She's not my mother, it's not up to her or my so-called family to decide my life. Tamago's eyes flashed with frustration. You'll regret this. He snapped, signaling to his crew. Return to the ship. Before they could make their retreat, Nickpin landed beside Tamago with a thud, his arms crossed. Not so fast. What now? Are you insane? Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Nickpin smirked, completely unfazed. Since you're with the Big Mom pirates, I bet you've got a lot of good stuff on board, right? Are you out of your mind? You're going to rob the Big Mom pirates? We're pirates, aren't we? It's kind of what we do. You're insane. You're actually going to steal from Big Mom? With a swift motion, Nickpin slapped Pecom's back against the wall, silencing him once more. We're pirates, what did you expect? Nickpin turned back to Tamago, who was now sweating nervously. Start loading up the treasure, let's see what you've got. Realizing they had no choice, Tamago gestured to the rest of his crew. They quickly began hauling out treasure chests, piling them on the deck of the Going Merry. Among the treasure was a peculiar box that immediately caught Nickpin's eye. Nickpin pointed to it. What's in that one? Tamago swallowed, his pride already wounded. It's a paramecia-type devil fruit, he admitted. Oh. A devil fruit, huh? At that moment, Little Mary appeared on deck, her engines whirring softly as she floated over to Nickpin's side. Her tiny, cute form buzzed with excitement. Wow! That fruit smells so good. Smells good? Devil fruits aren't supposed to smell like anything. Little Mary's eyes sparkled. Daddy, can I eat it? Please. Nickpin hesitated. Could Mary even eat a devil fruit? She wasn't a person in the traditional sense, but she had never eaten one before. After a moment's thought, he shrugged. Sure, go ahead. But instead of taking it herself, Mary pouted playfully. Daddy, feed me. Nickpin chuckled and held the devil fruit up to her mouth. With a delighted squeal, Mary bit into the fruit, slurping its juices with gusto. The sight left the rest of the crew except for Luffy completely bewildered. Everyone knew how awful devil fruits tasted. But here was Mary, enjoying it like a delicious snack. As she finished, Nickpin checked her stats through the system. Mary. Durability, 86-65 million. Armor, 48-98 million. Firepower, 730-00. Dodge, 7. Expansion points, 410-00. Renovation points, 8-2 million. Growth points, 60-00. At the bottom of her interface, a new addition caught his attention. Special transformation in progress. As Nickpin watched in anticipation, Mary began to glow, her transformation into something entirely new underway. Chapter 251. Special transformation completed. Absorbing the power of the Mist fruit, the Going Merry gains the power of the Mist fruit. As the transformation progress reached 100, the Going Merry began to shimmer, and then a soft mist enveloped its frame, giving it a surreal, almost ethereal appearance. Nickpin observed as the attribute interface for the Going Merry displayed the new changes. The result was quite different from what would normally happen to a devil fruit user. Instead of bearing the full curse of the sea, the ship absorbed only the abilities, while remaining unaffected by the drawbacks. No loss of buoyancy. No risk of sinking. That's interesting, Nickpin mused aloud. She absorbed the power but doesn't bear the curse. If there had been any issue with the devil fruit's curse, the Going Merry would have already started sinking. But the ship floated as elegantly as ever. Yeah. This is so much fun. You've already mastered it? Nickpin looked at her, intrigued. Mary's voice echoed from within the mist, sweet and playful. I can only turn into mist for now, Daddy, but I'll get better at it soon. As she spoke, her small figure reformed beside Nickpin, a pout on her lips. Nickpin patted her head, smiling. You'll develop more powers soon, little one. With a proud smile, Mary twirled in the air before returning to her place on the ship, watching over the crew like an adorable guardian spirit. Meanwhile, Nickpin stepped forward and waved his hand, instantly storing all the treasure chests that the Big Mom pirates had brought out into his system space. The pirates around them gawked in disbelief. Boy, you took our treasures, but let me warn you, Tamago said through clenched teeth. Big Mom will not let this go. When she hears about this, she'll send her sweet commanders after you, and you'll regret it. Then why don't you lead the way? We'll follow you to meet Charlotte Lin Lin, there are some matters I'd like to discuss with her. You're insane. You want to go to her? The Straw Hat pirates exchanged glances, varying degrees of surprise and curiosity on their faces. Sanji, however, stiffened at the mention of going to see Big Mom. The Vinsmoke family might be a nightmare he wanted to forget, but Big Mom's domain was an entirely different level of danger. Nick Pin smirked. If you're too scared to lead the way, we'll just head there ourselves. No. We'll lead. The Going Merry followed closely behind, its ethereal mist form gliding effortlessly over the waves. Inside the conference room of the Going Merry, tensions were high. Nick Pin, why are we doing this? We have the strength to go anywhere, why head to Big Mom's territory when we don't have to? Sanji, calm down, Zoro said, stepping forward to intervene. Nick Pin's got a reason for this. I don't care. Why should we willingly walk into a place we know is a trap? I don't want to see those people again. Nami nodded thoughtfully, looking at Nick Pin. Yeah, why are we heading there, Nick Pin? Nick Pin leaned back in his chair, his gaze steady. Sanji, I'm sorry, but our goal is bigger than just avoiding unpleasant reunions. We're heading there because we need to meet Big Mom. As for the Vinsmokes, they're just an unfortunate coincidence. Big Mom? Are you serious? Why would we need to meet her? Nick Pin sighed softly, looking at his crewmates. Because we need something that only Big Mom has, the road poneglyph. The room went silent as the gravity of Nick Pin's words sank in. A road poneglyph? Nami whispered, her eyes widening. Nick Pin nodded. If Luffy wants to become the Pirate King, we need to reach Raftel, and to get there, we have to gather all 4 road poneglyphs. Charlotte Linlin has one of them. So that's it. If we can take down one of the 4 emperors, it'll put Luffy one step closer to his goal. It's not about taking her down, Nick Pin clarified. If we can convince her to let us copy the poneglyph, we'll do it peacefully, but if she refuses. He didn't need to finish the sentence. Everyone understood. But what about my family? Sanji demanded. Even if we don't want to deal with them, they'll be there. I don't want to face them again. Sanji, Nick Pin said gently. The Vinsmokes are a small part of a much larger picture, whether we like it or not, we have to get that poneglyph. The sooner we settle things with Big Mom, the sooner you can put your family behind you for good. Sanji's shoulders slumped, the fight draining out of him. I just don't want to be part of their schemes again. You won't be, Luffy said, his tone firm. We're a crew, we fight together, if they try anything, we'll kick their butts. Sanji looked at his captain, and a small smile tugged at his lips. You're an idiot, Luffy, but thanks. Nick Pin glanced at Robin, who had been quiet throughout the discussion. Robin, I know you're curious about the poneglyphs. Robin's eyes sparkled. Big Mom has 3 poneglyphs, you said. Nick Pin nodded. That's right, one of them is a road poneglyph, and the other 2 are regular ones. There's a lot of history written on those stones. Robin leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. We need to get those, every piece of history is precious. I knew you'd feel that way, Nick Pin said with a grin. Come to the studio later, we'll go over what I know about the poneglyphs. You think you can tempt me with secrets? Fine, I'll be there. Sanji sighed, finally calming down. Alright, Nick Pin, I get it, we're going to meet Big Mom for the poneglyphs. Nick Pin nodded. Exactly, but if the Vinsmokes try to get in our way. Sanji's eyes hardened. They'll regret it. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the implications of what lay ahead. The 4 emperors were not opponents to be taken lightly. But they were the Straw Hat Pirates, and they would face whatever came their way. As the Going Merry sailed forward, mist trailing in its wake, the crew prepared themselves for the inevitable clash with one of the most dangerous forces in the New World. Chapter 252. Time flies, and a week has passed. Whole Cake Island, Whole Cake Chateau. Mama, this is a little gift from me. Don't underestimate it because it's small, I searched the entire underground world for it. Thank you so much. I love it so much. Mama, you are getting more and more beautiful. Huh, Stussy, you haven't changed at all. Big Mom, it's an honor to be invited to your tea party. Ha ha ha. The first floor lobby of the Whole Cake Chateau was already filled with a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. At the main table sat Charlotte Lin, Vinsmoke Judge, and a group of important figures from the underground world. Big Mom, this time our two families are getting married, and you will have a bigger say in the new world in the future. Vinsmoke Judge raised the glass in his hand and toasted Charlotte Lin. Yes. That still depends on your technological strength. Charlotte Lin said happily. At this moment, Charlotte Burleigh, the eighth daughter of the Charlotte family, quickly came to Big Mom's side, leaned down, and whispered in Big Mom's ear, "Mom, Tamago and Pecoms are back." Hearing this, Big Mom nodded. "Well, have they brought him here?" "They managed to get him, but it's a little different from the original plan." Charlotte Burleigh thought about it and answered truthfully. "What do you mean?" Big Mom frowned gently. Charlotte Burleigh explained, "They brought not only Vinsmoke Sanji but also all the members of the pirate group that Sanji was in." "Pirate group? They actually let a small pirate group of that level get to me? What on earth are those two idiots, Tamago and Pecoms, doing?" When she heard that even the small pirate group was coming along, Big Mom immediately showed an unhappy expression on her face. "Go. Make them leave." "Got it, Mom." Seeing that Big Mom was about to get angry, Charlotte Burleigh was also startled. "Don't make Mom angry." She walked quickly out of the whole cake chateau and headed straight for the port. Regarding Tamago and Pecoms bringing back a small pirate group, she had also listened to Tamago's report on the Den Den Mushi. At this time, she also wanted to know what was going on. Soon, Charlotte Burleigh arrived at the port. Coincidentally, the pirate ship that Tamago and his crew were on was also slowly entering the port at this time. Behind this pirate ship, there was another pirate ship that looked extremely luxurious following closely. On the sail, a skull pattern with a straw hat and grinning teeth was particularly eye-catching. At this time, in the cabin of the Going Merry, Nickpin was checking the system log. "Your fan Monkey D. Luffy has become stronger in the manga One Punch Man. You get points too. Your fan Nami captured a card in the manga Card Captor Sakura. You also gained the card's ability. You get 4 points. Note, my previous doc for this is missing, so kind of forget what card she already have. And the Raw also did not give the card name, so it will be like this for moment. Your fan Waranoa Zoro has improved his strength in the world of the manga Zaraki Kenpachi biography and gained the power of spiritual pressure. You have also gained the power of spiritual pressure. You have earned 5 points. Your fan Usopp has trained the god-killing star Shirkai ability, Source Meteor, in the manga world Bleach, Otsunemeya. You have also obtained the god-killer star's Shirkai ability, Source Meteor. You get 8 points. Your fan Nico Robin has improved her strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto biography world and has mastered the S-level Flying Thunder God technique. You have also obtained the S-level Flying Thunder God technique. You get 10 points. Your fan Chopper developed the Libra Hebdomos Black Sword of a Braided Night Blue Wave Ball in the manga world of Strike the Blood. You also gain the ability of the Libra Hebdomos Black Sword of a Braided Night Blue Wave Ball. You get 6 points. Your fan Kaya has improved her strength in the manga Tsunade biography and has mastered the art of creation rebirth. You have also obtained the art of creation rebirth. You have earned points. Your manga fan Edward Newgate completed the 4th trial of the 12 labors in the manga World Fate series, Heracles, and condensed the 4th level of the 12 labors God Hand. You also condensed the 4th level of the 12 labors. You get 4 points. This time the harvest is good. Looking at the system log prompt, Nickpin was in a good mood. Especially the Flying Thunder God technique that Robin had practiced, this was a divine skill. Whether you were chasing or escaping, the Flying Thunder God technique was definitely a true magical skill that could allow you to take the initiative. In addition, the Libra Hebdomos Black Sword of a Braided Night that Chopper developed this time was also very powerful. The power of that sword was absolutely equivalent to that of a nuclear weapon. While looking at the system log, Nickpin suddenly felt that someone had grasped his handle. He immediately exited the system space and looked around the studio, looking for Robin's whereabouts. Obviously, Robin was not in this room. But the next thing happened that made Nickpin speechless. Brush! Robin appeared in his lap out of thin air. "Are you looking for me?" Nickpin turned around, facing Robin, and gently rubbed Robin's chin with his right index finger. Flying Thunder God technique. When Robin appeared, Nick Pin immediately guessed it was the Flying Thunder God technique. Robin curled her lips, as expected, you know all the abilities I have trained. No, the Flying Thunder God technique needs to be marked in advance before using the Flying Thunder God's flash ability. Did you just mark the coordinates on me? When did this happen? How come I didn't notice anything? Of course. I marked you when I used my flower fruit, not to mention that you noticed it. Nick Pin was getting drunk. What a great sister, she really knows how to tease. What, you don't like it? Seeing Nick Pin's confused and speechless look, Robin pursed her lips at him. After touching her nose, Nick Pin shrugged, ahem, you know what, I like it very much. Okay. No more jokes, the ship has docked, are you ready to face the Big Mom pirates? After calming down for a while, Nick Pin said seriously. Oh. You seem very sure that the Big Mom pirates will definitely go to war with us. Yes. Robin nodded, you have to know that the four emperors have their own dignity, not one to compromise, this is the most basic quality of the four emperors. Nick Pin stood up holding Robin and put her on the table. After tidying up her clothes, Nick Pin walked towards the door. Robin turned sideways, jumped down from the table, and followed him out of the cabin and into the harbor. The Straw Hat pirates walked under the string bridge. Vinsmoke Sanji stays, everyone else go back. Charlotte Burleigh took a look at the photo and then fixed her eyes on Sanji. Wow! I thought it was a tree. The tree has become a spirit. It's actually a person. As soon as they saw Charlotte Burleigh, the three idiots of the Straw Hat pirates surrounded her and started talking. Idiot! Who are you calling a tree? I am a human. Charlotte Burleigh was also a funny character, and was led astray by the three idiots in no time. Let's go meet Big Mom. At this time, Nick Pin came to Charlotte Burleigh and said seriously. Meet Mama? After hearing what Nick Pin said, Charlotte Burleigh immediately had 3 question marks on her forehead. Want to see Mama? Hey. Are you mistaken? Do you think you are qualified to see Mama just because you ask? Charlotte Burleigh immediately asked back. Why are both of them like this? Nick Pin curled his lips, sighed deeply, and then grabbed Charlotte Burleigh's wrist. Charlotte Burleigh exclaimed loudly, you want to violate me? God damn. If you had said this to Charlotte Galette, Charlotte Smoothie, or Charlotte Cinnamon, would have accepted it. You are almost the ugliest daughter in the entire Charlotte family, and you still say I want to violate. Nick Pin thought. Then, he produced a pair of sea stone handcuffs out of thin air in his right hand. Actually they were taken out from the system space. Click. The sea stone handcuffs were stuck on Charlotte Burleigh's hands. Ah hey. What are you doing? Let me go now, or Mama will be mad. Charlotte Burleigh struggled madly. So. I want to see what she looks like when she's angry. Nick Pin smiled and walked forward carrying Charlotte Burleigh. But at this moment, the crowd in front of them started to commotion. They saw a group of pirates rushing over quickly and then splitting to both sides. In the crowd, a strong and tall figure appeared in front of everyone. Katakuri and I. It's Lord Katakuri. The sweet commander, the minister of flour. The surrounding pirates all cheered excitedly. Damn pirates, dare to bully my sister. Charlotte Katakuri, who was usually serious, was furious when he saw Charlotte Burleigh being held by Nick Pin. Although Charlotte Burleigh was extremely ugly and had a huge wound on her face. But in Charlotte Katakuri's heart, this was her real sister. Without any nonsense, Charlotte Katakuri immediately gave a thumbs up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several solid glutinous rice balls instantly flew towards the Straw Hat pirates with incredible accuracy. Goma Goma no Fusen. Luffy took a step in front of everyone, raised his hands high, his stomach expanded like popcorn, and defended all his companions behind him. Where did these glutinous rice balls come from and where did they go? I'm sorry, I don't like guys who like to act first without thinking. Nick Pin looked at Katakuri with a half smile, and finally thought of something, and said to Katakuri lightly. But I don't think you can do anything to us. Pathetic weakling, don't try to delay time, prepare to die. Facing these bastards, Katakuri was completely furious. He stretched out his right hand, and a machi trident condensed out. The trident pointed forward, pointing at Nick Pin, die. Nick Pin looked reluctant and turned to look at Luffy, I'll leave this guy to you, Captain. After all, in the original plot, it was the two of them fighting. Although the situation has changed, Nickpin still wants to see the battle between Luffy and Katakuri. For Luffy, he doesn't even need to be provoked. As long as it's a battle, he's extremely happy to partake. Great. Just what I wanted. Luffy retracted his rubber belly and rubbed his fists. His fighting spirits suddenly surged in an instant. Chapter 253. At this moment, Luffy exuded an aura so intense that it was palpable, sending shivers down the spines of everyone around him. His serious expression, which was rarely seen, signaled the gravity of the situation. Yes, just his presence alone emitted a dreadful pressure that made even the most seasoned pirates hesitate. What a terrifying guy. One of the pirates whispered, his voice trembling. Hey, hey, hey. He looks like a kid, but why does his aura feel so oppressive? Don't worry. A pirate next to him shouted, though even his voice wavered with uncertainty. Master Katakuri is the strongest. He'll handle this. Despite the attempts at reassurance, the pirates couldn't hide their unease as they eyed Luffy, who stood confidently in the face of the formidable sweet commander. The air was thick with tension, as if the very atmosphere was responding to the clash of titanic wills. Katakuri, calm and collected, turned his steely gaze toward Luffy, recognizing the undeniable strength that radiated from him. There was no room for error. A guy with impressive strength, Katakuri muttered under his breath, his sharp eyes narrowing as he studied Luffy more closely. The aura of a warrior, a true rival, was unmistakable. But his focus shifted momentarily to Nickpin. Let my sister go first. Katakuri demanded, his voice cold and commanding. Come to me if you have any grievances. Okay, Nickpin didn't hesitate. Without a word of protest or any grand display, he released Charlotte Brillie, who dropped to the ground unceremoniously. Brillie, disheveled and wide-eyed, scrambled to her feet before darting behind her brother, her usual arrogance now replaced by a mixture of fear and indignation. Brother Katakuri, these people they're here to cause trouble. She stammered, her eyes darting back to Nickpin nervously. I know, Katakuri replied, his tone calm yet laced with a deadly edge. You stay behind me, I'll deal with this. With a single push of his hand, Katakuri gently moved Brillie further away, his attention now fully on Luffy. His posture shifted subtly as he dropped the trident he had been holding. Hey! Why are you dropping your weapons again? Since you don't have a weapon, I won't take advantage of you, Katakuri declared, his lips forming a confident smile. Prepare to die. Katakuri's figure blurred, his movement so swift it seemed like he had teleported in front of Luffy. His leg shot out in a kick that, at first, appeared normal, but just as it approached Luffy, the leg split into 7 pieces, transforming into machi tendrils that lashed toward the pirate captain like serpents. The machi was coated in the dark sheen of armament haki, the advanced kind that few warriors could master. Katakuri was not taking any chances. Yanagi machi. He bellowed, his voice reverberating. The air itself seemed to warp as the 7 machi extensions, empowered by his haki, rushed toward Luffy with the weight of a mountain behind them, crashing down in an arc of destruction. Luffy's playful demeanor vanished as his eyes sharpened with a warrior's instinct. In an instant, he gauged the danger and reacted. His right leg shot forward. But Luffy wasn't done. As the leg extended, it too became coated in the deep black hue of high-level armament haki. His muscles tensed, his foot angled just right, and then Gomu Gomu no whip. Boom! Luffy's kick collided with Katakuri's Yanagimachi tendrils, and the resulting shockwave blasted through the entire port like a thunderclap from the heavens. The sound alone was enough to rattle bones, and the force of their clash sent ripples of energy cascading outward, knocking nearby pirates off their feet. Some dropped their weapons. Too stunned to react, while others clutched their heads, trying to protect their eardrums from the deafening impact. For a brief moment, the world seemed to stand still. Katakuri's eyes widened, his normally impassive face showing a flicker of disbelief. How was this even possible? His Yanagi Machi, a technique he had perfected, was being pushed back. He had expected resistance, but not like this. He could feel with overwhelming power in Luffy's kick. It wasn't just a physical force, there was something more. It was as if Luffy was tapping into a deeper well of strength, something that went beyond mere muscle. Suddenly, the full force of Luffy's attack hit Katakuri like a tidal wave. Boom! The collision intensified, and the ground beneath them cracked under the pressure. The machi tendrils that had split from Katakuri's kick recoiled, slamming back into him with a force that nearly knocked him off his feet. The machi tendrils hit Katakuri square in the face, and he stumbled backward. Momentarily disoriented. Behind him, several of the pirates who had been watching the fight unfold were caught in the aftermath. They screamed as they were launched into the air like ragdolls, their bodies hurtling back toward the ships. Katakuri, despite his strength, was thrown back. His mind raced, trying to comprehend how this young pirate captain had managed to repel him so effectively. When he finally regained his footing, Katakuri stared at Luffy, his expression unreadable but his heart pounding in his chest. This Straw Hat was no ordinary pirate. After a moment of silence, Katakuri wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his hand and locked eyes with Luffy. His voice was low, dangerous. "I admit it, I underestimated you, but now, let me see what you're truly capable of." His hand slammed into the ground with a force that sent ripples through the machi-covered surface. Flowing machi. Boom! As Katakuri's powers awakened to their full potential, everything around them began to morph. The earth itself, the buildings, the very air seemed to dissolve into the sticky, elastic substance. Machi swirled and coalesced, forming waves and columns, towering structures of pure machi, all controlled by Katakuri's will. The ground lost its hardness and became a rolling sea of machi, every step squelching underfoot. What a smell! It smells so good. Luffy! Why did you eat it? Idiot! How dare you eat something the enemy conjured up? Katakuri, still focused on the battle, couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion at Luffy's behavior. This boy, what in the world is he thinking? But he had no time to dwell on Luffy's quirks. The battlefield was set, and his powers were fully awakened. Huluhu. The machi began to surge like waves on a stormy sea, creating enormous ridges that twisted and grew, rising higher and higher into the sky until they resembled giant machi serpents. The sheer scale of the machi pillars was staggering, each one capable of crushing a mountain. Katakuri manipulated them with precision, his arms directing the flow like a conductor leading an orchestra. Raindrop machi. The pillars lunged downward with terrifying speed, aiming to crush Luffy beneath their massive weight. The ground shook as the machi rained down with the force of a hurricane. And a thick cloud of dust and debris billowed into the air, obscuring everything. Cracks splintered through the earth, the sheer destructive force enough to break apart the machi-covered ground. For a moment, everything was chaos. Hiss! What a terrifying attack! Is this the strength of Katakuri, the leader of the Sweet Commander? It's so scary. The whole ground is cracked. Fortunately, the ground was turned into machi by Katakuri-sama, or whole Cake Island might have been destroyed. That guy's done for, right? Of course. Who could possibly survive that? The pirates were in awe, their eyes wide with admiration for Katakuri's devastating power. But while the enemy pirates celebrated prematurely, the Straw Hat crew remained calm. Their expressions were as steady as the ocean after a storm. Charlotte Bailey noticed this, her smug smile widening. "You're all putting on a brave face now, but I'm sure you're quaking in your boots inside." She sneered, satisfied with what she thought was her inevitable victory. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chuckled softly, pulling out his violin. As he began to play, a melody filled the air, one that was both haunting and invigorating. He looked at Charlotte Bailey and smiled mischievously. "Your brother may have awakened his devil fruit, but he's not the only one who knows the power of awakening." Suddenly, a new sound joined Brook's violin, a rhythmic beat, like the pounding of war drums, deep and resonant. Boom, boom. It echoed through the battlefield like the steady heartbeat of a giant. As the sound reverberated, a strange energy surged through the air, stirring something primal within everyone present. "What is that sound?" one of the pirates muttered, feeling a strange tingling sensation in his chest. Hey, hey, hey. I feel like my blood is boiling. Yes. I've never felt so alive. Everything, I feel like nothing can hold me back." One of the pirates began to dance in place, his feet moving to the beat of the drums. "Damn it. Why do I suddenly want to dance? Wait, you too? I thought I was the only one." This sound, it's making me want to move. Chapter 254. What is this sound? When the war drums echoed through the air, Katakuri froze for a moment. His observation haki, honed to near perfection, quickly pinpointed the origin of the sound. It was coming from Luffy. However, the sound wasn't just ordinary drumming. There was something primal about it, something infectious. Like everyone else, Katakuri felt his blood stirring, as if a fire had been lit deep within him. The feeling was strange yet exhilarating, a pure, unbridled sense of freedom. For a fleeting moment, Katakuri could almost taste it. Freedom. The word resonated in his mind, a luxury he had long since abandoned. As the leader of the Sweet Commanders and a vital pillar of the Charlotte family, Katakuri had been shackled by the weight of duty and expectations for as long as he could remember. Though feared and respected, he was never free. In the One Piece series, when Luffy defeated Katakuri, he had let himself fall, not because he lacked the strength to continue, but because he was exhausted, tired of the weight on his shoulders, the constant need to be perfect. Lying on his back, touching the ground for the first time, he had felt a strange kind of peace. For once, he had let go. And now, hearing the drumbeat of freedom from Luffy, it stirred something deep inside him. Katakuri felt an overwhelming resonance. This boy, this reckless pirate captain, had what Katakuri longed for but could never grasp: true freedom. It was a tantalizing concept, always within reach but never his to claim. Suddenly, laughter filled the air, breaking his thoughts. Ahahaha. The machi that had swallowed Luffy transformed, its pliable texture shifting into something rubbery, like a thick elastic band stretched to its limits. With a loud duong, the machi peeled away, and Luffy emerged, his laughter infectious and carefree. Wow, ahahaha. It's the same heartbeat sound again. So funny. Katakuri's eyes narrowed, his usually stoic demeanor cracking with surprise. What's happening with his hair? He murmured, noting the strange, almost ethereal white ribbon-like substance floating around Luffy's body. And what's with that white ribbon? Is this a new form? Wow, ahahaha. Come on, let's have a good fight now. Without warning, Luffy launched himself at Katakuri, his arms stretching into rocket-like punches that tore through the air with raw power. Is he trying to aim for my chin? Katakuri thought, instinctively activating his advanced observation haki. He could see it clearly, the trajectory of Luffy's attacks, the exact moment his fists would connect. With his devil fruit ability, Katakuri morphed into Machi, effortlessly dodging Luffy's punches, each strike missing by mere inches as he predicted the boy's every move. The rubber fists grazed Katakuri's body, leaving indentations in the Machi form, but nothing that couldn't be repaired. He smiled grimly as his body reformed from the battering. Boy, no matter what your abilities are, my observation haki has been honed to predict the future. No matter how much you want to attack me, I will see it coming. Katakuri's body shifted as he regenerated, replenishing his form with more machi until he looked as fresh and imposing as ever. His stance was firm, his expression one of confidence. You cannot hit what you cannot catch. Awesome. Nick Pin, watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, couldn't help but admire Katakuri's skill. This was a man who had pushed his observation haki to the absolute limit. Capable of seeing moments into the future. Katakuri wasn't just relying on talent, he had trained, refined, and perfected his abilities through sheer force of will and relentless perseverance. In a world filled with pirates and warriors, many had talent, but few had the discipline to push themselves to their ultimate potential. Katakuri was one of those rare individuals who had earned his place at the top through both natural ability and unyielding effort. He truly deserved to be called strong. As Luffy continued to laugh, his footsteps seemed to sink deeper into the machi beneath him. His weight seemed to increase with each step, yet he moved as lightly as ever. Duong. The rubberized ground beneath Luffy's feet bounced, launching him high into the air. His body twirled like a spinning top, his arms winding back as he prepared his next move. Dawn Gatling. Luffy's fists multiplied, raining down from the sky like a barrage of missiles. Each one aimed directly at Katakuri. The sheer volume of attacks was overwhelming, and the speed at which they flew made it seem as though hundreds of fists were coming at once. Katakuri remained calm, his body shifting into machi once again as he used his observation haki to predict each strike. I've already told you, he said, his voice steady. No matter where you attack from, I can predict your moves. Once again, he dodged effortlessly, his body twisting and morphing to avoid Luffy's Gatling assault. But as he prepared to launch his counterattack, a sudden sensation gripped him, a sharp, dangerous feeling. Something's wrong. Katakuri's eyes widened as his heartbeat quickened. His observation haki screaming at him that something had changed. Despite avoiding the direct strikes, he realized that Luffy's punches were bouncing off the rubberized mochi ground and redirecting back at him. Luffy's fists, having sunk into the rubber ground, were bouncing back unpredictably with even more force. Hundreds of fists, each rebounding at different angles, ricocheted toward Katakuri from all directions, faster than he could predict. What? Katakuri gasped as the flurry of punches, now unpredictable and wild, rained down on him. His observation haki, usually flawless, faltered under the chaos of Luffy's rebounding attack. Boom! 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 Several of Luffy's haki-infused punches landed solidly on Katakuri's body, sending waves of pain crashing through him. His mochi form, though resilient, couldn't stop the onslaught of haki-coated blows. Katakuri's body trembled, and his knees buckled as he fell to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. He knelt, using his hands for support, his face covered in bruises and scars from the relentless assault. What just happened? Katakuri muttered, his voice shaky. He coughed, spitting more blood onto the rubberized ground, his confusion evident. Why couldn't I predict your attacks? Before Luffy could respond, Nickpin stepped forward with a smile. It's simple, Katakuri, Luffy wasn't aiming at you directly. His punches were meant to hit the ground, to use the rubber's rebound force to strike you in unpredictable ways. Your observation haki is strong, but it can't predict something that's not initially aimed at you. Katakuri's eyes widened in realization. He wasn't attacking me directly. He used the environment, his body trembled as he tried to rise to his feet, but his injuries were too severe. The damage was far greater than he had anticipated. Cough, a violent cough racked his body, and another mouthful of blood spilled from his lips. How could this happen? When did I become so fragile? Sorry. That last punch was a serious punch, Shishishi. Katakuri stared at Luffy. Processing his words. Serious punch. He thought. Is there even such a thing as a serious punch? Aren't all punches supposed to be serious? He tried to smile but felt an unsettling sense of defeat. How could he have been so thoroughly beaten? Little did Katakuri know, this was the first time Luffy had thrown a serious punch in his Nika form, the result of training in the world of One Punch Man. It was a punch of pure strength, backed by his enhanced abilities. Katakuri took a deep breath, forcing himself to stand, his willpower stronger than his body's current state. He may have been beaten physically, but his spirit remained unbroken. Boy, he said, his voice regaining some of its former strength. I want to know your name. Katakuri's eyes blazed with newfound determination as he looked at Luffy. This boy, this force of nature, was now his target. No matter how strong Luffy was, Katakuri's ambition burned brighter than ever. I, Katakuri, will never admit defeat. Chapter 255. Boy, I want to know your name. Katakuri's voice trembled with both fatigue and determination. His eyes, despite the punishment he had endured, gleamed with curiosity and newfound respect. These words touched a core in Luffy, stirring his ever-burning passion for adventure. In his dreams his eyes lit up with excitement, and he struck a proud stance, his legs apart as if he were standing at the helm of his ship. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Katakuri blinked, momentarily taken aback by the sheer confidence and audacity of Luffy's words. The idea of becoming the Pirate King seemed ludicrous, even arrogant. But, as he considered it, Katakuri's confusion gave way to contemplation. The Pirate King? How absurd, yet, why does this boy speak as if the title is already his? The more Katakuri thought about it, the more he envied Luffy. As the son of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, he had been bound by the expectations and responsibilities of the Charlotte family his entire life. His strength, skill, and authority were both his gifts and his chains. He could never dream of something greater, never challenge the very foundation that had shaped his existence. But here stood Luffy uninhibited, driven, with a boldness that knew no limits. Luffy's declaration wasn't just youthful bravado. It was a testament to his spirit. A defiant proclamation of a dream he would chase no matter the odds. That kind of freedom, that kind of courage, was something Katakuri could never have. In that instant, Katakuri felt a pang of envy deep in his heart. Will you defeat Big Mom one day? Katakuri asked, the question escaping his lips before he could even think. There was something almost desperate in his voice, as if he needed to hear Luffy's answer, to believe that this reckless boy could accomplish what he never could. Luffy's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. I'll defeat all my enemies, he said softly, yet with a strength that made his words carry weight. There was no need for shouting or bravado, just pure, unshakable belief. For a moment, Katakuri just stared at him, feeling a sense of understanding wash over him. The answer was simple, yet profound. Luffy wasn't just talking about power. He was talking about his will, the boundless ambition that drove him forward. That's it, Katakuri whispered, a tired but peaceful smile crossing his face. He had held on for so long, but now his body finally gave in to the immense toll the battle had taken. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. The surrounding pirates gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. The invincible, undefeated warrior of the Charlotte family had fallen. They stared at Katakuri's limp body in shock, their minds reeling. This was a man who had never known defeat. He was their god of war, their symbol of power and strength. Yet now, that very symbol lay broken before them. Defeated, Katakuri-sama, defeated? One pirate muttered, his voice trembling with disbelief. This is impossible. Another whispered, his face pale. Katakuri-sama is invincible. Charlotte Burleigh, tears streaming down her face, rushed to her brother's side, kneeling beside him. Brother! She cried, clutching his hand, her heart breaking at the sight of him like this. Luffy, meanwhile, stood scratching his head, looking a bit confused. Heh! He muttered, clearly not fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Did I win? Let's go, Nickpin said, breaking the tense silence. He gestured toward the whole cake chateau, his voice calm but firm. It's time to find Big Mom. As always, the plan was simple. Some of the crew would stay back on the ship, while the others would head to the front lines. Frankie, Chopper, Usopp, and Kaya remained aboard the Going Merry, while the rest of the crew set off for the imposing castle that loomed ahead. Inside the whole cake chateau, the atmosphere was festive, the air thick with the sweet scent of desserts. Guests from the underground world mingled, indulging in the grandiose banquet Big Mom had prepared. Vinsmoke Judge, sitting beside her, raised his glass in a toast, the two families sealing their alliance. But then, the doors to the banquet hall burst open. Mama! Something terrible has happened. The joyous atmosphere shattered. The room fell silent, every guest turning their gaze to the trembling pirate. Big Mom's once jovial expression twisted into a dark scowl. Idiot! She snarled, her voice dripping with malice. Her eyes blazed with fury, casting an almost palpable shadow over the room. Big Mom despised interruptions, especially during her precious banquets. Nothing less than a catastrophe could excuse this breach of decorum. The pirate trembled under her gaze, his knees buckling. Lord Katakuri, has been defeated. He stammered, his voice cracking with fear. For a moment, the entire room froze. Katakuri, defeated? Everyone in the room stared at the pirate, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if time itself had stopped. They couldn't process what they were hearing. Katakuri, the undefeated god of war, defeated? It was unthinkable. Big Mom's eyes widened slightly, her face darkening. The very idea that her most powerful son had been beaten was a direct assault on her pride. In an instant, her rage exploded. She grabbed the pirate by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. His soul began to drift out of his body, drawn toward her as she prepared to claim his life for daring to bring her such news. But before she could finish, the doors to the banquet hall creaked open again, and the Straw Hat pirates walked in. Luffy, Nickpin, Zoro, and the others strode into the hall as if they had not a care in the world. I know you. Big Mom's voice thundered across the room as her eyes locked onto Luffy. I remember your face from the Battle of Marineford. Luffy grinned widely, clearly pleased by the recognition. Ahaha, so you know me. He replied, scratching his head. Then, without missing a beat, he added. We came to borrow your poneglyph. Nickpin buried his face in his hand. Seriously? Luffy's bluntness never ceased to amaze him. Asking the Empress of the Four Emperors to borrow something. The other guests were just as stunned, their jaws dropping at Luffy's audacity. You want to borrow my poneglyph? Big Mom's voice was low and dangerous, like a storm about to break. Her towering figure cast a shadow over the Straw Hats as she took a few ominous steps toward them. Yep. We need it. The guests were aghast. How could anyone be so bold, so reckless, as to demand something from Big Mom? And yet, here was Luffy, standing before her, completely unfazed. Big Mom's eyes narrowed to slits. Boy, do you even know what you're asking? Her voice was laced with venom as she began to activate her soul fruit power. This was more than just intimidation, it was an attack, a direct challenge to Luffy's spirit. If even the slightest trace of fear entered his heart, she would tear his soul from his body, claiming it as hers. The room seemed to darken as the power of her devil fruit enveloped Luffy, the guests watching in horror, certain that this would be the end for the young pirate captain. But Luffy, to everyone's astonishment, merely grinned wider. Hee hee auntie, we just want to borrow the poneglyph from you. Big Mom froze. Her power had no effect. Luffy stood before her, his heart free of fear, his grin as wide as ever. Even she, one of the four emperors, was taken aback. How could this boy stand there, smiling, unaffected by her terrifying ability? Boy! Are you ready to exchange your life just to borrow something from me? Chapter 256. For my life? Luffy asked, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. Why should I exchange my life for something like that? Oh. I get it now. This poneglyph must be super important to you, right? Well, how about this, we won't borrow it, we'll just make a copy. He added, as if struck by brilliance, by the way, we can pay you. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Every eye widened in disbelief, and it took a moment for the shock to set in. Nickpin, trying his best to keep a straight face, nearly burst out laughing. Luffy's innocence and bluntness were legendary, but even for him, this was next-level absurdity. Pay. Big Mom's face twisted in fury, her mouth twitching with rage. She couldn't remember the last time she had been so infuriated. Her whole body trembled with anger. Next to her, Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district, was barely able to stifle a laugh as she bit into her apple pie. Little brother, this isn't about payment, do you even know what the poneglyph is? I don't know. Luffy answered honestly, as always. But I do know that if I want to be the pirate king, I need to find them first. Stussy chuckled softly, clearly entertained by the exchange. You're quite interesting, you're not wrong. If you want to become the pirate king, you'll need those special poneglyphs. With a sly smile, she leaned in closer. But let me ask you this, knowing how valuable they are, why would Big Mom ever share that information with you? Luffy looked genuinely stumped, his face scrunching up in thought as if pondering the deepest philosophical question. Heh. Good point, he muttered, clearly lost. Come on, Luffy, don't let her confuse you, we're pirates. And believe me, we've been way too polite for pirates already. Nickpin turned to Stussy, his expression serious. He's right, Luffy is going to be the pirate king, and if that means going to war with the four emperors to get those poneglyphs, then so be it. The surrounding pirates all looked at him in disbelief, whispering among themselves. Does this guy think they can take on Big Mom? He must be out of his mind. Before anyone could speak, Big Mom's booming voice filled the room. Enough. Her soul fruit's power rippled through the air, the invisible energy of her soul-stealing ability flooding the hall. Her eyes were wide with anger as she locked onto Nickpin. Are you ready to die? Big Mom's plan was simple, target Nickpin. If the soul attack worked on him, then surely Luffy would crumble once he saw his comrade's life force being drained. The atmosphere in the room became suffocating. Pirates held their breath, feeling the weight of Big Mom's power as it settled over Nickpin. The hall seemed to vibrate with tension. She's using that technique again. One pirate whispered. It didn't work on Straw Hat, but this guy won't be able to resist, he's finished. Everyone watched with bated breath, expecting Nickpin to crumble under the weight of Big Mom's power. Come on, Big Mom, you're using this soul trick to scare kids. Is that the best you've got? You're underestimating us. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. Pirates looked at each other, incredulous. A trick to scare children? Many of them were trembling with fear, and this man was mocking it. You, Big Mom stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't believe it. Her soul attack, one of her most feared abilities, had failed again. Grabbing a nearby pirate, she activated her soul-stealing ability to confirm that her powers were working. The terrified pirate's soul was instantly sucked out, floating toward Big Mom, leaving his body lifeless. No problem, Big Mom thought. My powers are still intact. That meant the problem wasn't with her, it was with these two brats standing before her. You two, are you not afraid of me at all? Big Mom asked, her voice low and dangerous. Luffy blinked innocently. Why would we be afraid? Nickpin couldn't resist chiming in. Big Mom, I'm a member of the future Pirate King's crew, a mere 4 emperors doesn't scare me. The room erupted in shocked whispers. The audacity. Pirates gawked at Nickpin's bold declaration, their disbelief growing by the second. Big Mom's eyes flared with fury. What a big mouth. She roared. I'll make your death slow and painful. Her enormous sword, Napoleon, appeared in her hand, and with a fierce swing, she unleashed her most devastating attack. Ikoku's sovereignty. The force of the attack tore through the air like a storm, the energy wave so powerful that the ground shook beneath their feet. Big Mom's laughter echoed through the hall as the attack hurtled toward Nickpin. Nickpin raised his hand, summoning the Cloud Card shield. The invisible barrier formed instantly, intercepting the blade just before it could reach him. Boom! The force of the collision sent shockwaves through the hall. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, it seemed like the entire room would collapse. But as the dust settled, everyone saw the impossible. Nickpin stood there, completely unscathed. Big Mom's mighty sword was still hovering just inches from his face, unable to break through the barrier. Big Mom stared in disbelief. What is this? That's it? How boring. Without warning, he clenched his fist, armament hockey surging over his arm. With a single motion, he threw a punch. Serious punch. Nickpin's fist shot forward, shrouded in dark hockey. The air itself seemed to warp under the immense force. Chapter 257. Serious punch. If Luffy can do it, Nickpin can do it too. And with Nickpin, the same move packed a far more devastating punch. Boom. It looked like an ordinary fist at first glance, but when it connected with Big Mom's iron belly, the impact created a massive ripple effect. It was as if a stone had been dropped into the center of a still lake, sending shockwaves throughout her entire body. Boom. The explosion of power was like a rocket's tail flame, and Big Mom was launched across the grand hall, crashing hard against the massive wall. For a few seconds, the room was deathly quiet. The pirates stood there, blinking, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Big Mom had been knocked across the room like a rag doll. As her massive body slumped down the wall like a glob of clay, sliding to the ground in an unceremonious heap, disbelief hung thick in the air. Impossible. This couldn't be happening. Charlotte Galette was the first to break the silence, her scream piercing through the stunned stillness. MOM. Her cry shattered the fragile silence, triggering chaos among the pirates. What? Big Mom, she was. That's, no way. Am I hallucinating? This must be a dream. There's no way Mama could be knocked down like that. Big Mom's pirates were in complete denial, unable to accept the sight before them. Their indestructible, all-powerful leader had just been smashed against the wall like she was nothing. Impossible. Gasped Feld, the lone Shark King, dropping his cigarette to the floor in shock. Their strength, it's unreal. Stussy muttered, her usual composure shaken. But, Big Mom isn't done yet. As if on cue, Big Mom began to stir, her body slowly rising from the ground. The groans of pain escaping her lips were unnerving, but she was getting back up. No way. After a punch like that from Nickpin, she's still standing. That's the power of the 4 emperors for you, Zoro remarked, his gaze sharpening, filled with a sense of challenge. Even after a hit like that, she's still ready to fight. Wow. You're still standing. You're so strong. Big Mom, still reeling from the blow, caught those words. To her, it was as if Luffy's compliment was laced with mockery. Actually, they had the audacity to act surprised she could stand up after a single punch. The rage that had been simmering within Big Mom finally boiled over. "You stupid bastard!" she roared, steam practically blowing out of her nostrils in fury. Zeus! Prometheus! Responding to her rage-filled cry, the sun, Prometheus, and the thundercloud, Zeus, materialized at her side. "Mama!" Prometheus growled, swelling with fiery intensity. "We're ready to fight, Mama!" Zeus echoed, trying to flatter Big Mom, despite the ominous threat before them. "Destroy them!" Big Mom's command was a primal roar, the kind that shook the souls of even her most loyal underlings. "Yes, Mama!" Prometheus bellowed, instantly expanding into a massive fireball. Flames gushed from its mouth, hot and fierce enough to melt steel. Leave this to me," Nami said confidently, as she summoned the energy of her ice cards. Whoosh! A freezing cold wave surged forward, colliding with Prometheus' fiery assault. Crackle, crackle. The sound of the ice freezing the fire echoed through the hall as Nami's cold front enveloped Prometheus, snuffing out the flames and freezing him solid. The once fearsome ball of fire plummeted to the ground with a heavy thud, completely immobilized in a shell of ice. Unforgivable! Zeus howled, transforming into a massive black storm cloud. Lightning crackled wildly within the dense mass. Thunderbolt! A colossal bolt of lightning shot down from the heavens, headed straight for Nami. Nami merely giggled and dashed behind Nickpin for cover. The lightning slammed into both Nickpin and Luffy. "Got them!" the pirates shouted in triumph. "Zeus, you did it! You really hit them!" The lightning rolled over Nickpin and Luffy like nothing, flowing harmlessly over them and into the ground. "Looks like you're in for a chill time," Nickpin said calmly, stretching out his hand. With a flick of his fingers, icy energy surged forth, freezing Zeus into a fluffy cloud of frozen marshmallow. "What's going on? How are they doing this? They're not even afraid of electricity." Big News Morgans chimed in, furiously jotting notes. "This is headline material, an entire crew with these powers. These guys are a nightmare." Stussy rubbed her forehead, realizing the trouble brewing. "My lady," Sanji suddenly appeared between Nickpin and Luffy, slipping into a gentleman's bow. He smiled brightly at Stussy. "Would you care to join us aboard our ship for a drink?" But as soon as Sanji appeared, several mocking voices echoed from across the hall. Isn't that Sanji? Our useless brother? How embarrassing. After all these years, he's turned into such a bootlicker." Sanji's brothers, the Vinsmoke siblings, sneered, their cruel laughter echoing in the grand hall. "Sanji! Get over here." Chapter 258. "Sanji! Come over here." The angry roar came from none other than Vinsmoke Judge. His presence at the Whole Cake Chateau was, of course, because of the planned marriage between the Germa 66 and Charlotte families. When the Straw Hat Pirates first showed up, Judge thought it was just a personal matter involving the Charlotte family. But when he saw Sanji among the intruders, he realized this was something bigger. Judge didn't care whether Sanji lived or died. In fact, he had discarded Sanji as a failure long ago. The reason he chose Sanji to be the groom, instead of his other son, is because they did not want to lose any of his precious successful product. So when he found that Sanji is still alive, he realized he can get his prize while also did not lose any of his resource. But if this marriage, the critical alliance between Germa 66 and the Charlotte family, fell apart because of Sanji, that was something Judge could not tolerate. Sanji turned his head at the sound of the furious voice and saw Judge standing amidst the chaos. His expression immediately soured. His once carefree and jovial attitude vanished, replaced with a cold, steely look. With his hands still in his pockets, Sanji stared at Judge as if the man didn't matter at all. Stussy, watching Sanji's reaction with amusement, spoke up. "So, you're the groom of this wedding, huh?" Sanji, who had been trying to maintain his cool composure, instantly lost his poise at Stussy's words. His face twisted in disgust. "Unfortunately, yeah. Idiot." Nami raised her fist, furious at his behavior. "She's our enemy, Sanji." She swiftly brought it down on Sanji's head. Bam! Ah! Sanji yelped, clutching the large bump on his head, tears streaming down his face as he squatted on the ground. Reiju, Sanji's sister, watched from a distance, gently placing a hand on her forehead and shaking her head. What happened to you, little brother? She thought. Sanji had changed so much from the timid boy who had fled from the Germa family. Just as Sanji nursed his wounds, the doors to the massive hall burst open. A flood of new voices and footsteps echoed through the space. Mother! We're here. Who dares to cause trouble here? The commanders of the Charlotte family had arrived, Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Perispero, and with them, Oven, Daifuku, and several other heavy hitters. The hall was filled with powerful presences, each exuding an aura of menace. You came just in time. Big Mom, still recovering from Nickpin's punch, growled in anger. Kill these invaders for me. Big Mom's confidence returned. She knew the strength of her children, each with formidable devil fruit powers. No matter how strong the enemy might be. With so many powerful forces at her disposal, she was certain they could overwhelm the Straw Hat pirates. The sheer variety of devil fruit abilities meant that no opponent could face them without suffering from lack of information or preparation. Understood, Mom. Charlotte Daifuku said eagerly, wasting no time. He rubbed his belly, summoning his genie, which appeared in a burst of white mist. Daifuku roared, directing his genie into the fray. Charlotte Oven wasn't far behind. His Naginata blade ignited in flames, his heat fruit powers making the weapon glow red-hot. Heat hell! He sneered as flames roared around him. Candy Maiden! Perispero grinned, licking his lips. His lick fruit powers created Candy Iron Maiden that can enclose the Straw Hats, sharp points aimed directly at them, ready to pierce anyone who dared move. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brook's joyous laugh echoed through the hall. Let me, the Soul King, handle this. Flames erupted around his skeletal frame as he twirled a long chain, flames dancing along it like the fires of hell itself. With a smooth flick of his wrist, Brook sent the chain flying toward Perispero's Candy Iron Maiden. The candy melted instantly upon contact with the searing heat of Brook's hellish chain, dissolving like sugar in hot water. Perispero blinked in disbelief. My candy! Impossible! He shouted as his Candy Maiden disintegrated before his eyes. Deal with that skeleton. Daifuku commanded his genie, sending the massive being flying toward Brook. But before the genie could even reach him, Brook's flaming chain coiled around the magical creature. Whoosh! The flames consumed the genie in a flash, causing it to shrink and wither like a balloon losing air. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brook cackled. It seems you're not as invincible as you thought. As Brook shouted, the fires around him roared even higher. The flames twisted into a massive shape as Brook summoned his Hell Chariot. Brook mounted the fiery chariot, driving it straight toward the gathered commanders of the Charlotte family. Mondi, one of Big Mom's daughters and an accomplished swordswoman, stepped forward, her blade raised high. I'll deal with you. She yelled, slashing down toward Brook. Boom! Before she even realized what had happened, her large body was sent flying through the air. The impact shattered the doors behind her as she tumbled into the courtyard, utterly defeated in one blow. Damn it! Get him! Don't let him get away with this. The commanders rushed in to surround Brook, their weapons drawn. But Brook, riding his Hell Chariot, was a force of nature. His flaming chain lashed out like a whip, striking down anyone who came too close. The heat was unbearable, the flames too fierce to face directly. The Charlotte family members struggled to get within striking range. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brook's laughter echoed once more. Such weaklings! With a flick of his wrist, he sent his flaming chain flying in wide arcs, knocking down the commanders one by one. Within moments, the once proud cadre of the Charlotte family lay defeated, groaning in pain on the floor. These are supposed to be Big Mom's elites. Brook mused, coming to a stop at the center of the battlefield, Hell Chariot roaring beneath him. How disappointing. The commanders lay sprawled around him, some unconscious, others clutching their wounds and groaning. It was a sight none of them could have predicted. Unbelievable, one pirate gasped, looking around at the devastation. These are Big Mom's top fighters, how could this happen? Brook grinned widely, his skeletal jaw stretching in a victorious smile. It seems my time has finally come. Who knew I'd be the one to beat the commanders of the 4 emperors? Yo-ho-ho-ho. Chapter 259. Amazing, Brooke, Nickpin said with a grin, turning his attention back to Big Mom. His voice was firm as he addressed her. Now, can we sit down and have a proper talk? Talk in hell, little bastard. Big Mom roared, her voice echoing through the hall. Nickpin's request for dialogue was met with nothing but fury. The Straw Hat pirates had humiliated her children, and now Nickpin expected her to negotiate. Do you really think I, Big Mom, enjoy talking? Her massive hand gripped Napoleon tighter as Prometheus flames and Zeus lightning fused with the sword. A terrifying energy built up around it, condensing into a shining sword of raw power. Maser cannon. Big Mom bellowed, slashing forward with all her might. The sword's tip unleashed a surge of flaming, crackling energy, and a colossal spectral woman appeared from the blast. Her face was contorted with fury as she rushed toward the Straw Hat pirates, her form twisting with the elements of fire and lightning. What the hell is that? Usopp exclaimed, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. It's Big Mom's sword energy. Frankie added, equally taken aback. But how is it moving like a living thing? That's the power of her soul fruit. Robin explained. Even the underworld emperors watching from afar were stunned by the sight. Gomu Gomu no Kong gun. Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his fist covered in black armament haki, and launched a massive punch directly at the Maser cannon. Whoosh! Didn't I hit it? The Maser's face twisted with malice as she lunged forward to attack Luffy. Get out of the way. Nickpin's arm shot out, grabbing Luffy and pulling him back just in time. Ah! Luffy whined, disappointed that his fun was cut short. I wanted to fight her. Nickpin chuckled. Give Zoro a chance to perform. Zoro, who had been waiting for the moment, unsheathed Wado Ikamanji with a sharp clang. His aura shifted as spiritual energy from the Soul Society surged through him, causing the entire hall to grow cold. The temperature dropped drastically, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. What's happening? Why does it feel like I've fallen into an ice hole? My body, it's trembling on its own. Another gasped. Zoro's Ryuryokyu spiritual pressure that connects the realms of the living and the dead continued to intensify. Gathering on his sword like a storm. The spiritual energy couldn't be seen, but its overwhelming presence was undeniable. The entire hall seemed to bend under the weight of it. One sword style, Ryatsu Crush. Zoro slashed forward, his blade cutting through the air with a terrifying force. The Maser cannon, infused with the soul energy of Big Mom, suddenly recoiled in fear. Her spectral form trembled as she faced the raw spiritual pressure radiating from Zoro. As a creation of Big Mom's soul fruit, the Maser was, at her core, a spirit. Against Zoro's spiritual power, she was utterly powerless. In an instant, the Maser knelt before Zoro, her defiance crumbling into terror. Damned kids! Big Mom screamed, her fury reaching new heights as she watched her creation cower before Zoro. But before she could intervene, Zoro's sword slashed down with devastating power. Boom! The sheer force of the spiritual pressure from Zoro's blade crushed the Maser cannon into oblivion. Her scream echoed through the hall before fading into nothingness, leaving only the remnants of her once terrifying form behind. The pirates in the hall were thrown off their feet by the shockwave of spiritual energy that followed the strike, tossed about like ragdolls. You damned kids! Big Mom's voice quivered with rage as she saw the ease with which the Straw Hat pirates were handling her attacks. First Nickpin, then Luffy, and now Zoro, and after the other, they showed they could challenge even her. She charged toward them, her massive body shaking the very ground as she moved. I'll fight you all myself. Why? Nickpin muttered with a sigh, his face showing disappointment. Why can't we just have a civil conversation? Fine, then, Straw Hats, come together. Let's show Big Mom our power. Ah! Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you suggesting we all gang up on an old woman? Isn't that inhumane? Sanji, ever the gentleman, couldn't imagine raising a hand against a woman, no matter who she was. Even if it was Big Mom herself. Inhumane. Nickpin smirked, remembering a classic response. It doesn't matter. For pirate scum like her, we have to fight fire with fire. Everyone, come together. The Straw Hats didn't hesitate after Nickpin's words. Okay. They shouted in unison. Luffy, Zoro, and Nickpin charged at Big Mom in close combat. Their fists and blades clashing against her overwhelming strength. Nami unleashed her claw cards, casting elemental attacks, while Robin's hands crossed in preparation for her devastating techniques. Meanwhile, Brook's Hell Chain provided invaluable support, weaving in and out of the battlefield, tripping Big Mom's movements and weakening her with its spiritual energy. Bang! Crash! Boom! The sound of battle echoed throughout the castle as Big Mom was battered from every side. She swung Napoleon wildly, trying to defend herself, but the combined might of the Straw Hat pirates was too much for even her to handle. After an intense flurry of attacks, Big Mom's gigantic form finally collapsed with a deafening thud, the ground shaking beneath her weight. Nickpin dusted off his hands, satisfied. Well, that's done. Now, he turned to Nami and Robin with a grin. Let's go check out Big Mom's treasure room. Yeah. Nami's eyes lit up, immediately turning into gleaming berry symbols as the thought of treasure flooded her mind. Chapter 260. Big Mom. The hall stood frozen, the guests and Charlotte family members at a complete loss for words. What? Is anyone planning to stand up for Big Mom? No one answered immediately. The gravity of the situation was still sinking in. Ah hee hee. Stussy was the first to break the silence, her soft laughter like the chime of silver bells. You have such a strange sense of humor, she mused. If even Big Mom couldn't take you down, how could we overestimate our abilities? Yes, yes. Please, do as you like. Meanwhile, big news. Morgans could barely contain his excitement, his eyes glinting with the opportunity for a groundbreaking story. Nobody dared challenge the Straw Hat pirates, not after seeing Big Mom get taken down like that. So, who knows where Big Mom's treasure room is hidden? Nickpin asked, his voice light yet commanding. We'll need a guide. His gaze fell on the members of the Charlotte family, who all stood stone-faced. None of them dared betray Big Mom, at least, not in public. Please, Stussy teased, a playful smile on her face. Do you really expect them to betray their mother? Not after everything. Nickpin's eyes met hers, amused by her tone. And I suppose you're not volunteering to help either, are you? He asked, though he already knew her answer. Stussy laughed. Of course not, outsiders like us wouldn't know where Big Mom hides her treasures. Yeah, I guess it would be too much to expect, Nami said, shrugging. No one's going to betray their mother. Luffy chimed in, nodding. Yep, I agree with Stussy and Nami, even pirates don't betray family like that. But Nickpin merely smiled. Normally, you'd be right, except Big Mom doesn't exactly seem like the best mother, does she? The mood shifted immediately. His words struck a nerve, and the room tensed. The members of the Charlotte family shot daggers at Nickpin with their eyes, their expressions betraying their inner turmoil. You really dare say that, whispered one of the guests in shock. The audacity of it was almost too much to comprehend. Nickpin continued, his voice cool and steady. On the surface, Big Mom may be your mother. But let's be honest, she's more like your captain or your emperor. Tell me, how many of you have actually known a real mother's love? For that matter, how many of you even know your father? The truth in his words landed like a heavy blow. The Charlotte family members, especially the younger ones, looked uncomfortable. Nickpin's gaze swept over them, his words digging deep into wounds they tried to hide. You've never known a father's love, and as for your mother, well, let's be real, has Big Mom ever treated you like her children? Or just like pieces of her empire? Shut up. One of Big Mom's children shouted, his face red with fury. Stop slandering our mother. Yeah. Another one joined in, his fists clenched. Mom gave us our devil fruits. She loves us more than anything. Don't you dare shake our faith in her. More of them roared, their voices overlapping in anger. But Nickpin's smile remained. Oh, I'm not trying to shake anything, I simply believe that a great reward will always attract courageous individuals. His gaze lingered on the Charlotte family members. He could see the pain in some of their eyes, masked by bravado. Their loyalty wasn't just about love, it was about fear, power, and survival. Ah hee hee, Stussy's laughter cut through the tension once more. What an amusing philosophy, you really think anyone here is short of money? Nickpin turned to her, nodding slowly. You're right, money might not be enough, but there are things far more valuable than money. The guests looked puzzled. The Charlotte family members glanced around uneasily. Nickpin's voice dropped lower, more persuasive. I'm offering something better. Lead me to Big Mom's treasure, and I swear, on my honor as the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, that I can lead you out of Big Mom's grip. After that, you can either leave freely, or you can choose to stay with me and seek my protection. The hall fell into stunned silence. Even Stussy seemed taken aback. What? She whispered, her teasing demeanor faltering for a moment. She hadn't expected this. Protection? From Big Mom's own children? They'd never betray their mother. That's madness. This isn't a Khajiit's paradise. Someone scoffed. Nickpin stood firm, unflinching. I'll give you 10 seconds, after that, you'll never have this chance again. If any of you want true freedom, this is your only shot. The room buzzed with tension. 10. Nickpin began to count down. 9. You think any of us would betray our family? Perospero barked, his face twisted with disdain. Who says this is a cage? 8. We're loyal. We'll never leave our mother. 7. 6. The Charlotte family's bravado faltered. They exchanged nervous glances, wondering if anyone would actually take the offer. 3. 2. 1. Everyone held their breath. It seemed like no one would take Nickpin's offer. Me. A voice rang out, cutting through the tension like a knife. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. One of Big Mom's younger children had stepped forward, trembling but resolute. His eyes were filled with desperation and a burning desire for freedom. Chapter 261. Me. The voice echoed through the hall, full of urgency and desperation. All eyes turned to the source, and there stood a young girl, her hand raised timidly, her face wrought with fear and determination. Pudding. Perospero's face twisted with fury as he recognized his younger sister. In an instant, he stormed across the room, his arm raised, ready to strike her down. His hand swung fiercely, the force of his anger bearing down on Charlotte Pudding. It was over. Pudding closed her eyes, bracing herself for the pain. Snap. The sharp sound of a slap filled the air, but Pudding felt no pain. Confused, she opened her eyes to find that the blow hadn't landed on her at all. It had landed squarely on Perospero. Nickpin had intercepted the strike, his hand quick as lightning, slapping Perospero hard across the face. The force of the blow sent Perospero flying across the room, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground. You really thought you could attack her? In front of me? The hall fell into stunned silence once more. Everyone watched in shock as Nickpin casually defended the young girl from her enraged older brother. Brother! Several of the Charlotte siblings screamed, rushing over to Perospero's side, trying to help him to his feet. But Perospero was still too dazed to respond. I said I would protect those who choose to lead the way, Nickpin's voice echoed through the hall, reminding everyone of his earlier promise. Perospero, now fully realizing the severity of the situation, lowered his head in defeat. These pirates were beyond even his mother's power. He had made a grave mistake in underestimating them. Nickpin's attention turned back to Pudding, his expression softening as he spoke gently. Don't worry, I'll make sure you get out of this cage, no one will hurt you. Vinsmoke Judge, watching the scene unfold, couldn't hold his tongue any longer. You little girl. He bellowed, his face contorted with anger. You've betrayed your own mother. You call yourself human? Nickpin's eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze toward Judge. Vinsmoke Judge, he said coldly. For Sanji's sake, I'll let that comment slide, but don't push your luck. Judge sneered, unbothered by Nickpin's warning. I'm only speaking the truth, how can someone who betrays their own family even be called human? The room erupted in murmurs of agreement, the guests and family members echoing Judge's sentiment. That's right. Someone shouted. She's a traitor. She's worse than an animal. She betrayed her own mother. What kind of person does that? Better to have a dog than a daughter like her. Pudding's small frame trembled as the barrage of cruel words hit her like a storm. Tears welled in her eyes, and her hands clenched tightly to her dress, trying to hold back the sobs threatening to escape. But Nick Pin wasn't having any of it. His laughter cut through the cacophony of insults, sharp and commanding. Seriously? Nick Pin's voice rose, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. You dare question her? For unworthy parents, betraying them is the lightest punishment they deserve. The hall fell silent again as Nick Pin's words reverberated through the room. Look at her. She's just a child, barely 14 years old. For 14 years, she's lived a life filled with nothing but ridicule and rejection. Her own family mocks her, the world sees her as a monster, and her mother Big Mom doesn't care. She's just a tool to her mother. Someone to be used for her three-eyed powers and discarded in a political marriage. Nick Pin's words hung heavy in the air, sinking deep into the hearts of those who listened. A mother? No. Big Mom doesn't deserve to be called a mother, and now, when all she wants is to escape this prison, this cage you all call a family, you judge her for it. She's fighting for her freedom, for her right to live without fear, and you dare to call her a traitor? Tears streamed down Pudding's face, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. No one had ever stood up for her before. No one had ever cared. But Nick Pin, he understood. He saw her pain and gave voice to her suffering. With a sob, Pudding threw herself into Nick Pin's arms, her small body shaking as she wept uncontrollably. Nick Pin gently patted her back, comforting her as if she were his own sister. It's okay, Nick Pin whispered. You're not alone anymore. Luffy, standing nearby, clenched his fists. His eyes burned with anger and determination. We'll protect you, Pudding. He shouted, his voice filled with conviction. No one's going to hurt you while we're here. Nami, her expression soft and caring, approached Pudding as well. She gently patted the girl's back, her eyes full of warmth and understanding. You've been through a lot, Nami said softly. But you don't have to go through this alone anymore. Pudding looked up through her tears. Her eyes wide with gratitude. For the first time in her life, she felt like she belonged, like she had a family that cared for her. The Straw Hat Pirates weren't just offering her an escape, they were offering her hope. And for Pudding, that was the greatest treasure of all. Chapter 262. Charlotte Pudding, despite her charming appearance, held a unique and powerful ability, the memory fruit. This devil fruit allowed her to manipulate memories, but Nick Pin, protected by the goddess of holy light, remained immune to its effects. This was why Nick Pin felt confident in taking Pudding under his wing, despite her intricate and cautious nature, molded by years of living in a family of powerful pirates. However, even though Pudding's life story was filled with genuine hardship, Nick Pin knew better than to fully trust her. Pudding's experiences made her cautious, calculating, and perhaps even capable of using her powers to manipulate the memories of Nick Pin's crew if she saw fit. Nick Pin had to tread carefully. With Pudding leading the way, Nick Pin, Robin, Nami, and Pudding made their way to the heart of Big Mom's treasure trove. The rest of the crew remained behind in the hall, ensuring that the Charlotte family wouldn't cause trouble, especially in case Big Mom woke up. As they entered the treasury, the sight before them left Nami utterly speechless. Her eyes gleamed with the shine of gold and riches piled high. Oh my God! Nami gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer wealth in front of her. Her gaze darted from one shimmering object to another, her mind racing with the possibilities of what all this wealth could mean for the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin, meanwhile, had her eyes set on something far more precious than gold. After a quick search, she found what they came for: 3 massive stone tablets. There they are. The poneglyphs. Robin's voice trembled with excitement, her heart pounding with the importance of these ancient stones. They were the key to finding the One Piece, and she knew how valuable they truly were. At the entrance, Pudding watched nervously, her face reflecting the uncertainty she felt. She hesitated, then turned to Nick Pin with a soft voice. Can you really take me away from here? Nick Pin, sensing her apprehension, decided it was time to reassure her. He slowly turned towards her, squatted down to her level, and offered a warm smile. Of course, I can. You're not a bad person, Pudding, you're just a girl who wants to be free. I promise, I'll take you away from here. Pudding's heart skipped a beat at the sincerity in Nickpin's voice. She had spent so long living in fear, under the oppressive control of Big Mom, that she had forgotten what kindness and understanding felt like. Nickpin's words shook her deeply, but she couldn't help but wonder how he knew so much about her life. Her curiosity got the better of her. "How do you know about me?" Pudding asked, her voice laced with confusion. Nickpin smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated the question. He walked over to a set of stone steps and sat down, patting the space next to him. After a moment of hesitation, Pudding joined him, still unsure but intrigued. "I knew you'd ask that," Nickpin said, his tone gentle yet firm. "I met someone from the Three-Eyed Tribe before." Pudding's eyes widened with hope. "My father?" She blurted out, her voice filled with excitement. Nickpin shook his head. "No, not your father, but he knew your father and was a close friend of his." Pudding's hope flickered. "Do you know where he is now? Is he still alive?" she asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. Nickpin's expression softened as he sighed and shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The man I met told me that their island was attacked by pirates, most of the tribe was killed, and the survivors were scattered across the world. Your father escaped with him, but they got separated along the way." Pudding's face fell, and she hugged her knees, looking down at the ground. "So, my father never abandoned me, he was forced to leave," she whispered, her voice filled with both sadness and relief. Nickpin gently patted her back. "Yes, Pudding, your father cared for you, he wanted to be with you, but circumstances tore him away. I'm sure you'll find him one day." The weight of Nickpin's words lifted some of the heavy burden Pudding had carried all her life. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that her father hadn't willingly left her. She sat in silence for a while, lost in thought. "Thank you," she whispered after some time. Nickpin remained silent, knowing that sometimes a small white lie was kinder than the harsh truth. He suspected, just as Pudding did, that many of the fathers of the Charlotte family had met unfortunate ends after being discarded by Big Mom. But there was no need to add to her pain now. After a moment of quiet, Pudding broke the silence again. "Nickpin," she began, her voice small and unsure. "I have something to ask you." Nickpin turned to her, his curiosity piqued. "What is it?" he asked. "After we leave Whole Cake Island, can I stay with your crew? The world is so big, and I have nowhere to go. I want to find my father, and maybe, if I'm with you, I'll have a chance." Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued, "Please, Nickpin, let me stay on your ship, until I find him." Before Nickpin could react, Pudding dropped to her knees in front of him, her delicate frame trembling as she begged. "Please." Nickpin, taken aback, quickly reached out and lifted her to her feet. "Pudding, you don't need to beg, I promise, you can stay with us, but I need you to promise me one thing too," he said, wiping the tears from her face. What is it?" Pudding asked, still shaken. Nickpin smiled softly. "Promise me you won't kneel down every time you need help." Pudding stared at him, confused for a moment, before breaking into a smile through her tears. "I promise," she exclaimed, laughing as relief washed over her. Chapter 263. Charlotte Pudding cried with excitement, overwhelmed by emotions she hadn't felt in years. As the tears flowed freely, Nickpin gently patted her back to comfort her, allowing her to release the pain she had kept inside for so long. No. I can't stay on your ship." Nickpin raised an eyebrow, his confusion evident. "What's wrong?" Pudding's face tensed with fear as she spoke. "I'm from the Three-Eyed Tribe, I have one more eye than you. If you or anyone else sees my third eye, you'll be scared. Even you, if you see it, you'll dislike me." Her years with Big Mom's pirate crew had scarred her deeply. The ridicule from her family and others around her had made her self-conscious, turning her third eye into a symbol of her insecurity. Nickpin, knowing her past and her fears from reading the original manga, didn't flinch. He knew how to help her overcome her insecurities. "Really? Then can you let me see your third eye?" Nickpin asked, deliberately feigning ignorance. Pudding's heart raced. Was he really asking to see her eye? The same eye that had caused her so much pain and isolation? "No, you'll be scared," she said, shaking her head, rejecting the request as she backed away slightly. "How could I be scared? A lovely girl like you surely has a third eye that's just as bright and beautiful as the other two. Despite her deeply ingrained fears, Pudding couldn't help but be swayed by his gentle words. For years, she had been subjected to ridicule. But here was someone speaking to her with nothing but kindness and sincerity. Hesitant but trusting, she finally lifted the bangs covering her forehead, revealing her tightly closed third eye. The tension in the air was palpable as Pudding nervously waited for Nickpin's reaction, her mind replaying all the times her siblings and others had mocked her. Those cruel faces. Those harsh words, they had left deep scars. She feared the disgust she was sure she'd see on Nickpin's face, just like she had seen on so many others. But instead of recoiling, Nickpin reached out and gently held her hand, preventing her from hiding her face again. He leaned in. His eyes filled with curiosity, but also with warmth. He stared directly at her third eye, studying it carefully without a trace of fear. You're not afraid?" Pudding asked in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Afraid?" Nickpin said with exaggerated shock. "Don't be ridiculous. Such a beautiful, clear eye, why should I be afraid? I've never seen anything so unique and lovely before." Without realizing it, Nickpin's hands gently cupped Pudding's face, holding her as though she was the most delicate, precious thing in the world. Pudding's instinct was to pull away, but her body betrayed her. She couldn't summon the strength to push him back. Instead, an internal battle raged within her. Should she push him away, as she had always done with everyone else who had hurt her? Or should she allow herself to be vulnerable, trusting him to not hurt her? Her defenses, carefully built over years of suffering, began to crumble. And then, for the first time, she let her guard down completely. Her trembling hands fell to her sides, and she allowed Nickpin to gaze freely at her third eye. Nickpin smiled at her, a true, heartfelt smile. "You really are beautiful, Pudding, there's nothing to hide." Pudding's third eye began to water, as if responding to the emotions flooding her heart. Without warning, she threw herself into Nickpin's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Woo woo woo." Nickpin gently stroked her hair, speaking softly. "Hey, no need for tears, if people see you crying like this, they'll think I'm being mean to you." "I'm sorry, I'm just so happy," Pudding mumbled through her tears. "You're the first person who's ever accepted me." Nickpin chuckled softly. "You're so cute and beautiful, Pudding, I can't believe anyone wouldn't accept you, maybe they're the ones with the problem, not you." Pudding let out a soft giggle through her sobs, Nickpin's lightheartedness easing her sadness. She wiped her eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. "Do you really think your friends will accept me too?" Nickpin didn't hesitate. "Absolutely, look, if we can accept a talking skeleton as part of our crew, accepting a lovely girl like you is nothing." Pudding's mind flashed back to the hall where she had seen Brook among the Straw Hats. At the time, she had thought he was some kind of summoned creature. Realizing now that he was an actual member of the crew, her confidence surged. "You're right," Pudding said, finally smiling. "If they can accept a skeleton, maybe I'll fit in too." Nickpin smiled back, but his expression turned serious for a moment. "Pudding, I know you've lived in a world of suspicion and deceit for a long time, but if you're going to join our crew, you have to be sincere with everyone, we'll all be sincere with you." Pudding's face softened, and she nodded, though her thoughts seemed conflicted. "I understand." Nickpin added, "And one more thing, your memory fruit, you can't use it on the crew, we're your friends, and we need to trust each other." Pudding nodded again, this time more firmly. "I promise." Then, curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, "Aren't you worried that I've already used my powers to modify your memory, to make you accept me?" Nickpin laughed, giving her nose a playful tap. "Not at all." "Why?" Pudding asked, genuinely curious. Nickpin's eyes softened as he answered, "Because when I looked into your third eye, I could see the kindness in your heart." Of course, Nickpin had no need to worry about Pudding's powers. His protection from the goddess of holy light ensured she couldn't affect him. But his words touched her deeply, more than any truth could have. He understood her. Truly understood her. Pudding's heart swelled with emotions she hadn't known she was capable of feeling. "Nickpin, thank you." Nickpin gave her a warm smile. "Now, no more deception, just be yourself, okay?" Pudding looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes once more, but this time they were tears of joy. She grabbed hold of Nickpin's shirt, clinging to him as though he were her lifeline. "I promise, I won't hide anymore," Pudding whispered, her heart overflowing with gratitude and relief. For the first time in her life, she felt free. Chapter 264. The whole Cake Chateau hall was tense, the air thick with the weight of impending conflict. Big Mom remained unconscious, while the cadres of the Big Mom pirates stood still, uncertain of what action to take. The guests, who had come to enjoy the banquet, found themselves amidst chaos, unsure of how to proceed. They remained silent, not wanting to risk their lives by intervening in the escalating battle. Amidst the quiet tension, Vinsmoke Niji's voice broke the silence, filled with contempt. "Father, I think we should teach that idiot Sanji a lesson." Vinsmoke Judge, his expression unreadable, remained silent for a moment before giving a nod. "Go." Judge had seen the power of the Straw Hat pirates, but he was curious to see Sanji's true strength, now that so much time had passed. After all, a battle between brothers didn't seem like something the others would interfere with. Niji grinned with excitement, eager for the confrontation. "Hey, trash. Let me see just how much stronger you've gotten." He taunted, stepping forward with arrogance. Brook, ever the one to enjoy a show, stepped in front of Sanji with a flourish. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, it seems there's some family discord here. Sanji, would you like me to teach this ignorant boy a lesson in your place?" Sanji, calm and composed, shook his head with a slight smile. "No need, Brook, it's time they understood what it means to be a frog in a well." He stepped forward to face Niji, his hands in his pockets, his demeanor cool and collected. "You were born with genetic enhancements, raised as a superhuman, and I was born ordinary, and you treated me like trash because of it. Technology may have given you strength, but in the vastness of this ocean, there are countless powers you have yet to comprehend. You have no idea how powerful I've become." Sanji's words were steady, but the intensity in his eyes spoke volumes. As he spoke, his physical energy surged, and an invisible power, his chakra, began to flow around him, palpable to everyone present. "Ha! Trash is still trash, no matter what kind of teammates you've got. Technology will show you how foolish you really are." With a sneer, Niji rushed at Sanji, his fist crackling with electricity aimed directly at Sanji's face. But as Niji closed in, Sanji's aura shifted. A powerful energy erupted from within him as he activated the 8 inner gates technique. Gate of view, open. In an instant, Sanji opened the 6th gate, releasing a torrent of energy. He wasn't underestimating Niji. But he also wasn't about to hold back. After all, Niji had tormented him throughout their childhood, and it was time to show him just how far he had surpassed his brothers. Sanji grinned to himself. Niji wasn't worthy of seeing the 7th gate. As Niji's fist neared Sanji, there was a sudden gust of wind. Niji's eyes widened in shock as Sanji's foot connected with his chin in a perfectly timed upward kick. Tendon du diableth devil's tendon. The force of the kick sent Niji rocketing into the air, his body a blur as it crashed through the ceiling. Before Niji could even react, Sanji's shadow appeared above him, having already moved to intercept his fall. Crochet Arian du diableth devil's aerial hook. Sanji's kick slammed into Niji with brutal force, sending him hurtling back to the ground even faster than before. The impact of his fall shook the entire chateau, leaving Niji's head embedded deep in the floor, his legs sticking out comically. The entire hall fell silent, the guests and pirates alike in stunned disbelief. No way. Niji got beaten by that idiot Sanji. Even Ichiji, normally composed, couldn't hide his disdain. "You're worse than trash, Niji. Damn it. The war machine I spent years perfecting, ruined by him." Despite his words, none of the brothers seemed to care about Niji's actual injury. Their emotional conditioning had long since stripped them of any real concern for each other. They were more focused on their roles as tools of war. Sanji landed softly, hands still in his pockets, his gaze piercing through Judge. "I haven't even used my full strength, and yet your so-called perfect weapon is already beaten. Arrogant fool. You'll have to get through me first." In a blink, Ichiji was beside Sanji, his fist glowing with a bright, fiery energy. He threw a punch with all his might, aiming for Sanji's head. But in less than a second, Ichiji was hurled backward, crashing into the wall, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Yanji, seeing his brothers defeated so easily, rushed in next. His attack, fueled by the same reckless bravado, was just as ineffective. He, too, followed his brothers, crashing into the opposite wall. Reiju. Why haven't you done anything yet? Reiju's face darkened. Unlike her brothers, she had emotions, real human feelings. She cared for Sanji and had no desire to harm him. But Judge's expectations weighed heavily on her. To disobey him would bring consequences. Realizing she was being watched, Reiju's heart raced. Should she attack her brother, the only family member she had ever cared for? Or should she defy Judge and face the repercussions? Torn between her emotions and her role as a Vinsmoke, Reiju's face contorted with uncertainty. Sanji, noticing her hesitation, took a step forward. Reiju, you don't have to do this. Reiju. Do your duty. Her body tensed, and Reiju found herself caught between her loyalty to the family that had raised her and the love she had for her younger brother, the only real family she had ever known. Sanji stared at her, his expression softening. You've always been better than them, Reiju, don't let them control you. Chapter 265. I see. Vinsmoke Judge, the old and calculating man, had quickly assessed the situation. His eyes narrowed as he realized what was happening with Reiju. Without hesitation, he took control of the moment. Electromagnetic hand. A sudden surge of electromagnetic energy burst from Judge's hand, drawing Reiju towards him. His grip was unrelenting. And the pulse rendered her technological enhancements useless. Judge had been prepared for this eventuality, had built failsafe measures into his children's suits, ensuring they could never fully oppose him. Ah! Reiju gasped, struggling in vain. Her body was powerless under the influence of the electromagnetic field, and she could feel her strength waning. Judge's plan had worked perfectly, disabling her abilities. Stop! What are you doing? Judge laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. I knew you cared too much about your sister, Sanji, you see. Emotions make you weak. They make you a failure as a warrior. His voice dripped with contempt as he taunted his son. Sanji gritted his teeth. What do you want? Judge's expression darkened. Although you're flawed, Sanji. Your potential is remarkable, likely the strongest of all my children, my genetic enhancements at work. If you return to me and undergo a minor operation, I'll spare Reiju. In fact, I'll make her stronger by replacing her with mechanical parts. Damn it. Don't push me. Judge's voice grew colder. I'm not forcing you, Sanji, but if you refuse, I'll cut off her arm right now, and replace it with something better. Without hesitation, Judge raised a blade engulfed in flames, preparing to strike at Reiju. No. Sanji's scream filled the room. He was ready to rush forward, to stop his father from harming his sister, but he was too slow. The blade came down but not on Reiju. Boom! A loud crash reverberated through the whole cake chateau. Judge was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing through wall after wall, his flaming sword flung from his hand. Reiju, moments from collapse, was caught by a strong arm. She blinked in shock, her eyes landing on the man who had saved her, Nick Pin, the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hello, Sanji's sister, Nick Pin said with a charming grin as he helped her stand. Thank you for helping Sanji escape that hellhole, we're lucky to have him. Reiju, though shaken, gave a small smile. You're quite humorous, she murmured, though the awkwardness in her voice betrayed her surprise. Nickpin's words had caught her off guard, and she wasn't sure how to respond. Nickpin's eyes softened as he turned to Sanji. You've got a great crew now, Reiju, Sanji's not alone anymore. Sanji, watching the scene, was overcome with emotion. Sister, his voice trembled, and a simple word struck a chord in Reiju's heart. In the Vinsmoke family, being called sister held a weight it didn't in other families. It was a luxury, a bond that was denied to her in the cold, mechanical world she had grown up in. Hearing it now, from Sanji, made her chest tighten with emotions she had long since buried. Nickpin's voice interrupted the moment. Sanji, your sister justified your father. If she stays in Germa 66, Judge will force her into surgery, remove her emotions, and turn her into a heartless machine. Sister. Come with us. Join the Straw Hat Pirates and leave Germa 66 behind. Yeah. That'd be awesome. I have no objections, Nick Pin added, backing Sanji up. The crew's decision was clear, they would welcome Reiju into their family without hesitation. Reiju looked at the faces of the Straw Hat Pirates so full of life, emotion, and genuine care for one another. She smiled, but it was tinged with sadness. No, I can't leave Germa 66. But if you stay, Judge will turn you into a zombie. He'll take away everything that makes you human. Reiju was caught in her conflicting emotions. Could she abandon the kingdom, knowing what would happen if she left? But at the same time, could she face the reality of losing her emotions, her humanity? Enough of this. Sanji has made it clear, and as the vice captain, I agree, you're coming with us. Without waiting for her consent, Nickpin scooped Reiju up into his arms. Reiju's face flushed with surprise, but she didn't resist. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. For the first time, she felt free. Nickpin glanced at the crew. All right, let's retreat. Right. The Straw Hat Pirates responded in unison, their voices filled with resolve. As they rushed out of the Whole Cake Chateau, Reiju cast one last glance back at the world she was leaving behind. Germa 66, her father, her cold, emotionless brothers. Chapter 266. The Golden Mary sailed smoothly away from the Totoland waters, cutting through the ocean with ease as it continued its journey. The Straw Hat Pirates had overcome another powerful foe in Big Mom and left Whole Cake Island behind, their sights set on the unknown adventures ahead. If they were to follow the events of the original timeline, their next stop would have been the mysterious island of Zou. However, Nickpin knew that the world they now inhabited was not bound by the same constraints. With Momonosuke not yet born, Luffy had no reason to head to Zou, but Nickpin had other plans. Within the depths of Zou's ancient whale tree, Nickpin knew there was a road poneglyph, an essential piece of the puzzle that would lead to the legendary One Piece. This was not a detour they could afford to miss. With the plot already altered, Nickpin decided it was time to adjust the course manually. As the crew went about their usual routines, practicing their fighting techniques and enjoying a hearty meal, Nickpin suddenly appeared above the deck, surveying the sea with an intense gaze. Holding the god-killing stare in his hand, his sharp eyes scanned the horizon as his observation hockey spread out like a web, reaching across the sea for miles. After a week of searching, he finally found what he had been looking for. Guess what Nickpin and I discovered today? Usopp asked excitedly during dinner, his voice bubbling with enthusiasm. An island full of treasure. Nami replied, her eyes lighting up with greed. A paradise full of beautiful women. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as his imagination ran wild. Two sword masters fighting on top of a mountain. Zoro mused, his hand instinctively resting on his sword hilt. Meat. Luffy shouted, his mind entirely focused on food as always. The lively banter at the dinner table filled the air with laughter, each Straw Hat giving their best guess, though none came close to the truth. Has my brother always been this, lewd? Reiju asked, her face slightly flushed as she glanced at Sanji, whose daydreams had taken over again. Nami nodded with a grin, and the rest of the crew chuckled in agreement. But Nickpin, ever the opportunist, couldn't help himself. Sanji's not usually like this. Everyone turned their attention to Nickpin, waiting for him to finish his sentence. Reiju, relieved by his words, sighed quietly, glad that her brother wasn't always so outrageous. He's usually worse than this, Nickpin added with a sly grin. Reiju's relief vanished instantly, her face freezing in disbelief as the rest of the table burst out in laughter. She covered her face with her hands, clearly embarrassed by the turn of the conversation. The crew couldn't stop laughing, the teasing hitting just the right note. Usopp, what did you actually see? Luffy asked, his curiosity piqued. Usopp's earlier excitement had grabbed his attention, and now he wanted to know more. With dramatic flair, Usopp crossed his arms and stood up. I saw a giant elephant walking through the sea. The crew fell silent for a moment before they erupted into more laughter. An elephant walking in the sea? Nami raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. A giant creature standing tall between the heavens and the sea. Usopp continued with enthusiasm, not backing down. Its legs rise from the ocean, and its body reaches into the clouds. Laughter broke out once more. Even the ever-serious Zoro cracked a smile. Usopp, you're lying again. Nami scolded, trying to catch her breath from laughing so hard. Why don't you just say it's flying in the clouds? Zoro quipped. Hey. I'm not lying. Nick Pin saw it too. All eyes turned to Nick Pin, who nodded in confirmation. Yes, Usopp's right, there's a giant elephant out there. The crew's laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. Nanny! Chopper exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with awe. There are creatures that big. That's amazing. Can it really be that big? Zoro muttered to himself, still trying to process the idea. Awesome. Let's go find it. Maybe there's a whole island on its back. Idiot. That thing could crush us and our ship with one step. Reiju, who had been quietly observing the conversation, spoke up. You must be talking about Zo. Everyone turned to Reiju, their curiosity piqued once more. What's Zo? Luffy asked, his eyes wide with excitement. It sounds like a place name, Zoro remarked, still intrigued. Reiju nodded. It is, in the New World, there's a massive elephant that constantly roams the ocean, its size is unimaginable, so much so that an entire island has formed on its back, that island is called Zoth Moving Island. The room fell silent as the crew absorbed this information. Wow! Let's go to Zo. Calm down. That thing could destroy us in an instant if we get too close. Reiju smiled. Actually, the elephant doesn't attack others, it just wanders, but the inhabitants on its back, the Mink tribe, are very protective of their land, they won't hesitate to attack any humans that approach. See? I told you it's too dangerous. Nick Pin, however, stood up and spoke. No, we have to go. Everyone turned to him, surprised. Why do we have to go? Nami asked, her voice softening as she took Nick Pin's arm. Nick Pin's expression was serious. I learned from someone in Big Mom's crew that there's a road poneglyph on Zo, if Luffy wants to become the Pirate King, we need to find it. Robin's eyes lit up at the mention of a poneglyph. A road poneglyph. Hearing that, Nami sighed, her shoulders slumping. Alright, fine, I guess we don't have a choice. Chapter 267. The Going Merry floated gracefully next to the towering leg of the ancient elephant. Known as Senesha. Its immense size blocked out the sky above, and the crew marveled at the colossal creature that loomed over them like a living mountain. The sheer magnitude of the sight left everyone in awe. It's like looking up at an endless wall. Usopp gasped, shielding his eyes as he tried to peer through the swirling clouds above. I can't even see where it ends. We're here, but how do we get up there? Frankie asked, arms crossed, a serious look on his face. The ship can't just climb it. Luffy grinned, showing his usual fearlessness. It's easy. He shouted, and without another word, he stretched his arms out, gripping onto the coarse leg hair of the giant elephant. With a swift yank, he shot into the air like a slingshot. You idiot. You can get up there, but what about the rest of us? I'll fly up. Reiju smiled confidently, activating her technological leg enhancements. Flames burst from her boots, propelling her into the sky. Nami, not wanting to be left out, hopped onto her weapon and took off into the air like she was riding a broomstick. I can fly too, thanks to the Clow cards. The others stood there, looking dumbfounded. You can all fly. What about the rest of us? Robin stepped forward, crossing her arms as she activated the power of her flower fruit. A series of arms sprouted from the elephant's legs, extending up toward the sky. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he marveled at Robin. Robin-chan, you're so thoughtful. Reiju, watching Sanji's fawning behavior, shook her head in disbelief, amused by her brother's antics. However, after a few moments, Robin sighed. No, this elephant is too tall, my arms can't reach the top. The momentary excitement faded from Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie as they realized the challenge still remained. What if we let the Going Merry float up? A small voice suggested, cutting through the conversation. It was Little Mary, the ship's spirit. Float. Nami was taken aback. I can't just make the whole ship fly like that. Nick Pin chuckled. I think Little Mary means making the Going Merry lighter like mist. Exactly. Little Mary nodded. I can give the ship the quality of fog, making it as light as air, then, with just a little lift, it'll float upwards. Sanji, Usopp, and the others lit up with excitement. Long live Little Mary. They cheered in unison, relieved that they wouldn't be left behind. Okay. Let's do it. It's working. We're floating. The crew watched in awe as the ship, now weightless, gently ascended into the sky, carried by a slight breeze. The massive legs of Zanesha passed below them as they steadily made their way higher and higher. Wow, it's really working. Usopp danced excitedly around the deck. Don't celebrate just yet, Nickpin warned. The mink tribe won't take kindly to humans arriving on their land. Nickpin's words brought a sobering reality to the crew. The minks, although honorable, were known for their fierce protection of their homeland. Nevertheless, Nickpin remained focused on the mission at hand. Their primary goal was the road poneglyph hidden within the whale tree. With the going merry safely on the elephant's back, Nickpin shrunk the ship and stored it away, allowing everyone to disembark. The group decided to split up, with Nickpin and Robin heading toward the whale forest, while the rest of the crew explored the island. Nickpin's observation hockey gave them a clear advantage in navigating the unfamiliar terrain, making their infiltration into the whale forest swift and unnoticed. As they entered the forest, the towering trees formed a canopy above them, creating a mystical atmosphere. In the heart of the forest, the ancient road poneglyph stood tall, bathed in the dappled light filtering through the leaves. No one's guarding it, Robin remarked, surprised by the lack of security. Nickpin nodded, his gaze scanning the area. This must be a sacred place for the mink tribe. Normally, they wouldn't expect anyone to trespass here. In the original timeline, the minks had hidden Reizo of Wano here. But with the altered timeline, Reizo hadn't yet traveled through time, so there were no surprises waiting for them. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere was broken by the distant sound of shouting. "Is that, Luffy?" Robin asked, her eyes widening. Nickpin smirked. "Sounds like they've already started a fight." Robin sighed but couldn't help smiling. "Leave it to Luffy to start trouble. Let them handle it, we've got work to do," Nickpin replied. Chapter 268. Nickpin and Robin emerged from the whale forest after completing their task. The sight that greeted them was somewhat amusing. The entire mink tribe, including the formidable Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, lay unconscious in neat rows on the ground. "You didn't kill anyone, did you?" Nickpin asked, glancing at the toppled minks scattered around. Zoro sheathed his sword with a smirk. "Relax, I used the back of the blade. They attacked us first. We were just defending ourselves." Luffy, who seemed less concerned, pointed at the two leaders, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. "Those two gave us a bit of a fight, but the rest weren't much trouble." Even as they lay there, the faint groans of Inuarashi and Nekomamushi could be heard. Despite their defeated state, they twitched as if they could still hear the Straw Hats' words. "Are we really that weak?" they thought, inwardly groaning. "No, they're just too strong." Zo, being so isolated, rarely received updates on the outside world, and the minks were unaware of the true power the Straw Hat pirates had accumulated. Although Inuarashi and Nekomamushi had sailed with the legendary Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates, even they could not have foreseen the overwhelming strength these young pirates now possessed. "Did you manage to copy the poneglyph?" Nami asked eagerly, rushing over to Nickpin, her arm casually looping around his shoulders. Nickpin smiled. "Yep, we've got it all. Next stop, Wano. According to the intel, one of Kaido's poneglyphs is also a road poneglyph." Wano? The mention of the land of samurai sent a shock through Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. The two leaders exchanged worried glances, but they remained still, feigning unconsciousness to avoid drawing attention. The Straw Hat pirates, meanwhile, paid no mind to the twitching minks and prepared to leave Zo behind. Once Nickpin and the others were well out of sight, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi finally sat up, their faces grim with concern. "Old cat," Inuarashi began, his voice serious. "They're heading to Wano, aren't they?" Nekomamushi nodded, crossing his arms. "That's what they said, and Kaido's got one of the road poneglyphs. They're trying to reach Raftel." Inuarashi sighed. Such ambitious youngsters. The two veteran warriors remained silent for a moment before Nekomamushi spoke again. "Should we take this opportunity to go with them? To Wano?" Inuarashi considered it carefully but eventually shook his head. "No, we can't stray from our original mission, we must wait for the promised time." Although disappointed, Nekomamushi nodded in agreement. "You're right, old dog, we can't interfere now." Meanwhile, back on the Going Merry, the Straw Hat pirates were sailing toward their next destination, Wano. Inside the cabin, Nickpin was working on some manga-related tasks when a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Nickpin called without looking up, setting down his paintbrush. The door opened, and in walked Charlotte Pudding and Reiju. "Sanji said you wanted to see us?" Reiju asked, her long legs carrying her confidently to Nickpin's desk. There was a slight challenge in her eyes as she stared at Nickpin, a look that piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Charlotte Pudding stood in the middle of the room, her hands clasped politely in front of her. Her posture was much more reserved, showing the delicate manners of a young girl. Nickpin stood up with a smile. "Yes, you've both been on the ship for a while now, and I'm sure you're curious about where we get our strength." Pudding's eyes lit up, her curiosity piqued, though there was still a trace of nervousness. Is that really something we can know?" Reiju, ever direct, raised her chin. "It's from those manga, right?" She gestured toward the many shelves filled with manga volumes. "All of you draw your power from them?" Nickpin nodded, his smile widening. "Exactly, each manga is its own world, and those worlds offer incredible power to those who train within them, but I'm curious, why haven't either of you come to ask me about it? Don't you want to become stronger?" While most of the Straw Hat pirates had eagerly sought out the manga to train and develop new powers, Reiju and Pudding had been uncharacteristically quiet about it. Nickpin found this surprising. Pudding's eyes sparkled with excitement, but her voice remained hesitant. "See, can I really?" Nickpin could see the uncertainty on her face. She was afraid of rejection, afraid of being seen as unworthy. Reiju, on the other hand, remained composed but still cautious. "What's the price?" Nickpin blinked. "Price?" "The cost," Reiju clarified. "Your crew's strength rivals that of the admirals and even the four emperors. The power from those manga must be immensely valuable. Surely, you're not just giving it away for free." Nickpin chuckled. "For friends, there's no price, but if you insist, I suppose you could offer something in return. It's up to you." Reiju thought for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "I'll consider it." Nickpin then turned to Charlotte Pudding, expecting a similar reaction. To his surprise, Pudding's face had turned bright red. I'll think of something to give back too." She blurted out, clearly misunderstanding Nickpin's intentions. She nervously fidgeted in place, thinking she had to offer something significant in return. Nickpin couldn't help but smile. "She's really overthinking this." "I just wanted to help you two get stronger," Nickpin said, his tone kind. "There's no need to overthink it." Chapter 269. Charlotte Pudding and Reiju stood before the manga bookshelf, their eyes filled with curiosity. Pudding, quick to adjust after her earlier hesitation, had already picked out a manga with excitement. She held it up with a bright smile. "I'll choose this one," she said, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Nickpin, intrigued, glanced at the manga Pudding had selected. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Marvel, Cyclops." Nickpin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Really, Pudding? Of all the powers in the multiverse, you pick Cyclops?" He tried to imagine the three-eyed girl wielding Cyclops' optic blast, and the image was both amusing and concerning. If she can control it, this might actually be a perfect fit, Nickpin mused. But if she can't? He could already see the chaos that might unfold if Pudding couldn't keep her optic blast in check. The thought of her accidentally discharging beams of energy from her third eye at the wrong moment made him chuckle again. "I better not stand in her line of sight." Note, the translation is just Cyclops, don't have the context, so my guess is Marvel Cyclops from Nickpin said if Pudding can control Cyclops at will. But if you have any other ideas, please comment. Still, Nickpin decided not to intervene. Fate can be unpredictable, he thought. Let's see where this goes. Meanwhile, Reiju, more methodical in her approach, browsed through the manga carefully, studying each title and its description with a discerning eye. After several minutes, she finally made her decision and pulled a book from the shelf. Nickpin raised an eyebrow as he read the title. Fate Series, Artoria Pendragon. Reiju chose Saber's story. Nickpin was surprised. Reiju wasn't known for swordsmanship, yet she had chosen the manga of a legendary swordswoman. He couldn't help but admire her thoughtful decision. She must have a deeper reason for this choice, Nickpin thought as he observed her calm, composed demeanor. The next few days passed in relative peace as the crew continued their training. Nickpin, preoccupied with other matters. Hadn't checked his system notifications for a while. But when he finally opened the logs, he was astonished by the progress his crew had made. Your fan Monkey D. Luffy has become stronger in the manga, One Punch Man. Conqueror's Hockey has been upgraded to the primary level. You get 10 points. Your fan Nami captured a card in the manga, Cardcaptor Sakura. You also gained the card's ability. You get 4 points. Your fan Waranoa Zoro has improved his strength in the world of the manga Kenpachi Zaraki biography and gained the power of Shunpa Flash Step. You have also gained the power of Shunpa Flash Step. You have earned 5 points. Your fan Usopp has trained the God Killer Star's Shirkai ability, Skyfall Star, in the manga world Bleach, Etsunemea. You have simultaneously obtained the God Killer Star's Shirkai ability, Skyfall Star. You get 9 points. Your fan Nico Robin has improved her strength in the manga Uzumaki Naruto and has mastered the S-level Forbidden Technique. The Spiritualization Technique. You have also obtained the S-level Forbidden Technique, the Spiritualization Technique. You have gained 10 points. Your fan Chopper developed the Virgo Hectos Rainbow Flames of the Dark Princess Wave Ball from Strike the Blood. You also gain the Virgo Hectos Rainbow Flames of the Dark Princess Wave Ball. You get 7 points. Your fan Frankie's strength has been improved in the manga One Punch Man, Genos, and he has developed a Super Spiral Incineration Cannon. You also get a Super Spiral Incineration Cannon. You get 7 points. Your manga fan Brook has improved his strength in the manga Ghost Rider and trained the Eye of Judgment. You also obtained the Eye of Judgment. You get 6 points. Your fan Kaya has improved her strength in the manga Tsunade biography and has mastered the 100 Healings technique. You have also obtained the 100 Healings technique. You have gained 5 points. Your manga fan Ace has mastered the 5th level of Fire Dragon Slayer magic in the manga Fairy Tail, Natsu Dragne. You have also gained the 5th level of Fire Dragon Slayer magic. You have earned 8 points. Your manga fan Edward Newgate completed the 5th trial of the 12 labors in the manga Fate series, Heracles, and condensed the 5th level of God Hand. You also condensed the 5th level of the God Hand, and you received 5 points. Nick Pin was overwhelmed by how much his crew had progressed. Everyone is becoming so powerful, this journey is going to be something else. His points had also accumulated to the point where a new treasure chest was ready to be unlocked. Nick Pin opened the system interface and saw that the icon of the 5th treasure chest was glowing with vibrant, colorful light. This chest was different from the previous one. Something special was inside. Without hesitation, Nick Pin unlocked the chest. As the chest opened, a colorful glow filled the room, and a special icon appeared resembling a flashlight beaming upward. The head of the beam was a vague, shadowy figure. Nick Pin mentally connected with the icon, and the system's voice explained the new skill. Dimension Summon. This ability allows Nick Pin to randomly summon a character from any dimension for a maximum of 24 hours. Nick Pin can end the summoning early. But if left untouched, the summon will last the full day. The cooldown period for the skill is 24 hours. Nick Pin's eyes widened in surprise. A summoning skill from any dimension? The possibilities were endless, but the randomness could lead to unexpected results. He could summon a powerful ally or someone completely useless. Still, Nick Pin was intrigued. This is too good not to try. Without further delay, Nick Pin activated the summoning circle. White light filled the room as a dark golden magic circle appeared on the floor. The swirling energies of the magic rippled through the room, and a figure slowly began to emerge from the center of the circle. As the form became clearer, Nick Pin's initial excitement turned to shock and then mild disappointment. Nick Pin stood frozen, staring at the towering figure in front of him. Heracles. His first summon from the newly unlocked Dimension Summon skill had turned out to be none other than the mighty hero himself. Nick Pin's expectations had been for something a little less massive. A beautiful girl, perhaps. But instead, fate had sent him the bulliest of Mina demigod known for his immense strength and legendary labors. Heracles, with his muscular frame and imposing presence, remained silent, observing his surroundings with a stoic expression. He didn't seem too concerned about why he had been summoned, but his sheer presence alone made the room feel smaller. Nick Pin sighed inwardly. Of all the random possibilities, why did I get the protagonist from Whitebeard's chosen manga? Hey, big guy, Nick Pin said, trying to lighten the mood. I didn't really need a boulder-crushing demigod today, but welcome anyway. Heracles didn't respond. His intense, battle-hardened gaze continued to scan the room, as if he was assessing whether there were any threats. Nickpin could feel the weight of the silence pressing down. It wasn't that Heracles was intimidating Nickpin, more like the situation was simply awkward. Nickpin ran a hand through his hair, unsure of what to do next. I can't exactly send him back now. Not yet, anyway. He's supposed to stick around for up to 24 hours, unless I send him away sooner. He stepped forward and tried again. You know, Heracles, you don't have to crush anything or anyone, we're good here, how about we just chill? Heracles remained silent, but he didn't appear aggressive. That, at least, was a small comfort. Chapter 270. Nickpin contemplated for a moment, deciding it would be better to send this formidable beast back to its original dimension. Just as he was about to reverse the summoning process, Nickpin suddenly paused, his fingers hovering in the air. They're about to reach Wano country, and Kaido, Nickpin grimaced internally. That guy will definitely be a tough nut to crack. His eyes flickered with a sly idea. Since there was a ready-made beast here, why not let it cause some havoc before sending it back? Might as well make the most of this muscle. With that thought, Nickpin made up his mind to store Heracles away for now. Wano country, nestled somewhere in the vast seas of the New World, loomed in the distance. Its rugged terrain rose high, towering above the waves, reaching into the clouds like a colossal pillar of earth and stone. Unlike the wandering island of Zou, Wano remained steadfast, unmoving. The Going Merry faithfully followed the log pose, guiding the Straw Hat pirates straight toward their destination. No way. How is this island just like Zou, towering all the way to the clouds? Usopp, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, joined in, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Are we gonna have to use Little Mary's mist fruit again to get up there? Look. There's a waterfall right in the middle of the cliff. Yes. Little Mary giggled, her eyes alight with excitement as she prepared to activate the power of the mist fruit. As she summoned its power, misty thrusters manifested around the hull of the Going Merry. A moment later, several thrusters fired in unison, and the ship rocketed upward with a surge of force, lifting them off the sea. Is this okay? Sanji asked, gripping the railing as the ship began its ascent. Hey, hey, hey. This is so fun. Ha. It's just like that time on Sky Island. Little Mary is awesome. The crew cheered. Under the mist fruit's influence, the Going Merry sailed up the waterfall without a hitch, as if the impossible climb was a mere formality. Crash! The ship burst out from the waterfall and splashed into a serene lake above, the water shimmering beneath the late afternoon sun. It's incredible. The entrance to this country is above the waterfall. For him, the adventure was just about to kick off. Phew! Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping broke the tranquil air. Everyone's heads snapped upward, their eyes locking onto a figure soaring above them. Pirates from the outer sea. What a bunch of idiots. Whoosh! A surge of spiritual power radiated from below, and the arrow was obliterated mid-air. Followed by the figure being struck by a counterattack. A split second later, the man plummeted to the ground, blood spraying through the air as he crashed by the lake with a sickening thud. Usopp casually lowered his bow, adjusting the brim of his hat as he stepped forward. Frankie leapt onto the shore, his metal arms flexing as he grabbed hold of the fallen man. Who sent you to attack us? Frankie demanded, shaking the dazed figure. You kidding me? You guys just invaded Governor Kaido's territory, and you're asking me why I attacked you? Isn't this Wano country? Since when did it become pirate territory? Of course Wano is Governor Kaido's domain. You see, rats have no idea how doomed you are, do you? Despite being restrained, the Batman wasn't scared. His arrogance stemmed from the knowledge that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, had his back. With Kaido's protection, those like him roamed Wano freely, unchecked and untouchable. Nickpin couldn't help but smirk at the sight of the Batman's misplaced confidence. In the original story, this guy had been nicknamed the Bat King, but now the Straw Hats were far more notorious than their former selves, far more powerful. However, this gatekeeper of the Beast's pirates had no clue, cut off from the outside world. It was no surprise he didn't recognize any of the Straw Hats. Why? Luffy asked, genuinely curious. Didn't you hear me? This is Kaido's territory, Luffy blinked, then nodded with sudden understanding. Oh, I get it, you mean Kaido's gonna try and kill us? Huh, bingo. Batman sneered, his lips curling in amusement. Smack. Before he could finish his mocking laugh, Nick Pin slapped him across the face. Since you know where Kaido is, then things just got easier for us, take us to him, Nick Pin ordered, his tone deadly serious. Their goal was clear, find Kaido, secure the poneglyph. And if Kaido's men were going to show up, then why not use them to their advantage? You still dare to hit me? The Batman, stunned by Nick Pin's audacity, gaped in disbelief. How could anyone hit him after hearing Kaido's name? Bang! Smack! Smack! Nick Pin slapped the Batman several more times in quick succession, leaving him dazed and humiliated. Any more questions? Nick Pin asked, his hand still raised. No more, the Batman stammered, fear overtaking his earlier bravado. Good, lead the way, we're going to find Kaido, Nick Pin instructed coolly. Why yes. Right away. With the Batman leading them, the Going Merry sailed once again, propelled effortlessly by the mist fruit. They passed through a misty sea. Their surroundings growing eerier by the moment. Soon, an ominous island appeared on the horizon, its centerpiece a giant skeleton that loomed menacingly over the landscape. My lords, Governor Kaido's headquarters is just ahead, the Batman, now bound by hell chains and forced to fly, bowed and nodded frantically as he spoke. Perfect. I'm gonna clobber Kaido. Wait a minute. Nick Pin interjected, reaching into his pocket. From within, he pulled out a miniature figure. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the tiny figure into the air. And as the wind caught it, the figure expanded, growing into the mighty form of Heracles, towering over 10 meters tall. Go, find Kaido. Chapter 271. Onigashima Island. A wild banquet was currently raging within the towering skeleton castle. The air was thick with the smell of food, alcohol, and the rowdy laughter of the beast's pirates. Nearly all of them were drunk, their faces flushed with liquor. Outside, in the misty square beneath the castle, a dark figure slowly made his approach. In his hand, a massive stone blade scraped against the ground, producing an ominous creaking sound that echoed through the eerie silence of the night. The sudden noise pierced through the drunken stupor of the guards stationed in the square, snapping them to attention. Who goes there? That tall figure, could it be a numbers? Hey! Who is that? Squinting through the thin mist, the pirates mistook the towering form of Heracles for one of the numbers massive, dim-witted giants who caused frequent disturbances, especially when drunk. The pirates of the beast's pirates had little fondness for the numbers, associating them more with chaos than comradeship. But as Heracles drew closer, the fog began to part, and the pirates' expressions shifted to confusion. Wait a second, who is this guy? He doesn't look like one of the numbers. Before the dazed pirates could question the imposing figure, Heracles acted. With a single, swift motion. He swung his jagged stone blade, the enormous weapon cutting through the air like a scythe. The blade connected with terrifying force, sending several pirates crashing into the nearby rocks with a deafening boom. The sheer impact left no room for survival. The drunken pirates' bodies exploded like overripe watermelons, blood splattering across the stone. Ah! Damn it! He killed Robbie and the others. We're under attack. The square erupted into chaos as the remaining pirates, jolted sober by the gruesome scene, scrambled to raise the alarm. Someone notify Lord Kaido. Panicked shouts echoed through the air as more pirates grabbed their weapons and charged toward Heracles. These men were no ordinary pirates, they were members of the beast's pirates. Notorious for their arrogance and cruelty. They feared no one outside of the four emperors themselves. In the pirate world, power was paramount, yet no matter how strong an individual, there was always the risk of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even the mighty Whitebeard had been wounded by hundreds of swords, guns, and cannon fired during the war at Marineford. No one was invincible when faced with a tide of enemies. With roars and howls, a dozen pirates rushed at Heracles, their eyes wild with bloodlust. But Heracles was unfazed. With another bellow of his own, he swung his colossal jagged blade, the force of each swing scattering the pirates like leaves in a violent storm. One by one, their bodies flew across the square, crashing to the ground, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, the dozen who had charged him lay motionless, their corpses scattered across the blood-stained skull square. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the skeleton castle. Oh no! Governor, we're under attack. Kaido stirred, his massive form shifting slightly, the stench of alcohol wafting from him in waves. It was clear the mighty emperor was still deep in his drunken haze. Your Excellency, the pirate tried to continue, his voice frantic, but before he could finish, a massive foot came crashing toward him from the side. Bang! The unfortunate pirate was sent flying into a nearby pillar, stars dancing in his vision. When the dizziness subsided, he blinked and saw that the one who had kicked him was none other than Sasaki of the Tobarapo. Idiot! Sasaki barked, glaring down at the dazed gifters. How dare you disturb Lord Kaido over such a trivial matter? He took a swig from the wine flask in his hand before carelessly tossing it aside. I'll go deal with this myself, don't wake him up. Ahahaha. Beside Kaido, Black Maria laughed softly, her hand covering her painted lips. If Lord Kaido wakes up and goes on a drunken rampage, it'll be worse than any enemy. She knew, as did all the officers, that when Kaido drank too much, he became a berserk force of destruction, attacking friend and foe alike without discrimination. As Sasaki made his way out of the hall, the tension began to rise. Stepping outside, Sasaki caught sight of Heracles, standing tall and imposing, as massive as one of the numbers. Humph, just a brainless fool from the giant clan, daring to cause trouble in Beast's pirates' territory, he's asking for death. Sasaki's voice was cold and brimming with contempt. Without hesitation, his form began to change. A circle of solid, fan-shaped bone sprouted around his neck, and 3 sharp, menacing horns jutted from his head. His muscles expanded several times over, his size and power becoming monstrous. Lord Sasaki is transforming. It's the ancient Triceratops form. Look at that power. The intruder is doomed. The pirates who had followed Sasaki outside were practically trembling with excitement. For them, watching one of the Tobarapo in action against a formidable foe was a rare treat. Sasaki sneered, glaring at Heracles as he lowered his body into an aggressive stance, much like a Triceratops preparing to charge. Idiot! You think you can run wild in our territory? What? It's spinning. Hey, is this normal? Of course. Triceratops can do that. That's Sasaki's signature move, the spinning frill. The rapid rotation of the skeletal frill created a powerful wind, distorting the air with a creaking sound that grew louder by the second. In an instant, Sasaki's massive body shot forward like a cannonball, his spinning frills leading the charge. Bula Triceratops! He roared, the force of his charge shaking the ground as he hurtled toward Heracles. But Heracles, seemingly confused by the display, blinked as Sasaki closed the distance. A bewildered expression crossed his face, his brow furrowing slightly as if trying to process what was happening in front of him. Without a word, Heracles slowly lifted his jagged stone blade, preparing to meet the charging Triceratops head-on. Bang! A blade sliced through the air. A wild banquet was currently raging within the towering skeleton castle. The air was thick with the smell of food, alcohol, and the rowdy laughter of the Beast's pirates. Nearly all of them were drunk, their faces flushed with liquor. Outside, in the misty square beneath the castle, a dark figure slowly made his approach. In his hand, a massive stone blade scraped against the ground, producing an ominous creaking sound that echoed through the eerie silence of the night. The sudden noise pierced through the drunken stupor of the guards stationed in the square, snapping them to attention. Who goes there? That tall figure, could it be a numbers? Hey, hey, hey! Who is that? Squinting through the thin mist, the pirates mistook the towering form of Heracles for one of the numbers' massive, dim-witted giants who caused frequent disturbances, especially when drunk. The pirates of the Beast's pirates had little fondness for the numbers, associating them more with chaos than comradeship. But as Heracles drew closer, the fog began to part, and the pirates' expressions shifted to confusion. Wait a second, who is this guy? He doesn't look like one of the numbers. Before the dazed pirates could question the imposing figure, Heracles acted. With a single, swift motion. He swung his jagged stone blade, the enormous weapon cutting through the air like a scythe. The blade connected with terrifying force, sending several pirates crashing into the nearby rocks with a deafening boom. The sheer impact left no room for survival. The drunken pirates' bodies exploded like overripe watermelons, blood splattering across the stone. Ah! Damn it! He killed Robbie and the others. We're under attack. The square erupted into chaos as the remaining pirates, jolted sober by the gruesome scene, scrambled to raise the alarm. Someone notify Lord Kaido. Panicked shouts echoed through the air as more pirates grabbed their weapons and charged toward Heracles. These men were no ordinary pirates, they were members of the Beast's pirates. Notorious for their arrogance and cruelty. They feared no one outside of the four emperors themselves. In the pirate world, power was paramount, yet no matter how strong an individual, there was always the risk of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Even the mighty Whitebeard had been wounded by hundreds of swords, guns, and cannon fired during the war at Marineford. No one was invincible when faced with a tide of enemies. With roars and howls, a dozen pirates rushed at Heracles, their eyes wild with bloodlust. But Heracles was unfazed. With another bellow of his own, he swung his colossal jagged blade, the force of each swing scattering the pirates like leaves in a violent storm. One by one, their bodies flew across the square, crashing to the ground, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, the dozen who had charged him lay motionless, their corpses scattered across the blood-stained skull square. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the skeleton castle. Oh no! Governor, we're under attack. Kaido stirred, his massive form shifting slightly, the stench of alcohol wafting from him in waves. It was clear the mighty emperor was still deep in his drunken haze. Your Excellency, the pirate tried to continue, his voice frantic, but before he could finish, a massive foot came crashing toward him from the side. Bang! The unfortunate pirate was sent flying into a nearby pillar, stars dancing in his vision. When the dizziness subsided, he blinked and saw that the one who had kicked him was none other than Sasaki of the Tobarapo. Idiot! Sasaki barked, glaring down at the dazed gifters. How dare you disturb Lord Kaido over such a trivial matter? He took a swig from the wine flask in his hand before carelessly tossing it aside. I'll go deal with this myself, don't wake him up. Ahahaha. Beside Kaido, Black Maria laughed softly, her hand covering her painted lips. If Lord Kaido wakes up and goes on a drunken rampage, it'll be worse than any enemy. She knew, as did all the officers, that when Kaido drank too much, he became a berserk force of destruction, attacking friend and foe alike without discrimination. As Sasaki made his way out of the hall, the tension began to rise. Stepping outside, Sasaki caught sight of Heracles, standing tall and imposing, as massive as one of the numbers. Humph, just a brainless fool from the giant clan, daring to cause trouble in Beast's pirates' territory, he's asking for death. Sasaki's voice was cold and brimming with contempt. Without hesitation, his form began to change. A circle of solid, fan-shaped bones sprouted around his neck, and three sharp, menacing horns jutted from his head. His muscles expanded several times over, his size and power becoming monstrous. Lord Sasaki is transforming. It's the ancient Triceratops form. Look at that power. The intruder is doomed. The pirates who had followed Sasaki outside were practically trembling with excitement. For them, watching one of the Tobarapo in action against a formidable foe was a rare treat. Sasaki sneered, glaring at Heracles as he lowered his body into an aggressive stance, much like a Triceratops preparing to charge. Idiot! You think you can run wild in our territory? What? It's spinning. Hey, is this normal? Of course. Triceratops can do that. That's Sasaki's signature move, the spinning frill. The rapid rotation of the skeletal frill created a powerful wind, distorting the air with a creaking sound that grew louder by the second. In an instant, Sasaki's massive body shot forward like a cannonball, his spinning frills leading the charge. Bula Triceratops! He roared, the force of his charge shaking the ground as he hurtled toward Heracles. But Heracles, seemingly confused by the display, blinked as Sasaki closed the distance. A bewildered expression crossed his face, his brow furrowing slightly as if trying to process what was happening in front of him. Without a word, Heracles slowly lifted his jagged stone blade, preparing to meet the charging Triceratops head-on. Bang! A blade sliced through the air. Chapter 272. Boom! With an ear-splitting roar, Heracles' serrated giant stone blade came crashing down onto the Triceratops' skull. The force behind the blow was devastating. Sasaki felt his head rattle, as if he had just been struck by a falling meteor. Everything went black. His senses dulled, and in the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. The jagged blade didn't stop there, it slashed again, hitting Sasaki's shoulders and head like a baseball bat smacking its target. The sheer power behind the attack sent Sasaki's massive body flying backward with a whoosh. Boom! Another thunderous explosion followed as Sasaki's body smashed into the outer wall of Skeleton Castle, the impact so intense that dust and debris were sent billowing into the air. Cracks, cracks, cracks. The force of the collision caused fissures to spiderweb out from where Sasaki had hit, spreading rapidly across the wall. Heracles stood still, watching Sasaki embedded in the wall like a broken toy. He tilted his head slightly, confused. Why would he seek death like this? Heracles seemed to wonder, shaking his head in disbelief. Ah! Ah! Am I dreaming? Did Lord Sasaki just get taken out in one strike? Hey, hey, hey! This isn't just a simple defeat that guy defeat Lord Sasaki in one blow. The minions who had accompanied Sasaki stared at Heracles, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Sasaki, one of the top-ranked Tobarapo, had fallen in an instant, leaving the pirates paralyzed in terror. Quick! Someone informed the governor. One of the smaller minions was the first to react, scrambling toward the entrance of the skeleton castle, fear pushing him to move faster. No, no! Lord Sasaki has been defeated. Defeated? Jack the Drought, who had been sipping on his drink, furrowed his brow, his expression one of incredulity as he glanced at the frantic minion. Are you kidding me? He thought, his drunken mind processing the absurdity of the situation. How long has it even been since Sasaki left? 10 seconds? 20 seconds? Jack was tipsy, but he still had a sense of time. It hadn't even been a minute since Sasaki went outside. Sasaki, killed in under a minute? Hey! You moron, did the door knock your brains loose? Even if Sasaki is weaker than me, there's no way he could die in under a minute. Who's Who, lounging back in his chair, one leg draped lazily over the armrest, chuckled softly, a cigarette dangling between his fingers. That's right, Sasaki might be an idiot, but it would take a real monster to kill him that quickly. Hell, not even Whitebeard could pull that off in such a short time. Page 1, seated nearby, spoke with calm certainty. Exactly, no matter how reckless Sasaki can be, killing him that fast is no small feat, who's capable of such power. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the entrance of the hall. All eyes turned toward the source of the commotion as the door and part of the wall exploded inward. Bang! A massive figure hurtled through the shattered doorway, slamming into the floor with a heavy thud that shook the entire hall. Everyone's gaze locked onto the fallen figure, their eyes widening in shock. There, lying sprawled out with his arms and legs spread in defeat, was Sasaki. His face was swollen, bruised, and utterly unrecognizable. What the? It's really Sasaki. Is this a joke? No one could deny it now. The minion's panicked report had been no exaggeration. Sasaki, one of the Tobarapo, had been decimated. A loud thud echoed through the hall as another knock sounded at the broken doorway. Everyone turned, holding their breath. A towering figure, as large as a mountain, stepped through the debris-filled entrance. The ground trembled slightly beneath his massive frame. In his hand, he dragged the serrated giant stone blade behind him like a piece of discarded scrap metal. The blade clattered against the floor, creating an eardrum-piercing sound. Who is that? Who's Who, in the middle of raising his cigarette to his lips, froze in mid-motion, his eyes narrowing in confusion. His mind raced, piecing through the countless bits of intelligence he had gathered over the years. As a former member of CP9, I've seen and heard of many powerful beings in the sea, but no matter how hard he thought, this man was a complete mystery to him. Damn it! You dare come into our beast's pirates' territory and make trouble? You've got some nerve. Bang! Jack hurled the glass to the ground, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. You idiot, you picked the wrong place to go wild. I'll show you that brute strength alone isn't enough. Jack glanced briefly at Kaido, who was still passed out in a drunken stupor, then turned back toward Heracles, cracking his knuckles. He stood up, his massive frame casting an intimidating shadow over the hall as he strode forward. Who's Who rubbed his hands together, an eager grin tugging at the corners of his lips. He clearly wanted to join the fray. Page 1, sitting at the next table, leaned over and stopped him with a faint smile. Let Jack handle it, you don't need to get involved this time. Huh, Jack, that muscle-headed idiot, Who's Who sneered, but relented, crossing his arms instead. Though they were all part of the Tobarapo, Who's Who believed his abilities far exceeded his rank. He didn't feel bound to his current position. Jack, meanwhile, drew two massive sickle-like swords from his back, the metal scraping together as he moved, producing a menacing sound. As he approached, Heracles, without a word, raised his jagged stone blade high and swung it directly at Jack. No finesse, just raw, overwhelming power. Just brute force. Jack's eyes lit up with excitement. Ha! I like idiots who rely on brute strength. Because, I'm just the same. Laughing with savage glee, Jack swung his twin sickles in a fierce cross motion, aiming to meet Heracles' blade head-on. Boom! The two attacks collided with a thunderous crash. Bang! The impact split the floor beneath them, sending up a cloud of dust as it cleared. The onlookers stared in astonishment. Jack's knees, unable to withstand the massive force of Heracles' blow, buckled. With a loud thud, Jack dropped to his knees, stunned. Chapter 273. Bang! Under the overwhelming force of Heracles, Jack the Drought's knees slammed into the ground with a thunderous thud. The hall fell into a deafening silence. Jack, who had charged in with such reckless bravado, full of strength and fury, was now kneeling in defeat. The impact of this sight shocked everyone into stillness. The pirate minions who had been eagerly anticipating Jack's victory now stared in disbelief. Their faces were frozen with shock, mouths hanging open. The excitement drained from their eyes, replaced by confusion and horror. Even Jack himself was utterly baffled. For a moment, his mind struggled to process what had just happened. Then, the realization hit him had been humiliated. Rage erupted within him like a volcanic eruption. Ah! Blinding fury surged through Jack's veins. He planted his hands firmly on the ground and roared as he attempted to push against Heracles' serrated stone blade. With a furious bellow, Jack activated his devil fruit ability. Human beast form. Instantly, Jack's muscles bulged, growing thicker and denser by the second. His body expanded. His arms growing several times their original size, and his height skyrocketed as he transformed. His two sickles crossed to brace against the blade, and with a monumental effort, he began to rise from his kneeling position. Look! Master Jack is standing up. Once Master Jack uses his human beast form, it's all over. This idiot is done for. He really made the worst mistake of his life angering Master Jack. The surrounding pirates, seeing Jack's transformation, began cheering wildly, their earlier fear replaced by renewed confidence. But, Heracles tilted his head, his eyes narrowed in confusion. It was as if he couldn't comprehend why Jack, who was clearly weaker, was still resisting. Why struggle when you're doomed? With an almost casual motion, Heracles placed his left hand on the back of his jagged stone blade and pressed down gently. Snap! Jack's knees, which had almost lifted him off the ground, buckled instantly, slamming back down to the floor with a deafening crash. The minions' cheers died in their throats, replaced once again by wide-eyed shock. Before they could react, Heracles shifted, his expression still calm, and swung his leg in a powerful, brutal kick. Boom! His massive foot connected with Jack's chest, the impact so immense it was like a bomb going off. The sound of the collision echoed through the hall like a thunderclap. Jack's enormous body was sent hurtling across the first-floor lobby like a massive cannonball, rocketing through the air at terrifying speed. He smashed straight toward Kaido. Boom! The ground shook violently as Jack's body collided with Kaido's, knocking both of them hard into the wall. The force was enough to make the entire structure tremble, and the wall crumbled under the impact, collapsing with a deafening crash. At that moment, every pirate in the hall instantly sobered up. The shockwave of realization spread through them as the dust settled. Why, Your Excellency the Governor? He disturbed Lord Kaido. It's over. Lord Kaido is going to be furious. This fool doesn't realize the grave mistake he's just made. Damn it. He's going to drag all of us into this. Crash. The rubble shifted, and a massive figure sat up from the ruins. Kaido wiped his face lazily, shaking off the last remnants of his drunken stupor. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the scene, finally noticing Jack sprawled out across his lap. His brow furrowed in annoyance. "Jack, you idiot, you're completely useless," Kaido grumbled. Without a second thought, he picked Jack up and tossed him aside like a discarded rag. Slowly, Kaido stood, his imposing form towering over the now quiet hall. He looked straight at Heracles, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "Where are you from?" Heracles, in his defensive warrior form, wasn't fully in control of his thoughts. His eyes flashed with a simple instinct: the mission. Nickpin's order still rang in his head: find and beat Kaido. "Where is Kaido?" Heracles' voice was slow, almost mechanical, his mind hazy. Kaido's expression darkened. "You're looking for me." Though Heracles was massive and imposing, Kaido didn't see him as a true threat. To Kaido, he was just another tall, burly figurino different from the many giants Kaido had encountered before. But those giants had crumbled like fragile toys beneath his strength. Yet here was this unknown intruder, crashing into his base and causing chaos. The sheer audacity of it made Kaido's blood boil. His eyes flicked to the pirates in the hall, who immediately shrank back in terror under his glare. Even the very air seemed to grow heavier under the weight of Kaido's fury. Heracles, now having locked onto his target, muttered, "You are Kaido." As if confirming his mission, Heracles' hair and beard bristled with energy. His long, black hair began to float as if caught in an unseen wind, and his eyes glinted with a fiery resolve. He stepped forward with his right foot, the sheer power of his movement causing the floor to explode beneath him. Smoke and dust rose as Heracles, like a charging train, hurtled toward Kaido with terrifying speed. "Ha ha ha ha." Kaido's booming laughter echoed through the hall. "Good job. It's been ages since I've seen an idiot bold enough to attack me." Kaido grinned savagely as Heracles rushed at him. With one swift motion, he reached for his massive mace. His body tensed, and the air around him crackled as the conqueror's haki surged forth, wrapping around the weapon like a dark aura. In an instant, silver lightning arcs danced across the surface of Kaido's mace, hissing and crackling like serpents. The sheer intensity of the electric energy sent shockwaves through the room. Sizzle. Without hesitation, Kaido lunged forward, the weight of his mace crashing through the air like a meteor. "Thunder Bagua!" He roared, his attack fueled by his immense power and the violent arcs of electricity spiraling around him. Heracles, his entire body consumed by bright red flames, resembled a demon god born from the depths of fire and fury. His serrated blade, now glowing with an ominous scarlet hue, swung forward with raw, unrelenting force. 12-fold vengeance. The two titanic forces clashed with a resounding boom, their weapons colliding in a cataclysmic display of power. Black and purple lightning from Kaido's attack mixed with the black and red flames of Heracles' vengeance, creating a violent struggle between the two energies. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered under the sheer pressure. The shockwaves from their clash were so immense that the surrounding pirates were sent stumbling back, their senses overwhelmed by the blinding light and deafening sound. Their heads spun. Their ears rang, and the sheer force of the impact left them dazed and trembling. In that instant, the two opposing forces Kaido's thunder bagwind Heracles' 12-fold vengeance exploded with a blinding flash of energy, sending shockwaves reverberating throughout the castle. Chapter 274. Boom! The explosion of terrifying energy sent both Heracles and Kaido flying in opposite directions, their bodies crashing through the debris-filled air. Boom! The entire hall on the first floor of Skeleton Castle collapsed in an instant. The ceiling buckled and caved in, while massive stone pillars crumbled to the ground like brittle twigs. "Oh no! The place is collapsing. Damn it! Why is this fight so terrifying? Run for your lives!" Those with even a shred of foresight didn't waste a second. They bolted for the exits, scrambling to escape the chaos that was quickly unfolding. Kaido, buried beneath a mound of rubble, suddenly stirred. Stones and bricks slid off his massive form as he stood up with a fierce snarl. Boom! With a violent shake, Kaido threw off the remaining debris. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with excitement as he swung his mace around with ease. He stood tall, laughing wildly. Whoa, fantastic. It's been so long since I've faced an opponent this strong. For Kaido, battle was the ultimate thrill, an addiction he couldn't resist. It had been far too long since someone had pushed him to this level. His desire for a worthy fight burned hotter than ever. Some said Kaido sought death across the seas, but the truth was simpler. He wanted to challenge someone who could go toe-to-toe with him. And now, in this moment, he felt that exhilarating power from Heracles, feeding his hunger for battle. Ha, where is that bastard? Kaido roared, his voice shaking the air as he scanned his surroundings, looking for his opponent. His gaze fell on the fleeing pirates, and with a swift motion, he snatched one by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Where is the guy I was fighting? The terrified pirate looked like he was on the verge of passing out, but in his panic, his body shook with uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. What? Laughing? The slap nearly killed him. The pirate covered his face in pain, still unable to stop laughing despite the severity of the blow. Sorry, General Governor, ha ha ha. Kaido narrowed his eyes and finally understood. The pirate was a pleasureone of those unlucky enough to have eaten a defective artificial devil fruit. While some gained the power of a Zoan type, others were cursed to laugh uncontrollably for the rest of their lives. Glaring down at him, Kaido barked, "Where is he?" The pleasurer, desperate to appease his furious leader, choked out an answer between fits of laughter. That guy, got hit by your mace and flew off. Snort. Kaido flung the laughing pirate aside and stormed out of the collapsing castle. He made his way to the square, where, just as the pleasurer had said, he spotted Heracles slowly rising from the ground. Heracles, covered in dust, stood up like a berserker, his body shaking with unbridled fury. The moment his eyes locked onto Kaido, he let out a primal roar, a sound so deep it shook the very earth beneath them. Black flames erupted from Heracles' skin, swirling around him like a dark storm. The sky above turned even darker, cloaked in a menacing, hellish aura. It was as if the gates of the underworld had opened, and Heracles had emerged as its champion. Ha! Excellent! Kaido's muscles expanded, becoming even more grotesquely large. His body was soon covered in dragon scales, shimmering in the dim light like plates of iron armor. His face stretched and contorted, growing more feral, resembling the face of a dragon. Additional horns sprouted from his head, and long, wispy dragon whiskers emerged from his jaws. Kaido had entered his human beast form. But his transformation was unlike the Tobirapo's ancient Zoan forms. Kaido was a mythical Zoan, a dragon. A beast of legend. His sheer presence sent waves of fear through the pirates who had gathered in the square, leaving them trembling and gasping for breath. Roar! Kaido, now in his dragon-human form, opened his mouth, and a blazing heat filled the air around him. A massive, bright red fireball began to form between his jaws. As the fireball grew larger, the temperature in the square skyrocketed, becoming suffocatingly hot. Weaker pirates nearby were already drenched in sweat, their faces turning beet red as they gasped for air like men trapped inside a furnace. Oh no! Lord Kaido is about to use his dragon breath. We're doomed. Kaido's dragon breath can annihilate entire cities in one blast. If he releases it here, we're all dead. Oh my god! We have to run. The surrounding pirates were gripped with horror, their faces pale with the dread of impending death. They had seen Kaido's dragon breath in action before, and they knew its terrifying power. The enormous fireball spun wildly in Kaido's mouth, pulling flames from his maw like threads of molten metal. It grew to an immense size in mere moments. Ha! Taste my dragon's breath. Boom boom. The dragon's breath exploded from Kaido's mouth, a massive column of fire roaring toward Heracles like a tidal wave of molten destruction. Heracles, however, didn't flinch. His berserker rage only intensified as the flames approached. He roared defiantly. Black flames dancing around him like a demon god, and countless red lights shot up from the ground around him, forming a shield of energy. In the next moment, Heracles' black eyes gleamed, and his entire body became encased in a dense, solid mass of flowing black flames. Gripping his serrated blade, he swung it forward with a mighty slash. As the dragon's breath collided with Heracles' blade, something incredible happened. A massive column of fire was split in two. Half of the blazing inferno veered off to the left of Heracles, soaring into the sky, while the other half flew to the right, disappearing into the horizon. From above, it looked as though Kaido's dragon breath had split into two massive prongs of flame. What? The dragon's breath was split in half. We're saved. The pirates who had been ready to face their doom moments earlier suddenly erupted into cheers, their relief palpable as the dragon's breath faded into the sky. Heracles' serrated blade stabbed into the ground with a resounding bang, helping him stay upright. The effort to split the dragon's breath had been no easy feat. His skin was charred, the searing heat having burned it beyond recognition. But even in his berserker mode, Heracles felt no pain. Boom! He rose to his full height, locking eyes with Kaido once more. What a great sandbag! You're still standing. Kaido, far from being deterred, was invigorated by the challenge. His eyes glimmered with wild excitement. With a wide grin, he picked up his mace, twirling it lazily in his hand. It's been a long time since I've had such fun in a fight. He boomed, rubbing the weapon against his wrist in anticipation. Ah! But Heracles' fury reached its peak. He let out a bestial roar, his entire body coiling like a wild animal on the verge of pouncing. Dense beams of black and red light spiraled upward from his form, wrapping around him like tendrils of raw energy. The pressure radiating from his body surged outward like a tidal wave, suffocating the entire skull square in its grasp. The pirates who had been celebrating moments ago now found themselves frozen, their faces paling. Their hearts pounded uncontrollably within their chests. What is this? Their terror was visceral, every heartbeat a reminder of the power they could barely comprehend. 9 lives, the shooting 100 heads. Heracles shouted, his voice echoing like a primal command. The black flames surrounding him intensified, converging toward his body. Endless torrents of terrifying energy surged into him, amplifying his already overwhelming presence. Many of the weaker pirates couldn't withstand the weight of the murderous aura. Their eyes rolled back into their heads, and they collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Even some of the gifters, those stronger and more resilient, were left trembling on the ground, overwhelmed by the intensity of Heracles' power. In their delirium, they envied the unconscious ones. At least those pirates were spared from feeling the crushing, suffocating aura. The remaining pirates watched in terror as Heracles, like a waking prehistoric beast, charged forward with unimaginable speed. In an instant, Heracles was upon Kaido. With both hands gripping his serrated blade, Heracles raised it high and swung it down with all the force of a god of war. The blade, jagged and monstrous, came crashing down toward Kaido's skull. The attack seemed simple, almost rudimentary in its execution. But with the speed and force behind it, simplicity gave way to devastating power. It was the ultimate expression of raw, unbridled strength. Boom! As Heracles' blade came crashing down, the eyes of every pirate watching widened in shock. Kaido had no time to process what was happening. Instinctively, he raised his mace to block the incoming strike. The collision of the two weapons sent a shockwave through the square. Kaido felt as though an entire mountain had just come crashing down on him. The force was immense, shaking him to his core. Even in his human beast form, Kaido's legs buckled under the weight of the blow. The ground beneath him gave way, cracking as his feet were driven into the earth. The power of Heracles' strike left Kaido stunned. If not for his observation haki sensing the attack in time, if he hadn't raised his mace to block it, he knew that if he had tried to take the blow head-on with his body, he would have been dead. Since he had managed to block it, Kaido prepared to retaliate, but before he could make a move, his brows furrowed suddenly. Kaido's observation haki screamed at Hymen in tense warning, far stronger than before. What? Kaido looked up, and his eyes widened. Heracles, undeterred by the block, had already raised his serrated blade again. The massive weapon was coming down at him with terrifying speed. Too fast. There was no time to think. Kaido was forced to raise his mace once more to meet the attack. His pitch-black haki surged out like a tidal wave, coating the mace in a protective layer. The second strike connected, and Kaido grunted as he was pushed back, his feet sliding half a meter. The sheer power behind Heracles' relentless attacks was wearing him down. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Kaido was about to counterattack, but his observation haki blared again, giving him another sharp warning. Nanny? Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, Heracles was already on him again. His serrated blade swung down in rapid, successive strikes, faster than the eye could track. Kaido had no time to react. It was as if 1,000 blades were raining down on him at once, each one faster and more powerful than the last. The constant flashes of Heracles' blade lit up the battlefield, the sheer intensity of the strikes engulfing Kaido in a storm of violence. The pirates watched, their eyes wide in terror as Kaido, one of the four emperors, was caught in a seemingly endless onslaught. Chapter 275. This is the ability of Heracles' noble phantasm, God Hand's 12 Labor-San ultimate technique that Heracles used to kill the Hydra in his legend. It represents his mastery over all weapons and his ability to unleash a barrage of devastating strikes. In the Fate series, it manifests in various forms depending on the weapon he wields, capable of overwhelming any opponent with repeated, precise blows. Boom! Kaido slammed into the ground, blood oozing from his battered body. Lord Governor! Boss Kaido! The surrounding pirates were in a frenzy, their voices tinged with panic as they watched Kaido, their indomitable leader, reduced to a beaten figure. Kaido's body twitched, but he pushed himself up, hands braced against the ground. Slowly, he sat up, a frown creasing his face as he examined himself. With his awakened Zoan Devil Fruit ability, his wounds were healing at an alarming rate. In mere moments, the gashes and bruises were closing up, skin knitting back together. But then, his gaze fell on one wound, a jagged scar still visible on his chest. Kaido's frown deepened as his fingers traced the scar. The rest of his injuries had vanished, but this one remained, a reminder of Heracles' final strike. He actually left a scar, Kaido muttered, his eyes darkening with emotion. The last time Kaido had been scarred was 18 years ago, at the hands of Kazuki Oden, who had been at the peak of his power then. Back then, Kaido was still growing into his strength, but now Kaido had reached the zenith of his power, and yet this. Heracles had left his mark. Kaido's anger flared. Completely furious, he clenched his fist around his mace, the bloodlust rising in his veins. Good. You actually made me feel pain. Now I'll let you feel it too. His hands tightened around the weapon as Black Conqueror's haki surged through the mace, infusing it with destructive energy. At the same time, purple lightning crackled across its surface, snaking and arcing wildly. Conqueror of three worlds, Ragnaroku. Kaido leapt high into the air, his massive form silhouetted against the broken sky. The weight of his presence felt like a force of nature as he ascended to the highest point, both hands gripping the mace as he prepared to strike. Whoosh! It appeared to be a simple downward smash, but it was loaded with unimaginable power. The air rippled, and the space around him began to destabilize. Crackling. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the very fabric of space, expanding rapidly like spiderwebs across the air. Strong winds from the dimensional rift howled fiercely, making the entire battlefield tremble in the presence of the unleashed power. Heracles, still recovering from releasing his noble phantasm God Hands, was in a vulnerable state. But instinct took over, and he met Kaido's attack with his serrated blade. The roles were reversed now. Kaido was the attacker, Heracles the defender. Boom! Kaido's mace came crashing down with a resounding explosion of energy, purple ripples connecting sky and earth. The sheer impact split the clouds in two, even the sky seemed to fracture under the weight of the blow. The ground beneath Heracles gave way. His legs sank, calves disappearing into the earth. Yet, despite the overwhelming force, his eyes burned with a fierce, unrelenting light. Ah! Heracles roared, his muscles swelling with power as he pushed back against Kaido's attack. With a powerful thrust, he shoved Kaido's mace away, the force of his push sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Enough, Heracles. That's enough for now. The once violent warrior suddenly went still. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the relentless berserker rage that had driven him ceased instantly. At the sound of Nickpin's command, Kaido turned his head toward Onigashima Port, where a group of figures was approaching. Leading them was a young man wearing a straw hat and a handsome youth at his side. It was from this young man that the voice had come. Thank you for your hard work, you can rest now, Heracles, Nickpin instructed calmly. At Heracles' feet, a glowing red hexagram teleportation circle appeared. Red light pulsed through the array as Heracles' form began to dissolve, vanishing into the magic circle until he disappeared entirely. Nickpin and the others had been watching the entire battle between Kaido and Heracles from a distance. Nickpin had seen enough to confirm that Heracles' strength was comparable to Kaido's. However, if the two were to fight to a conclusion, it would likely take 10 days and nights of relentless combat. And Nickpin had no interest in wasting time on such a prolonged and exhausting ordeal. The Straw Hat Pirates. Kaido rumbled as his eyes locked onto Luffy's iconic straw hat. He immediately recognized the group. Memories of the Straw Hat Pirates' impressive performance during the Battle of Marineford flooded his mind. Though they were a rookie crew, their power was anything but ordinary. "Is that guy part of your crew?" Kaido asked, his confusion evident as he looked around for Heracles' presence, only to find none. Luffy scratched his head, glancing at Nickpin. "I guess so," Nickpin shrugged with a playful smile. "To be precise, he's just a subordinate I hired, he works for me." Kaido's face twitched in disbelief. "A hired worker? Strong enough to match him in battle? Is there no law anymore?" If workers like that existed, Kaido thought bitterly, "I'll hire them all." "So, it's you Straw Hat Pirates have come to cause trouble today?" Kaido stood up again, dusting himself off. Though he hadn't gained the upper hand in the battle, his pride as one of the four emperors refused to acknowledge defeat. He wasn't about to be looked down upon by a crew of young pirates. "It's not that we're here to cause trouble," Nickpin replied, stepping forward with a disarming smile. His tone was calm, almost friendly, as if he were discussing a simple transaction. "We just came to borrow something from you." "Borrow something?" Kaido sneered. "That's not how pirates operate. You misunderstand." Nickpin raised his hands lightly, then pointed at Luffy. "See, this is our captain, the future pirate king. We've already collected 2 pieces of the road poneglyph, and it just so happens that you have one here." Kaido's eyes narrowed as Nickpin continued. "We don't want to take it from you, we just need to make a copy, the original stone tablet stays with you." "Worororo, do you think it's that simple? There are only 4 road poneglyphs in existence. What's the problem? We just want to talk about it." "Idiots. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the strongest creature in the world. You can't just walk in here and expect me to hand things over. Do I have no dignity?" Nickpin's expression darkened. "So, you'd rather die than cooperate?" Kaido snarled, his entire body beginning to shift as he transformed into his full dragon form, flames erupting from his massive frame. "Die. You bastards think too highly of yourselves. Rising Dragon, Flame Bagua." Hovering above Onigashima, Kaido's dragon tail swept across Skeleton Castle, melting stone walls into molten slag. The flames surrounding him burned hotter than any normal fire, more intense than magma. "Who's first?" Kaido roared, looking down at the Straw Hat Pirates. Nickpin raised an eyebrow, then smiled. "Everyone, attack." "Yes." The Straw Hat Pirates, well practiced in group combat, laughed as they rushed forward, launching an all-out assault. Kaido blinked in surprise. "What the hell? These kids have no moral principles." "Hell chains!" Brook called, riding his soul chariot high into the sky, helped by Nami's floating card. He swung his chains, wrapping them around Kaido's massive form. "Idiot! Chains are useless against a dragon's flames." 1 second passed, then 2, then 3, but the chains remained intact. "What?" Kaido roared, his eyes widening in shock as the chains continued to bind him. At that moment, a surge of hellfire spread along the chains, engulfing Kaido in a blaze that burned not just his body but his soul. Kaido screamed in pain, the hellfire scorching him in ways no ordinary flame could. "A star falling from the sky!" Usopp shouted, pulling out the God-Killer star. A beam of light containing immense spiritual pressure descended from the heavens, manifesting into a sword of judgment, crashing toward Kaido. Kaido's observation haki caught the invisible sword just in time. He whipped his tail, coated in armament haki, to meet it. When the two forces collided, a powerful wave of energy rippled out, leaving Kaido's physical body unharmed. But Kaido's soul was twisted in agony. Again with the soul. "That sword, cut through my soul." Chapter 276. Damn it. Kaido's mind raced, struggling to comprehend what was happening. What is going on? One moment, chains bind him, and the next, an invisible force cuts his soul. How were they able to bypass his dragon defenses so easily? Are there this many branches of the soul fruit? His frustration mounted as he thought about the attacks piercing his spirit instead of his body. At that moment, Zoro took a step forward, leaping into the air. Nitoryu, Kasani, Yakusoku Giri. Two-sword style, overlap, promised slash. With a battle cry, Zoro raised Wado Ikemanji high. Its edge gleaming under the intense pressure of his sword energy. A powerful surge of sword energy erupted from the blade, crashing down upon the entire square. The weight of the attack was felt far and wide, pressing down on every pirate nearby. The spectators gasped in terror, eyes widening in fear. It was as though a sword had been placed at their throats, choking them with the imminent threat of death. What is this? Why can't I move? Someone help, may want to go home. Please. This is a nightmare. The sheer spiritual pressure emanating from Zoro's strike was unbearable, pinning even the strongest pirates to the ground. Kaido, though not a swordsman, knew enough to recognize something was amiss. What do you mean by two swords? You're clearly using one sword. He stared at Zoro, confused by the technique. But as Zoro descended, Kaido's vision blurred for a moment. It seemed like another figure had appeared alongside Hima Spirit Girl, her hands grasping the hilt of Wado Ikemanji as well. In that instant, Zoro was not alone. The spirit and Zoro together wielded the sword, bringing it down with unstoppable force. Another swordsman, Kaido muttered, recognizing the weight of the attack. Memories flashed in his mind 18 years ago, a similar swordsman, Kazuki Oden, had struck him with such power. Oden had broken through his defense with one strike. Now, this young swordsman, Zoro, was giving him that same feeling of dread. Kaido quickly summoned his conqueror's haki, wrapping it around his dragon claws. His massive armored scales expanded and thickened, forming an impenetrable shield. Confident that this defense was flawless, Kaido believed nothing could break through it, not even Oden's legendary sword could scar him in his prime. As Zoro's sword met Kaido's dragon claw, the sound of metal clashing filled the air. Sparks erupted as the two titanic forces collided. Kaido sneered, "Do you really think all of you have soul-related abilities?" He tightened his grip on Wado Ikemanji, confident in his victory. But then, his smirk faltered. What is this? Kaido felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from the sword, as if a part of his very soul was being drained. His dragon claw trembled, unable to resist the sudden burst of soul energy from Zoro's sword. Boom! The sword cut deeper than Kaido could have expected, slicing through not just his flesh, but straight into his soul. His entire body seized up, and with a violent shudder, Kaido fell to the ground. Zoro landed gracefully, standing tall over the fallen emperor. His voice was calm and resolute, "This is two-sword style." Just as Zoro made his proclamation, Nico Robin stepped forward, crossing her arms in the familiar fleur gesture. A swarm of spectral arms materialized around Kaido, forming seals. Summoning Jutsu, 5-layer Rashomon. The sky darkened as massive bronze gates, each engraved with a fierce Oni face, fell from the heavens. One by one, the gates slammed into the ground, creating a deafening series of crashes as they trapped Kaido. Under normal circumstances, Kaido would have been able to shrug off the Rashomon gates, but the combined attacks from Brook, Usopp, and Zoro had left him severely weakened. Kaido, still in his dragon form, roared in pain as the gates twisted his body. His dragon scales, though resilient, couldn't withstand the crushing weight of the Rashomon gates. With a final, agonized howl, his massive blue dragon form dissolved, reverting to his human form. Nickpin approached, holding a set of seastone chains. He wrapped them around Kaido's limbs, binding him tightly. "That should hold you," Nickpin muttered, but then he paused, slapping his forehead. "Ah, I forgot, you've trained in Wano country for years, these seastone chains won't work on you, will they?" Indeed, Kaido had built up resistance to seastone over the years, just like Luffy had during his short time in Wano. Kaido chuckled darkly, "You're well informed, boy." Nickpin reached into his cloak, producing another set of chains. This time, they were hell chains. Quickly, Nickpin wrapped Kaido in the fiery chains. The moment they touched his skin, the hellfire ignited, burning Kaido's soul. Ah! Kaido screamed in agony, his voice echoing across the battlefield. What is this? Kaido roared in disbelief. Where did you all get these chains? Are they mass-produced like sea stone now? The pain was unbearable. Kaido had already experienced the bite of Brook's hell chains, and now Nickpin's chains burned with the same soul-searing flames. Brook grinned and added, "Time for a little insurance," as he approached with another set of hell chains, wrapping Kaido's body head to toe in the burning chains. Kaido, once thought invincible, now lay bound in flames. His soul was continuously scorched, leaving him unable to recover his strength. He was a dragon shackled, powerless before the Straw Hat pirates. Damn it! I have no grudges against you, why are you doing this to me? We have no grudge against you, Nickpin replied with a nonchalant shrug. We explained our purpose when we got here. Then why? Kaido's voice trailed off in confusion. Snap! Before Kaido could finish, Nami smacked him on the head with her staff. Idiot! We told you we just wanted to copy the road poneglyph. Her fierce glare sent a shiver through even the strongest of men. Exactly, Nickpin added, now bored. Look at you, just like Big Mom, you could have avoided all this drama if you just calmed down. Wait, what? Linlin was defeated by you? Nervous? You two really had something going on, didn't you? Kaido's expression darkened. Bullshit. I'd never have anything to do with that old woman. He furiously denied it, but Nickpin's mischievous grin only widened. I knew it, you sold yourself for that mythical Zoan fruit, didn't you? Kaido's face flushed with anger. Don't make assumptions. Nickpin laughed, while Kaido's frustration reached a breaking point. Memories of his foolish youth, when Big Mom tricked him, flooded back. Now, the Straw Hats knew everything. Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, had never felt so humiliated. Chapter 277. Bastard, I'll kill you. Kaido roared, his voice shaking the very air around them, his rage boiling over into a hysterical frenzy. The humiliation was unbearable. He had been defeated, not just physically but socially, utterly shamed. But his anger, in this moment, was pointless. Nickpin smirked, his face calm and confident. If you really had the power to kill us, would you still be lying here like this? With that, Nickpin casually stepped on Kaido's mouth, forcing the Emperor to recognize the sheer difference in their positions. Let's make a deal, Nickpin continued, his tone almost casual. Kaido's pride was wounded. But his survival instincts kicked in. He was well aware that the hell chain's constant burn on his soul rendered him unable to recover his strength. He was trapped. His mind raced through the options. If the Straw Hat pirates wanted him dead, they would have done it already. What kind of exchange? Kaido growled, the weight of his situation beginning to sink in. Nickpin leaned down, his voice low but clear. You give us access to the poneglyph and let us make a copy. In return, we keep your embarrassment here a secret. Otherwise, I can guarantee that Big News Morgans will have this all over the world tomorrow. Just think your reputation shattered. The reality of Nickpin's words hit Kaido like a punch to the gut. He could picture the headlines already: his dignity gone, mocked by pirates, broadcasted for all to see. That Morgans guy, how dare he? Kaido rumbled in fury, gritting his teeth. Nickpin's grin widened. Oh. Is there anything Morgans wouldn't dare to report? He teased. Morgans was known for exposing the darkest secrets of even the most powerful figures. He thrived on scandal and wasn't easily intimidated by strength. The world government. The Marines, even the 4 emperors, none were safe from Morgans' thirst for sensational news. Kaido's eyes flashed with helpless realization. Of course Morgans would spread it. It didn't matter how powerful Kaido was, Morgans didn't need to fight him. He'd simply stay out of reach, and the world would know Kaido's shame. Defeated in more ways than one, Kaido sighed. Okay, fine, if you keep quiet about this, I'll show you the poneglyph. Nickpin chuckled softly. See? That wasn't so hard. With a simple flick of his wrist, the hell chains binding Kaido were loosened, and Brook followed suit, removing his own hellfire chains. Kaido groaned as he stood up, his strength slowly returning without the constant soul-burning restraint. The Emperor of the Beasts was still recovering, but he knew better than to try anything now. Under Kaido's guidance, the Straw Hat Pirates followed him to the second floor of the Skull Dome's basement, where they found a poneglyph. However, it wasn't the road poneglyph they were after. Nico Robin, ever diligent, crossed her arms and summoned a multitude of limbs to swiftly make a copy of the poneglyph for later translation. "Where's the road poneglyph?" Nickpin demanded after Robin finished copying the first one. Kaido hesitated but realized there was no point in holding back now. "There is a poneglyph in Orochi's castle, the other is hidden in a secret cavern beneath O, where Jack found it." Nickpin nodded, his mind already working through the logistics of retrieving the second one. He was about to head to Orochi's castle when another thought struck him. Even though this timeline was 2 years ahead of the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates were now in Wano. If they left Wano in the hands of Kaido and Orochi, there would be no resistance left and Momonosuke and his supporters returned. Wano would be in even worse shape than before, and without Luffy's intervention, the Kazuki family would have no hope of reclaiming their land. Nickpin turned back to Kaido, his voice firm. "Release Yamato, then, take your people and leave Wano, never come back." Kaido's eyes widened in shock. "What?" His anger flared again, but this time Nickpin's companions immediately sprang into action. Bam! Before Kaido could react, the Straw Hat Pirates were upon him, beating him into submission once more. He was black and blue all over, bound tightly again with hell chains. "Why do you need to ask?" Nickpin said coolly, stepping on Kaido's head again. "As the victors, we Straw Hat Pirates will claim this land." This was the second time Nickpin had humiliated Kaido in such a way, but this time, Kaido didn't even have the strength to fight back. He wanted to resist, but his body wouldn't allow it. The overwhelming pain and exhaustion left him powerless, unable to even end his own life. "Fine. I admit defeat. I'll leave." Although Wano had been his prized territory and Yamato was his son, Kaido knew he had no leverage left. The Straw Hat Pirates were too strong, and he had no other options. His only hope now was to survive and retreat. Nickpin, watching Kaido carefully, didn't feel an ounce of sympathy. He wasn't sparing Kaido out of mercy. It was a strategic decision. If Kaido died now, the world government and Marines would shift all their focus to the Straw Hat Pirates, making them the world's #1 priority. Letting Kaido live meant that the government still had bigger threats to worry about. In the end, Kaido's life was something Nickpin could take whenever he wished. While Kaido and his forces prepared to withdraw from Wano, the Straw Hat Pirates brought Yamato along as they made their way toward the flower capital. On the road, the group stumbled upon a pair of geishas Tgthegood and some being harassed by Orochi's men. With lightning speed, Sanji intervened, taking down the thugs in an instant and saving the geishas. "Thank you so much," Tgthegoud and some said, bowing to Sanji and the crew. It was through them that the Straw Hats learned the true extent of the suffering that Orochi had brought upon the people of Wano. The Straw Hats listened carefully, their expressions darkening with each detail. "Are people here really having such a hard time? This Orochi deserves to die." "Yeah. That guy's rotten to the core." Kazuki Sukiyaki must have been blind not to see Orochi for what he was. Their anger burned as they continued on their journey toward Orochi's castle. "But even if we kill Orochi, won't Wano be leaderless? The country could fall into chaos." Yamato sighed heavily. "It's a pity that there are no more Kazuki left in Wano. If there were, I would gladly support them as the new shogun." Hearing this, Nickpin's eyes lit up with a new idea. He turned to Yamato, raising an eyebrow. "So, if a member of the Kazuki family were still alive, you'd be willing to assist them?" "Of course. I'm Kazuki Oden. I'd help my son or daughter take the role of shogun." Nickpin smiled knowingly. "Well then, I'll take you to meet a Kazuki. In fact, her name is Hiyori." "What?" Yamato's eyes widened in shock. The rest of the crew froze in disbelief. "You know where Hiyori is?" The Straw Hats exclaimed, stunned by this sudden revelation. Chapter 278. Hearing Nickpin say this, everyone looked at Nickpin in bewilderment. "Kazuki Hiyori? Isn't that the princess of Wano country? The rumor that Kaido and Orochi kill all the Kazuki family, how can Hiyori still alive?" "Don't look at me like that, this is divination. I used divination to find out the whereabouts of Hiyori. Everyone knows that Nick Pin has many abilities, so if there is one more skill called divination, it is not strange. It's divination. That must be a very magical ability, right? Please tell me my fortune too. Yamato held Nickpin's arms tightly with both hands and pestered him to tell fortunes for her as well. Oh. Nickpin was bored anyway, so he just pretended to put his hand on Yamato's forehead. After a while, Nickpin said, "You are actually a mythical Zoan user, specifically the dog fruit model, Okuchi no Mikami." Ah. You got it right. From the time he came into contact with everyone until now, Yamato has never talked about her devil fruit ability. Now, after hearing Nickpin tell her the type of her devil fruit, she immediately believed Nickpin. You have a bright future, you will assist Hiyori Kazuki in governing the country of Wano in an orderly manner. With your assistance, Hiyori will become the most best shogun in the history of this country. Nickpin continued to talk nonsense. As for whether what he said is correct, there is no way to prove it. Even if it is proven, it will be many years later, who will remember it? Great, it seems I have inherited Kazuki Oden's will. Yamato, who was fooled by Nickpin, was full of excitement. Nickpin suddenly changed her tone, but don't be too happy too soon. 18 years ago, Kazuki Toki, the mother of Kazuki Hiyori, as the user of the time fruit, sent Kazuki Momonosuke and some member of the Red Scabbard to the future. One day 2 years from now, Kazuki Momonosuke will return to Wano. That's great. When the time comes, it will be perfect for him, the legitimate inheritor, to inherit the throne of Wano country, right? Yamato is a big fool and doesn't have any ideas at all. Nickpin's face changed, and he tapped Yamato's forehead with his finger with a little force. If you think that way, it will kill millions of people in the country. Ah. Hearing Nickpin say this, Yamato's expression suddenly changed. She regards herself as Kazuki Oden, so she loves the people of this country and cares about them too. Now hearing Nickpin say this, she immediately became worried. Part down here is actually changed from the translation, explanation and real translation in below. Please leave your review if I did the right thing. Remember that he was sent back when he is a kid, so even after 20 years. He is still a kid, so he can't just inherit the throne, he needs to be trained for it. Just support Hiyori, and if Momonosuke really have the capabilities and Hiyori is willing, that he can be shogun. Because unlike him, Hiyori have endured 18 years of hell in hiding. So she knows more about Wano than him. Yamato, that makes sense, but don't worry, as his father I will train him and made him a man that can lead Wano in the future. Nickpin shake his head as he hear Yamato declaration. He actually want to take Yamato and make her one of the StrawHats, but thinking of the Wano situation, maybe it's better for her to stay and help Hiyori rebuild Wano, make sure that Momonosuke and the other can come back in a safe place. Beside, he don't really want Ace to be mad, he remember that there is something between Ace and Yamato, and now since Ace is still alive, maybe Ace will come to Wano in the future. Thinking of Momonosuke, Nickpin remember Orochi's spy on the 9 Red Scabbard. And one more thing, when Momonosuke come back, he will bring with him some member of the 9 Red Scabbard, but one of these member is actually a spy inserted by Orochi. This spy is Kenjuro, Nickpin said to Yamato. The other who is listening were shocked. Yamato was also shocked, she know of Kenjuro, she read the diary. So she was so shocked that she did not believe in Nickpin word. How accurate are your divinations? Yamato seemed unwilling to think that someone that close to Oden is actually a spy. 100, Kenjuro real name is Kurizumi Kenjuro, Nickpin said. The same family as Orochi, Nami said as she listened. Yes, he is the reason why Oden attack back then was counter, Nickpin said. Yamato clenched her fist, I promise, the moment they got back, I will strike this Kenjuro down myself. After that Yamato remember and get back to the main subject. So where is Koyuzi Hiyori? She asked. Nickpin, Kazuki Hiyori is in disguise as an Oiran named Kamurasaki. From what I gather, she must be in Orochi Castle for the banquet Orochi is having now. Note, I actually edit this chapter, the original is odd. I don't know why the author hate Momonosuke so much, he is a little perv and coward. But he is a kid and the author want to kill the boy, the original will post below, and I want to know your opinion if I did the right thing. Original translation, according to my divination, once Momonosuke returns to this country, a new wave of blood and gore will arise. You can survive. But Hiyori will be killed because of Momonosuke's jealousy. Along with her, hundreds of thousands of people from Wano country will also be killed. Nickpin explained, and it sounded like it was real. He even believed it himself, although Momonosuke in this world is still a little kid and still in the time tunnel, but as long as people have read the original manga, there is no one who doesn't want to kill Momonosuke. This is a matter of principle. Of course, according to the current plot, the Straw Hat Pirates will not experience the Punk Hazard incident. If there were no Straw Hat Pirates, Kazuki Momonosuke would most likely not be able to escape Punk Hazard. His fate is probably to be ruined in Punk Hazard. Or become Caesar's experimental guinea pig. However, no matter what, Nickpin still gave Yamato a shot of prevention first. Completely nipped the possibility of Kazuki Momonosuke to become shogun in the bud. The Wano country that I saved was taken over by Kazuki Momonosuke. Dreaming. How could this happen? Aren't they siblings? Yamato was completely dumbfounded. I don't know either. Nickpin spread his hands and added fuel to the fire, but power always blinds people. History tells us that when power is in front of people, few people can withstand the test. Even brothers and sisters, fathers and sons will go to war. That's true, many monarchs of many countries died at the hands of their own relatives, or even their own sons. Robin nodded. She had been through so many things and traveled to many countries. She had learned about the history of many countries. She knew what Nickpin said was right. But how accurate are your divinations? Yamato seemed unwilling to give up and asked again. I dare not say anything else, but the accuracy of my divination numbers is absolutely 100. Nickpin said with a solemn oath. Yamato was completely stunned. She took a deep breath and felt sick. Since Nickpin rescued him, she believed that Nickpin was definitely a good person. Now this absolutely good man assured her that it was 100 accurate, and she believed it without hesitation. By the way, you can't tell Kazuki Hiyori about this. She is a kind person and will definitely be deceived by Kazuki Momonosuke. When the time comes, she will soften her heart and let Kazuki Momonosuke in. The unlucky ones will be citizen. Nickpin took a step forward, patted Yamato's shoulder gently, and said earnestly, Yamato, if you want to save Wano, when you are in dire straits, I hope you can put justice above your own. Killing relatives for the greater good? Yamato's eyes lit up. Okay. Don't worry, I'm here. I will never let Kazuki Momonosuke enter Wano country alive. Yamato's eyes suddenly sparkled. Chapter 279. Orochi Castle. A grand ball was in full swing. The audience in the stands went wild, their cheers and applause echoing through the castle like thunderclaps. In the most opulent section of the stands, a beautifully crafted pavilion stood under a golden canopy. Beneath it, the shogun of Wano country, Kurazumi Orochi, was drinking lavishly, his lips curled into a gleeful grin. It had been more than a day or two since Orochi began lusting after Kamurasaki, the most beautiful Oiran in all of Wano. Using the pretext of the Oiran banquet, Orochi summoned her to his castle. He wanted to possess her publicly but feared losing face. Here in the castle, however, things would be different. But at this moment, a group of strangers suddenly appeared, moving slowly towards the stage. Kamurasaki, who was in the midst of a graceful dance, froze for a moment, her entire body tensing up as she became aware of their presence. Her eyes, darting ever so subtly, sought out one person, dozing Kayashiro. He's the only one I can trust in this cursed place. To most, Kayashiro was just a yakuza under Orochi's thumb, but in reality, he was Denjiro, one of the legendary 9 red scabbards, sworn to protect Kazuki Hiyori. Suddenly, Denjiro's sharp gaze locked onto the group of foreigners advancing toward Hiyori. His muscles tightened with alarm. His mind raced. Who in their right mind would target Kamurasaki here? Do they not know that General Orochi's favorite is untouchable? Without hesitation, Denjiro sprang into action, his body a blur as he leaped onto the stage, drawing his katana in one swift motion. Suspended in midair, the blade gleamed, slicing toward the man at the front of the group wearing a straw hat, undoubtedly their leader. But just as Denjiro's sword neared Luffy, a sudden presence filled the air. A faint, deadly sword intent cut through the atmosphere like a silent storm. Base. Denjiro's hair stood on end, his skin crawling with an instinctive terror. This is the aura of a true swordsman. It was unmistakable. The sheer power radiating from the individual was overwhelming. Even with just a hint of sword intent, barely leaking into the open, it was enough to make Denjiro feel utterly powerless. Who in the hell is this? Denjiro wasn't afraid to die for Kazuki Hayori's protection, but he hadn't survived this long just by brute strength alone. His caution and sharp intellect had kept him alive in this perilous land. He quickly pulled back, his body twisting midair before landing protectively in front of Hayori. Why are you here? If you're here to make trouble, you've come to the wrong place. Though Denjiro wasn't the type to reason with others, the palpable power in front of him left him no choice. Get out of my way. A booming voice suddenly rang out. From the side, a massive mace, crackling with electric arcs, came crashing down toward Denjiro like a storm. What? Denjiro barely had time to process what was happening before his heart sank. That's Kaido's son. Had Kaido discovered Hayori's true identity? His mind whirled in a frenzy of panic. Damn it! But the mace left no time for contemplation. Denjiro's instincts took over, and with a desperate swing, he raised his sword to block. Boom! The force of the collision sent Denjiro flying through the air like a cannonball. His body slammed into the distant wall with a sickening thud. Nickpin watched, unperturbed, curling his lips in mild annoyance. Denjiro may be Hayori's protector, but Yamato doesn't know that. It was simply bad luck on Denjiro's part. He had attacked first, and now, facing Yamato, who had long been imprisoned and itching for a fight, he stood no chance. Kazuki Hayori. I found you. Ah, Hayori gasped, her mind clouded with confusion and uncertainty. She could only play the part, feigning weakness as she let out a frightened scream. Bastard! Don't hurt my Kamurasaki. Go! Save Kamurasaki. Yet none of Orochi's subordinates moved. Fukuro Kuju, the captain of the Oniwabanshu, regarded Orochi with an unreadable expression. Shogun, he began, his voice deep and ominous. That is Kaido's son. The moment Kaido's name was mentioned, fear gripped Orochi's heart, draining the color from his face. Kaido. But before he could fully react, Yamato spoke again, her voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry. I am Kazuki Oden. The beast's pirates have been driven out of Wano by us. Now, we will save this country. With that, Yamato charged toward Orochi, her mace raised high, electric arcs snapping like thunderbolts around it. Ah! Orochi blinked in disbelief. What is happening? Did Yamato just say that the beast's pirates had been driven out? If Kaido's army was gone, then... A new realization dawned on him, and Orochi's face twisted with malice. Kill her. Orochi screamed. She's betrayed Kaido. Kill her now. After hearing about Yamato's betrayal of Kaido, the Orochi Oniwabanshu immediately found their resolve. Their fear dissipating like mist in the wind. Confidence surged within the ranks, led by the stoic and cold Fukuro Kuju. The bizarre-looking warriors rushed forward in unison, their eerie forms cutting through the air. Nine-sword style, Azura Ryatsu. A low, guttural shout echoed through the hall. Suddenly, an overwhelming energy burst forth like a tidal wave, swallowing the Orochi Oniwabanshu in its dark, chaotic grip. What the hell? Why does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? You must be kidding. The Oniwabanshu, those seasoned warriors, found themselves paralyzed. Immersed in a ghostly aura so thick it suffocated them. Their bodies reacted instinctively, recoiling from the sheer power that radiated around them, a primal fear rising within their hearts. Brush. It was as though the world around them had fallen into darkness, an endless void. In that abyss, only the faint glimmers of sword beams sliced through the black, illuminating their doom. The energy surged from every direction, sword slashes cutting through the air at lightning speed. Nearly 100 slashes occurred, all in less than a heartbeat, swift, deadly, and precise. In the blink of an eye, Zora stood in front of Orochi, like a towering pine, unmoved and indomitable. Orochi's trembling voice barely escaped his lips, "You, what did you do?" With a casual flick of his hand, Zoro sheathed his Wado Ikemonji. The eerie silence hung in the air for a moment, and then, behind him, the bodies of the Orochi Oniwabanshu, frozen in time, crashed to the floor. The ground was awash with a rainbow of blood, vivid and unsettling. Zoro, unfazed, glanced at Nick Pin, who stood nearby. What should we do with this man? Nick Pin's eyes narrowed as he assessed the cowering Orochi. He's useless, just kill him. Bastard. Don't think you can bully me, Orochi, so easily. Orochi's voice cracked with desperation, his fury masking his fear. He knew his life was on the line, and in a final act of defiance, he roared, his body beginning to transform. The mythical Zoan powers surged through him. Orochi's head morphed grotesquely into that of a hydra, with 7 additional heads sprouting around his neck, each one hissing venomously. He became a monstrous, half-human, half-hydra abomination, towering over the scene with his terrifying form. I. In an instant, Zoro vanished from sight, his movement so fast it seemed like teleportation. Before Orochi could react, the 8 hydra heads dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. Orochi's massive body collapsed in a heap, seemingly lifeless. Nick Pin, ever cautious, reminded Zoro, cut him into pieces, he must have a way to survive, he did in the original timeline. At that very moment, Orochi's decapitated body twitched. With a guttural cry, his severed form leapt from the ground in a desperate bid to flee. Ah! He was trying to escape. But Zoro's spiritual energy surged forth. Ryatsu Barrier. A suffocating wave of spiritual pressure burst from Zoro, trapping Orochi's headless form within its invisible walls. Orochi's escape was halted instantly. Storm Slash. Zoro's form blurred as he transformed into a whirlwind of blades, small yet terrifyingly powerful. The whirlwind shredded through the space, forming a deadly array of slicing edges. Crash. Orochi's body disintegrated, his remains scattering across the ground like debris from a mudslide, coating the battlefield. Nick Pin's observation hackaswept over the remains, but he sensed no sign of life from the once mighty Orochi. You're really here to help Wano country? Came a soft, hesitant voice. Kazuki Hiyori, finally emboldened after seeing the demise of Orochi and his elite guards, dared to speak. Though she had yet to fully reveal her identity, her words acknowledged her true self. Yes. What I, Kazuki Oden, want is to save this country. Kazuki Oden, wait, that's my father's name. Hiyori frowned, her confusion deepening as she looked at Yamato. She stared at the young woman beside her, puzzled. Why does she keep insisting she's my father? Ah. Yes. Kazuki Oden is your father, and he's also my idol. I read your father's diary, and I admire him so much. I've wanted to be Kazuki Oden since I was a child. Yamato's enthusiasm bubbled over as she continued. But when Kaido found out, he locked me up, trying to break my spirit, but I never gave in. I was imprisoned for years, until the Straw Hat Pirate saved me. Her voice grew softer as she pleaded, so, please, call me Kazuki Oden. Hiyori's expression remained perplexed. This woman, what on earth is she saying? Princess. Denjiro's urgent voice interrupted the moment. He came rushing over, still reeling from Yamato's earlier attack. He had barely shaken off the dizziness when he made his way to Hiyori's side, determined to protect her. There's still one left. Seeing Denjiro approach, Yamato raised her crackling mace once more, lightning dancing across it as she prepared to strike. Wait! Hiyori cried out, panic lacing her voice as she grabbed Yamato's arm. He's on our side. He was left behind by my father to protect me. Denjiro's sharp eyes took in the situation. He wasn't a fool, and after seeing what had just happened, he quickly realized these strangers were here to help Hiyori. I'm a spy under Kurozumi Orochi, Denjiro admitted, his voice firm. But my real identity is Denjiro, a retainer of Lord Oden. I see. Yamato grinned, her face lighting up with a childlike innocence. She punched Denjiro playfully in the chest. Sorry about that. Ahem. Denjiro's face turned pale, his body barely holding together from the series of hits he had already endured. First you nearly killed me, and now you give me a friendly punch. But he bit his tongue. After all, these people had saved Wano. There was no use in complaining now. Besides, he thought, casting a glance at Zoro, the one who wiped out the Orochi Oniwabanshu in an instant's no ordinary human. The thought of Zoro's overwhelming sword intent made Denjiro's scalp tingle with unease. Chapter 280. Nick Pin and Robin made their way through Orochi Castle, their gold-clear copy the poneglyph. As they moved through the dim corridors, the rest of the crew remained in the square, continuing their conversation with Hiyori. Once Nick-Pin and Robin completed their mission, they rejoined the crew. With Hiyori and Denjiro now accompanying the Straw Hat Pirates, the group began roaming the land, seeking a way to reach the last poneglyph, hidden deep underground. As they traversed the battered landscape of Wano, the news of Orochi's demise and Kaido's retreat spread like wildfire. Some of the Wano citizens rejoiced, their hearts swelling with newfound hope and freedom. But others, gripped by fear of the mysterious new power capable of defeating Kaido and killing Orochi within a day, scrambled to flee, uncertain of the future. Amid the shifting tides of Wano's fate, the Straw Hat crew found themselves face to face with a man unlike any they had seen before. Standing before them was a figure with wings and a Tengu mask. "Who are you?" Nick-Pin asked, though he already knew the answer. "I am Tenguiyama Hitetsu, and I can lead you to the poneglyph," the masked man said, his voice carrying a weight of purpose. Tenguiyama Hitetsu, known in truth as Kazuki Sukiyaki, was the father of Odin. Captured by Orochi long ago, he had managed to free himself, living in disguise ever since. Upon hearing of the Straw Hats' actions and realizing their intentions, he decided to reveal himself and lead them to the road poneglyph as a gesture of gratitude for freeing Wano. Deep underground, they found the poneglyph. Robin's eyes gleamed with excitement as her fingers brushed over the ancient inscriptions, eager to uncover its secrets. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew explored the underground chamber, marveling at the vastness and the hidden history etched into its stone walls. Nick-Pin, curious, turned to the Tengu masked man. "How did you know the way here?" he asked, his tone light yet inquisitive. Sukiyaki replied simply, "I know my way." But Nick-Pin, ever perceptive, understood the significance of the man's knowledge. He suspected why Sukiyaki wished to remain anonymous, but he couldn't help thinking that it would be good for Hiyori to have her family by her side. "You know," Nick-Pin began, his voice calm yet deliberate. "The location of this poneglyph is incredibly secretive. Jack of the Beast's pirates only stumbled upon it by accident, thanks to being a fisherman. But you knew the exact way here without even diving into the water like Jack. Places like this are usually known only to royal families, isn't that right?" Kazuki Sukiyaki. Nick-Pin's words hit the group like a sudden gust of wind. The Straw Hat crew, Yamato, Hiyori, and Denjiro all stared, wide-eyed, in shock. Denjiro was the first to speak, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Lord Sukiyaki, is that really you?" Even Sukiyaki himself seemed stunned that Nick-Pin had uncovered his identity. Finally, he sighed and removed his mask, revealing his true face. His expression was heavy with guilt as he confirmed Nick-Pin's words. "I am Sukiyaki," he admitted, his voice low. "I've lived in hiding, ashamed of the role I played in Wano's destruction. I chose to remain anonymous as penance for my failure." "No. Your repentance is not to hide away. You must be by my side and help restore Wano to its former glory. That is how you will atone." The crew stood silently, witnessing the emotional exchange between grandfather and daughter. Sukiyaki bowed his head in silent acknowledgement of Hiyori's plea. The weight of his past actions seemed to hang between them, but Hiyori's words ignited a spark of determination in the old man's heart. With their mission in Wano now complete, the Straw Hats began preparing to leave the country. They restocked their supplies, their minds already focused on the next stage of their journey. But before they left, they said their heartfelt goodbyes to Yamato and Hiyori. Nick-Pin, always thinking ahead, decided to offer them a parting gift. "To ensure you both have the power you'll need in the future," he said with a knowing smile. "I've brought you something." He handed them manga. Yamato and Hiyori looked down at the books in wonder, though they were slightly confused. "Manga?" Yamato asked, tilting her head. Nick-Pin chuckled softly. "It'll make sense in time, trust me." With those parting words, the Straw Hats boarded their ship, leaving the shores of Wano behind, but with the promise of new adventures ahead. Tgthegood Island. An island located approximately 600 nautical miles away from Wano country, Tgthegood was a remote outpost even in the New World. It lay far from the territories of any of the four emperors, a rare place of neutrality. Yet, despite its isolation, Tgthegood thrived, rich in resources and bustling with economic activity, its people enjoying a highly prosperous society. The Going Merry was currently docked in the port of this vibrant country, its wooden frame reflecting the bright lights of the city. In the capital, within the grand and luxurious Loftrag Hotel, the Straw Hat pirates gathered for dinner in an opulent private room, their laughter and chatter filling the space. "We've come so far, but we still haven't found anything yet," Usopp said, his brow furrowed as he looked down at a hand-drawn map. Confusion filled his voice. "Can this route really lead us to Raftel? Maybe we should focus on finding that last road poneglyph." Nick Pin, seated at the table with the others, leaned back in his chair and spread his hands casually. "I can't guarantee this route will lead us to Raftel 100, but since we don't know where the last poneglyph is, we might as well treat this as an adventure." The map in Usopp's hands was one that Nick Pin had drawn himself. According to the legend of One Piece, the 4-road poneglyphs formed 2 intersecting routes, and their intersection would reveal the location of Raftel. The Straw Hats had already secured the coordinates of 3 of the poneglyphs. By connecting 2 of those coordinates, they could create a triangle. Even without the 4th poneglyph, they could theoretically find Raftel by sailing around this triangle. After leaving Wano country, the crew had set off on this new route, following Nick Pin's suggestion. They had sailed about 1/10 of the way toward their goal, but Raftel still felt distant and elusive. One person, however, was ecstatic. That person was Luffy. Always driven by his love for adventure, Luffy's excitement bubbled over. With a massive meat stick in hand, bigger than his own head, he chewed enthusiastically. "Nick Pin's right. Whether this takes us to Raftel or not, it's all part of the adventure. I'm with Luffy on this one, I love a good adventure." Sanji added, smiling. Zoro scoffed, a teasing look in his eyes. "Of course you do, you fall for every pretty woman you see on every island, you pervy curlybrow." Sanji glared at Zoro. "Shut up, mosshead." "Nah, Nick Pin's decision is spot on," Nama said, chiming in as she moved closer to Nick Pin, showing her support. Raftel, Ryaja blinked, her bright eyes filled with wonder. She hadn't expected to have the chance to venture to the final island, a place shrouded in mystery. Robin, lost in thought, caressed her cheek gently with her fingers. It said that when Roger's pirate crew reached Raftel, they discovered the truth behind the Void Century. Her gaze drifted out the window, her mind wandering to the hidden secrets awaiting them. Once dinner was finished, Nick Pin stood up. "All right, everyone, we'll resupply, then set sail once more." "Yes." The crew shouted in unison. Time passed quickly. A month of sailing had come and gone, and the Going Merry continued its voyage across the vast ocean. Usopp, peering through the observation tower, scratched his head. "Why does it feel like we're not getting any closer to our destination?" On deck, Nick Pin sighed, his brow furrowing. "I'm starting to wonder if this theory of mine is wrong. We've followed the coordinates, but nothing. Maybe there's a reason we need all 4-road poneglyphs after all." Nama came rushing up to them, holding several log posy in her hands, her face pale with concern. "All the log pos are going haywire." The crew gathered around, watching the needles spin wildly as though bewitched. Nick Pin's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Looks like we might be onto something after all. Could we have found Raftel?" The idea sparked an electric atmosphere among the crew. The allure of Raftel, the legendary final island, gripped them all. "Look there!" Usopp shouted from the observation tower, pointing downward. The crew crowded around the railing, peering over the edge. "Oh no! It's a whirlpool." Without hesitation, she reached for her cloud cards. A floating card appeared in her right hand, while a smaller card formed in her left. With her current powers, she could shrink the Going Merito 1/10 of its size and use the floating card to lift the ship into the air. Alternatively, the ship's mist fruit could make the Going Merry light as mist. But before she could act, Nick Pin grabbed her hand, stopping her. "Wait a moment," Nick Pin said calmly, causing Nami's cheeks to flush slightly at his unexpected touch. "Why are you stopping me?" she asked awkwardly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Nick Pin's expression was thoughtful. "Don't you think it's strange how this whirlpool appeared so suddenly?" "It doesn't matter how strange it is, we need to act now." Brook shouted, his exaggerated expression filled with worry. As a devil fruit user, he feared drowning more than anything. Although he trusted his friends would save him, he'd rather not take the risk. "We should avoid getting pulled in," Usopp agreed, already preparing his weapon, Tsuruboshi, to help secure the Going Merry. But Nickpin shook his head. No, let the whirlpool take us in. What? The crew was taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Remember the first time we met Laboon? Nickpin explained. He opened his mouth and a whirlpool formed from the ocean current, it sucked us in. Yeah, but that was nothing compared to this. Luffy exclaimed, recalling the experience vividly. This whirlpool is massive, there's no way an island whale could create this. Nickpin nodded. True, but what if this whirlpool was created by something 10,000 times bigger? Or another sea king? The crew fell silent, considering the possibility. Zoro Sayez brightened. Wait, are you saying this might be the entrance to Raftel? Nami inhaled sharply. The size of this whirlpool, if it was caused by a sea creature, it would have to be massive. Even larger than Laboon, Robin murmured, her mind racing as Nickpin's theory took shape. Nickpin's confidence grew as he continued. Besides, even if I'm wrong, with our strength, we can easily pull the Going Merry out of danger, but if we don't investigate this, we could miss our chance. Sanji nodded in agreement. Makes sense to me. Alright, Going Merry. Head straight for the whirlpool. Chapter 281. The enormous whirlpool stretched across the ocean, its turbulent waters spinning for dozens of miles, with no visible end in sight. The force of the swirling water was overwhelming, a natural colossus that seemed to defy reason. The Going Merry was now positioned dangerously close to the eye of the whirlpool, its bow pointed toward the churning vortex. If the crew had chosen to go in the opposite direction at full speed, they might have escaped the whirlpool's grip. But instead, they did the opposite. The Going Merry was charging directly toward the heart of the whirlpool. On deck, Nickpin and Namaboth summoned their Clow shields at the same time, their movements synchronized as they prepared for what lay ahead. Two shimmering layers of energy formed around the ship, encasing it in protective barriers. We're going in. Luffy shouted excitedly. The light around them dimmed as the Going Merry was pulled into the spiraling waves. It felt as though they had entered a tunnel, the walls of water towering around them like a vertical ocean. The ship was propelled forward by the current. Riding along the sides of the tunnel with the grace of an acrobat, much like a motorcyclist performing a daring stunt by climbing walls and rooftops. This whirlpool is way too big to be natural. Robin exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. Could Nickpin's guess be right? Are we dealing with a creature this enormous? That's a dumb question, Zoro scoffed. Remember Zoe? If a giant elephant can exist, why not a creature this size? Exactly. Frankie agreed, his mechanical arms crossed over his chest. It could be a whale, a turtle, or even an octopus. I'd prefer it to be a whale, Luffy added with a grin, always excited by the thought of a new sea creature. The crew continued to chat, their voices echoing through the tunnel as the Going Merry was carried deeper into the vortex. Minutes passed as they rode the waves, their hearts racing with anticipation of what might await them on the other side. Then, in an instant, the darkness gave way to light. Ahead of them, the tunnel opened up, and the Going Merry shot out of the whirlpool, flying through the air before landing gracefully in what appeared to be a vast ocean. But this was no ordinary ocean. In front of them, an island loomed on the horizon, its size stretching far beyond what they could see. Ah! There's really an island. Whoa! There's no end to this place. Are we still in the New World? That can't be possible. If we're still in the New World, then what about the whirlpool? Did we somehow end up in another world beneath the sea? Zoro grinned. Maybe Nickpin was right after all, we might be inside some giant sea creature. Wait, hold on. Nama suddenly frowned, raising a hand and pointing upwards. If we're inside a creature, then what's the deal with all this sunlight? Drawn? Usopp said hesitantly, his mind flashing back to when they were inside Laboon and an old man had painted the sky on the whale's inner walls. Duong. Before he could finish, Nami's fist landed on his head, leaving a sizable bump. Idiot. This is real sunlight. In Laboon's belly, the sky had been a clever imitation, a painted illusion that gave the illusion of daylight. But this was real. It's definitely real, Frankie confirmed, activating a meter on his mechanical body to analyze the sunlight's intensity. The data doesn't lie. Could it be that the whirlpool acted like some sort of transportation device? Maybe it transferred us from one sea area to another. It's possible, Zoro replied, his mind already piecing together the puzzle. Nickpin's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered Sanji's theory. It was plausible. But there was something that still didn't sit right with him. Wait a second, Nickpin's voice trailed off as his brow furrowed in concentration. This sunlight, it's artificial. The crew turned to him, confused. Without another word, Nickpin activated his observation haki, his senses stretching far beyond their immediate surroundings. His awareness expanded outward, reaching across the ocean and then beyond, until it hit something unexpected, the sky itself. His eyes widened in realization. That's not a real sky, he muttered. The dome above us, it's man-made. What? The crew gasped, their eyes turning upward once more. Nickpin continued, his voice filled with wonder. It's artificial sunlight, but it's so perfect that it mimics real sunlight down to the smallest detail. We're inside something much bigger than we thought. Chapter 282. This is actually a man-made natural environment. Nickpin exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. Creating an artificial environment with a radius of just 1 kilometer would be an incredible feat of engineering. But this place stretched for kilometers on end. It was vast and seemingly boundless, extending far beyond what the eye could see. Dozens of kilometers, at least. Maybe even over 100 kilometers. Nickpin thought, his mind racing. Such a massive man-made environment would be undetectable to most without his system cheat. Even his observation haki wouldn't have been able to cover such an immense distance. This is crazy, the sunlight is artificial. That's impossible. I agree, Frankie chimed in, crossing his bulky arms. The warmth feels real, it's shining on me like the real deal, this is super. Chopper frowned, looking between Nickpin and the others. But Nickpin wouldn't lie, if he says it's man-made, then it has to be. It's too outrageous, Brook added with a laugh, the incredulity in his voice obvious. Creating sunlight, yahohoho, what a feat. The entire Straw Hat crew was in shock, processing the idea that they were standing in a completely artificial world. Nickpin's frown deepened as he continued to analyze. This is indeed a man-made world. If I'm right, this place isn't on the surface of the ocean, we're likely in some kind of space beneath the sea. He paused for a moment before adding, though there's another possibility, this could be inside the body of a giant sea king. That makes sense. No wonder a beacon is required to get here. Look. The current is carrying us straight toward that island up ahead. Nickpin glanced at the island in the distance, feeling the weight of history pressing down on them. Let's head to the island first. He suggested, his voice steady. If his guess was correct, that island could be the remains of the massive kingdom from 800 years ago. Before long, the Going Merry reached the coast, and the crew eagerly disembarked, excitement buzzing in the air. This adventure felt different from their past experiences, and none of them wanted to miss a moment of it. Even the 3 members who usually stayed behind to guard the ship jumped off eagerly this time, unable to contain their enthusiasm. That's a city. Frankie announced, his mechanical eye scanning the horizon. But it looks like it's been reduced to ruins. It's not just a city, Nickpin mused, studying the crumbling structures. It was a massive kingdom once, we'll need to search thoroughly. Given the sheer size of the area, Nickpin suggested, this place is enormous, let's split up into teams. If anyone finds something unusual, contact the rest of us immediately. Everyone nodded. With their Den Musha communicators, staying in touch wouldn't be a problem. And there was no need to worry about Zoro getting lost, now that Quina was with him. Alright, who's coming with me? Luffy exclaimed, his arms raised in excitement. I'm with you. Usopp shouted, running to Luffy's side. Me too. Chopper joined, his hooves bouncing with energy. Kia smiled warmly as she stepped forward. Count me in as well. Frankie waved to the group, striking a pose. I'll search on my own, I want to see if I can find any technological relics, super. Waha. Let's go. Yahohoho, I'll go with Frankie, just in case he encounters something. Brook quickly followed after Frankie, though his excuse was a flimsy one. I'll just roam around, call me if you need anything, Zoro said casually, waving his hand as he wandered off. Now that Kuina was with him, he felt no need to worry about getting lost. Sanji, ever the charmer, moved close to Nami. I'll join you, Nami-chan. But before Sanji could get too comfortable, Nami grabbed Nickpin's arm. I'm with Nickpin. Defeated, Sanji quickly shifted his attention. Then I'll go with Robin. Robin rolled her eyes playfully at him. I'm needed with Nick Pin, especially if we encounter any ancient texts. Sanji slumped in defeat. His gaze drifted to Reiju, but she simply gave him a puzzled look. Forget it, Sanji muttered, dejectedly following after Zoro. Don't worry, Zoro, I'm here. You won't get lost. Zoro shot back without missing a beat. Who said I wanted you around, Curlybrow? You. Sanji snapped. So annoying. Zoro groaned. As their banter faded into the distance, Nick Pin and the others exchanged amused glances. Alright, let's go too, Nick Pin said. Nick Pin, Nami, Robin, and Reiju made their way toward the center of the ruins. The scale of the place was mind-boggling, the remnants of a once great civilization looming over them. At the heart of the city stood a tall tower, its silhouette striking against the artificial sky. Perched atop the tower was a structure resembling a flying saucer. Without wasting time, the group flew toward the top of the tower. Reiju could fly on her own, while Nick Pin used a Clow card to carry both Nami and Robin. Once at the top, they had a clear view of the entire city below. The ruins stretched out beneath them in every direction. Nick Pin's sharp eyes spotted something strange in the distance. He leaned over the edge of the railing, squinting at what appeared to be a formation of figures. Upon closer inspection, Nick Pin realized they were not people at all. They're robots, Nick Pin said, his voice tinged with surprise. And not just any robots, they're massive, about the size of a giant. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. The robots were lined up in a neat formation, almost like an army awaiting orders. Nick Pin's eyes narrowed as he studied their design. There was something familiar about them. Where had he seen robots like this before? Then it clicked. His eyes widened in recognition. They resemble the robot from the Egghead Island arc, Nick Pin whispered to himself. The one that had lost its power and remained a mystery even to Vegapunk. Vegapunk, the genius scientist responsible for the creation of the Seraphim, had been unable to understand the workings of that broken robot. Yet here, standing before them, was an entire army of such robots, still intact. This technology is far more advanced than even Vegapunk's, Nick Pin muttered, his heart racing. The potential power of these machines sent a chill through him. If these robots could be reactivated. Hiss. The thought sent a thrill of both excitement and apprehension through Nick Pin. What would happen if these ancient machines were brought back to life? Chapter 283. Wait for me here, Robin. Come with me, we need to take a closer look. Without wasting a second, he leaped from the high point of the flying saucer, pulling Robin along with him. They descended rapidly, like rockets streaking through the air, heading straight for the array of towering robots below. As they landed amidst the mechanical behemoths, Nick Pin found himself momentarily speechless. The sheer presence of these colossal machines was staggering. The robots, made of unknown materials, gave off an intimidating aura, as though an army of giants were watching them with cold, mechanical eyes. Nick Pin approached one of the robots, knocking on its metal exterior. The sound that reverberated was deep and solid, a clear indication that the armor was sealed tightly and intact. These robots had not been damaged. Incredible, if these machines could be reactivated, they could rival even the Seraphim in strength. Nick Pin's mind raced as he considered the implications. The thought of an 800-year-old kingdom possessing such advanced technology sent chills down his spine. How had the world government managed to defeat such a powerful civilization? Nick Pin's mind whirled with questions. The fact that the robot guards remained intact suggested that they had never been used. Nick Pin couldn't help but wonder if betrayal had played a role in the downfall of the Great Kingdom. From the edge of the array, Robin's voice broke the silence. There's a book here. Nick Pin turned his attention to Robin, who had found a stone book nestled among the machines. Unlike ordinary books, this one had pages made of stone much like the material of the poneglyphs. Robin carefully touched the surface of the stone book. This material, it seems to be the same as the poneglyph, she said thoughtfully. Nick Pin nodded, his eyes narrowing in realization. It must be, they probably used the same material to preserve the information for eternity. Let's see what it says. Robin wasted no time. She took out an archaeological magnifying glass and began to carefully translate the ancient script, her fingers tracing each character as she worked. As she read, her expression shifted from curiosity to shock. Nickpin waited patiently until Robin had finished reading the entire text. When she finally looked up at him, the shock on her face mirrored his own feelings. "Nickpin," Robin began, her voice low and serious. "This is far more than I expected." It turned out that these robots weren't just ordinary machines, they were part of an ancient weapon, a forgotten fourth weapon, called Terra. The legendary ancient weapons weren't limited to 3 after all. In addition to Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton, there was a fourth Terra, the King of Man. During the height of the Great Kingdom, these robots were built to withstand natural disasters and defend the kingdom. The man who designed them possessed technological knowledge so advanced that even devil fruit users couldn't stand against him. This man was known as the King of Man. Robin continued, "The Great Kingdom was a beacon of peace, but it wasn't a naive peace. The king of that time understood that peace must be defended, even if it meant eliminating threats." As the world stabilized and grew more peaceful, more nations pledged loyalty to the Great Kingdom. Among them were the 20 largest countries, who revered the kingdom as a holy land. But the story didn't end there. "Greed," Nickpin muttered, already piecing together what was to come. "It's always greed." Robin nodded. Yes, the leaders of those 20 countries became envious. They didn't just want the kingdom's technology, they wanted to control it. In secret, the 20 nations conspired to overthrow the Great Kingdom, and they found their opportunity through betrayal. They managed to turn a high-ranking individual from the Great Kingdom against his people. This traitor held one of the ancient weapons, Uranus. The power of Uranus was unlike anything else, Robin explained. No matter how advanced the Great Kingdom's defenses were, Uranus was an unstoppable force, capable of destroying entire islands with a single attack. It was like a nuclear weapon, only far more devastating. But there was a catch. Each use of Uranus came with a terrible cost, the life of its wielder. The traitor, however, found a way to circumvent this price. Robin's voice grew quieter as she reached the most unsettling part of the story. At the time, the op fruit was in the possession of a captain from the Alabasta Kingdom. The traitor convinced him to perform the immortality surgery, granting the traitor eternal life. In return, the captain gave his own life. With eternal life and the power of Uranus at his command, the traitor unleashed destruction upon the Great Kingdom. The kingdom's ruler at the time was none other than Joy Boy, who wielded the power of the mythical Zoan-Nika fruit. His ability allowed him to turn the entire kingdom into rubber, protecting it from most threats, including Uranus. "But betrayal cuts deep," Robin said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The traitor was one of Joy Boy's most trusted allies. He used Seastone Chains to bind Joy Boy, weakening his power. Even then, Joy Boy fought back, but it wasn't enough. The Great Kingdom fell, but Joy Boy's final act of defiance saved part of it. A loyal confidant initiated a protection program, summoning an enormous sea king to swallow the kingdom whole. The kingdom sank to the bottom of the sea, hidden from its enemies." Nickpin's heart pounded as he processed the information. "So this is part of the Great Kingdom, hidden away beneath the ocean." Robin nodded, her expression somber. "Yes, it appears so." The revelations left them both shaken. The ancient world was far more complex and tragic than they had imagined. The robots, the betrayal, the power of Uranus, it all pointed to a history that had been deliberately erased. Chapter 284. After the massive kingdom disappeared into the sea, Joy Boy did not perish immediately. At the twilight of his life, he penned a heartfelt letter to the Princess of Fishman Island, the Poseidon of that era. He deeply regretted ignoring the mermaid's earlier warnings, lamenting his failure to fulfill the grand promise he had made to the mermaid princess. Along with the letter, he left behind a key to activate the preserved Terra. And with that final act, he passed away, leaving behind a legacy steeped in sorrow and unfulfilled dreams. Upon reading these revelations, Nickpin finally pieced together the truth of the ancient past. If no unforeseen events occurred, the traitor of that time was none other than the now almighty Lord Im. No wonder Im is so obsessed with the rubber fruit. It turns out that this devil fruit is the only power capable of countering Uranus. Here are the startup instructions. Robin exclaimed. She had discovered a set of instructions inscribed on one of the robots. Interesting. After a quick glance at the text, a sly smile spread across Robin's lips. What's so amusing? Nickpin asked, a look of curiosity flashing across his face. Robin explained, according to these instructions, the key to activating these robots lies in assimilating them with the rubber ability while in Nika's form, only then will they be fully operational. I see, Nickpin murmured, nodding as if everything was beginning to fall into place. Because according to the world of One Piece, Roger's crew had reached Raftel, but Nickpin, I arrived far too early. Joy Boy had yet to reappear. But why does Joy Boy need to return? What makes Joy Boy so vital? Clearly, the mysterious Joy Boy is, in fact, Nika. Only Joy Boy can activate this ancient Terra, as decreed by the world's forgotten history. Yet now, Nickpin can as well. Nickpin had no desire to steal Luffy's title of Pirate King or anything of the sort. But when it came to handling a super ancient weapon like Terra, Nickpin felt it was more sensible to activate it himself. After all, Luffy, that bumbling fool, who knows what disaster he might cause. With that thought, Nickpin immediately transformed into his Nika form. White flames ignited, engulfing his hair, while the rest of his body blazed with an intense fire. Using Nika's rubber assimilation power, Nickpin let the ability flow across the Terra machines. After a few moments, he stepped back, withdrawing from his Nika form. It seems there's no response. Nickpin muttered, his lips curling in frustration. It seemed nothing had changed. Is it really necessary for Luffy, the protagonist himself, to show up in person? Just then, buzz. A sudden metallic clanging echoed across the chamber. Nickpin and Robin snapped their heads around, their faces quickly shifting to expressions of shock. Acting swiftly, Nickpin grabbed Robin by the arm and leaped back 100 meters in an instant. After all, these were the advanced technologies of the massive kingdom that existed 800 years ago. Who could predict what might happen once these machines were activated? Even with the written instructions, there was no guarantee that everything would go according to plan. The mechanical hum grew louder, the synchronized sound of machines stirring to life. At least 100 Terra robots stood in formation, their eyes glowing as proof of their activation. Master. In the next moment, these Terra robots knelt before Nickpin. It was as if an army of soldiers awaited his command. Success. Nickpin leaned forward, suspicion etched across his face, his gaze fixed on the Terra robots. He turned his attention to the leading robot. What are your specific abilities? A multitude, Master, the robot replied without hesitation. Can you demonstrate? Nickpin asked. Yes, Master, the robot captain saluted again, then pointed to a distant building ruin. Master, what I shall demonstrate for you now is the energy wave. Energy wave? Nickpin's brow furrowed slightly. It must be something similar to the laser beams used by the Seraphim. It didn't seem to be anything particularly groundbreaking. As Nickpin mulled over this thought, the robot's eyes blinked. Whoosh! A wave of energy shot forth from the robot's eyes, zooming toward the ruins in the distance. But as the energy wave appeared, Nickpin's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but blurt out words of disbelief. The energy wave was no mere laser beam. Instead, it was a swirling double helix, a fusion of fire and ice, with a laser beam encasing the spiral like a shell. Around it, arcs of electric energy danced wildly. Not only that, Nickpin sensed yet another force embedded within the wave, something far more powerful and unique than the lightning. It was the vibrations of the tremor fruit. This meant that this seemingly ordinary energy wave contained the powers of the flame fruit, the ice fruit, the light fruit, the lightning fruit, and the tremor fruit. As the wave struck the ruins, the structure erupted in a violent explosion. But it wasn't just a simple blast. Nickpin, with his observation hockey fully unleashed, could perceive every detail of the energy wave's destruction. The first force to act was the tremor fruit's power. In that instant, the ruins were utterly pulverized. Next came the fiery and icy energies, tearing the fragments apart even further. Finally, the combined forces of the laser and lightning erupted, obliterating the remnants entirely. The building vanished in a single, devastating moment. In the aftermath, silence fell upon the scene. Where the ruins once stood, only a vast, charred crater remained. It was as if a giant black pit had always been there. Nickpin's mouth twitched in awe. Compared to this fearsome energy wave, the Seraphim's laser beams were mere child's play. Nickpin couldn't help but think that even if the robots only possessed this energy wave ability, this army alone would be enough to conquer Marineford effortlessly. Chapter 285. The Straw Hat Pirates lingered at the ruins of the vast kingdom for about a week, exploring every corner of the ancient, crumbling civilization. Of course, it wasn't that the kingdom itself was small. Instead, the Straw Hat Pirates had grown immensely powerful, their speed and endurance needing no further explanation. The happiest among them was Robin. The ruins held countless documents, and after Robin painstakingly translated them, they nearly filled in the missing history of the Void Century, revealing secrets long buried for 800 years. It turns out that, during that ancient time, while devil fruits already existed, the Great Kingdom harnessed their power for production and development. For instance, the thread fruit was used to weave textiles, its productivity surpassing that of hundreds of large-scale factories. The tremor fruit, on the other hand, was applied to cutting-edge technologies that required high-frequency vibrations, simplifying processes that would otherwise be extremely complex. Even the soul fruit found a place in that era, used to advance the field of medical treatment. As Robin unraveled the history from the documents, Nickpin felt a wave of deep emotion wash over him. It's not the devil fruits themselves that are evil, it's the hearts of those who wield them. No matter how terrifying a power might seem, if used for good, it could bring about incredible achievements. From the photographs and records Robin had uncovered, it was clear that living in this colossal kingdom must have been a joyous experience for its people. It seems the 20 kingdoms were truly the villains here, Nickpin muttered to himself, his voice heavy with thought. What should we do next? Robin asked, her gaze fixed on Nickpin, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes. With these Terra robots, we now possess the strength to go toe-to-toe with the world government. Sanji, however, remained analytical. The only real threat to these robots is an attack from Uranus. But if they can survive a single hit by rubberizing themselves, Uranus won't be able to strike again in quick succession. That's the exact reason Mariehua fears them. Exactly, Nickpin nodded. The power of Uranus, an ancient weapon capable of leveling entire islands, was undeniable. If such a weapon could be fired continuously, the 4 emperors and even the revolutionary army would have been obliterated long ago. But now, with the Straw Hat Pirates in possession of a legion of Terra robots, if him were to find out, sleep would surely elude him. So, where are we headed next? Luffy asked, his excitement bubbling over. Nickpin rubbed his chin thoughtfully before speaking. Our next move isn't about adventuring, it's about achieving everyone's dreams. He turned toward Luffy and said, now that we've reached Raftel, you have everything you need to claim the title of Pirate King. The next step is making your name known to the world, to let everyone know you lead the strongest pirate crew on the seas. Yes. Without realizing it, Luffy's original dream has already come true. That's right, becoming the Pirate King is, in fact, the simplest dream among us, Sanji chuckled. Ha! That's true. As Nickpin thought it over, he considered the rest of the crew's dreams. Zoro's ambition was to become the world's greatest swordsman. Nami's dream was to create a complete nautical map of the entire world. Usopp sought to become a brave warrior of the sea, free and fearless. Sanji's quest was to find the legendary All Blue. Robin's mission was to uncover the truth behind the Void Century. Frankie desired to build and sail on a ship that would endure countless battles and reach the end of the Grand Line. And then there was Brook, who had made a solemn promise to reunite with Laboon. Upon reflection, Nickpin realized something. Without fanfare, the dreams of Robin, Frankie, and Brook had already been fulfilled. Usopp's dream, too, was nearing its completion. Nami and Sanji, however, were still on their respective journeys toward their goals. Nami's dream was a massive one, requiring careful steps to achieve. Sanji's dream, though not impossible, it wasn't exactly easy either. Finding the All Blue was the key, yet at the moment, there wasn't a single clue as to its whereabouts. Thinking of this, Nickpin turned back to his crewmates. Since we've inherited the Terra robots from Raftel, it's only right that we repay this by doing something for Raftel in return. Whoa. You're not suggesting we take on the world government, are you? The world government destroyed Raftel, Nickpin replied calmly. And now we've gained Raftel's Terra robots, even if we don't provoke them, the world government will come for us regardless. It's time for those parasites to pay up, Super. Frankie exclaimed with fervor. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Are we about to embark on an adventure to the Red Line? After a brief vote, the Straw Hat Pirates decided that their next destination would indeed be the Red Line. A few days later, the Going Merry departed from Raftel, its course set for the formidable Red Line. Though the distance from Raftel to the Red Line was quite far, the Going Merry was powered by multiple energy sources and could even float. As a result, it only took the ship around 10 days to reach the base of the Red Line. The Red Line towered thousands of meters into the sky. Scaling it required a specialized bubble cable car, unless, of course, one possessed alternative means. Little Mary adjusted the ship's weight, transforming it into the weight of mist. With ease, the Going Merry floated upward, eventually touching down on top of the Red Line. The Red Line was a vast, crimson, ring-shaped landmass encircling the entire world. From a geological perspective, such a perfectly shaped division seemed impossible to occur naturally. Nickpin had his own theory about this. Based on what the manga hinted at, Nickpin speculated that the layout of the world 800 years ago was drastically different. The manga mentioned that Wano country was once the heart of the world, which suggested that it was once connected by waterways or land routes. But now, Wano is an isolated highland, far removed from its past status as the world's center. Maybe, there's an answer waiting here. Nickpin murmured to himself as he gazed at the distant city on the horizon. Chapter 286. The Red Line spanned a vast territory, yet few areas were truly habitable. Even Mariehua, the so-called Holy Land, had to undergo significant transformation to become suitable for living. The spot where the Straw Hat Pirates had landed was a barren stretch of land at the edge of the Red Line. Mariehua lay just 5 kilometers ahead of them, looming in the distance. Are we really just going to charge right in? Zoro asked in a low voice, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Why not let me snipe from afar? The new power I've mastered is perfect for large-scale destruction. I can use my ninjutsu to cause some massive destruction as well, Robin added, her fingers moving gracefully like tendrils of water, ready to summon her devastating abilities. But Nickpin shook his head, his expression calm yet resolute. Let's not rush things. Although this so-called Holy Land deserves destruction, there are still many slaves inside. These innocents don't deserve to die. Our target this time is the celestial dragons. That's true, there are still slaves. Nami agreed, her voice filled with concern. Let me take point. Zoro declared, rising to his feet. As a swordsman, he was always eager to lead in battle. But Nickpin smiled slightly and said, no, we won't need anyone to lead this time. As he spoke, Nickpin reached into his pocket, pulling out something small and unassuming. When he opened his clenched fist, everyone saw 4 rows and 5 columns of exactly 20 mini-robots resting on his palm. The Terra robots, Robin instantly recognized them. Her eyes widened with surprise. She hadn't expected Nickpin to have shrunk these powerful machines and stored them in his pocket. Nickpin grinned. It's a good opportunity to test their power. He slowly crouched down, preparing to release the Terra robots onto the ground. But just as his hand moved to release all 20 robots, he paused and withdrew 10 of them. With the remaining 10, Nickpin gently placed them on the barren soil. Then, using the magic of the Clow cards, he restored the 10 robots to their full size. They grew rapidly, each one now towering to the size of a giant. In truth, with Nickpin's abilities, he could have made the Terra robots even larger. But since this was a forced intervention, who knew if it might weaken the robots' true power? It seemed better to let them fight in their original size first and then test enlarging 1 or 2 later on. Let's begin. Nickpin commanded. Kind. Like perfectly trained soldiers, the Terra robots snapped to attention, raising their heads in unison. Their eyes glowed brightly, and then, with a sudden burst of energy from their feet, they lifted off into the sky. This tech is way more advanced than my power shoes. Reiju observed, glancing down at her own footwear, suddenly feeling that her gear was a bit outdated. Alright, let's go, we'll follow them, this will be a rare chance to take it easy, Nickpin said, a hint of amusement in his voice. He transformed the Going Merry into the size of a small yacht and used a floating cloud to make the ship hover. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates boarded the smaller Going Merry, following the Terra robots as if on a leisurely tour toward Mariehua. Mariehua. Ong. Ong. A shrill alarm suddenly rang out in the alarm room of Pangaea Castle. Attention! Intruders detected 7 kilometers east of Pangaea Castle, approaching the Holy Land. Alert! Unknown weapon detected. Alert! Alert! In a grand and opulent room, 5 elderly men of varying appearances sat in silence. These men, the 5 elders, held the highest authority within the world government. After having enjoyed lives of luxury for so long, danger was something they rarely had to consider. Oh! Someone dares to invade the Holy Land? The last invasion of the Holy Land had taken place 15 years ago, when the fishmen snuck up the Red Line, setting fires and causing chaos to free a group of slaves. And now, someone was foolish enough to try this again. But the Holy Land was no longer what it had been. In the past, no one had dared to attack the sacred territory, so its defenses had been lax. But now, the security around Mariewa was tighter than ever. A large swarm of territorial longhorn beetles, brought from Insect Island, guarded the area, raised to detect and repel any potential threats. Who are these fools? Could it be the Revolutionary Army again? Ha! I doubt it. Dragon isn't that foolish. If Dragon made such a basic mistake, he would have never led the Revolutionary Army to this point, Saturn added. Pull up the images, St. Topman Warcury ordered. An adjutant switched on the projection, and a multitude of surveillance camera images appeared on the large screen. These were the visual feeds from each of the territorial longhorn beetles stationed around Mariewa. What's that flying object? St. Warcury asked, his eyes narrowing in curiosity as the flying robots appeared on screen. Sir, it looks like a robot, the adjutant answered cautiously. A robot? The elder with the sword, St. Ethanbaron v. Nusjuro, furrowed his brow. Could Vegapunk be involved? I don't know, the adjutant replied nervously. St. Ethanbaron v. Nusjuro scowled, then pulled out a Den Mushy and dialed Vegapunk's number. Where are you? Nusjuro demanded as soon as the call connected. I'm in Egghead, obviously, Vegapunk replied casually, the image of the Den Mushy showing him tapping away at a keyboard. To prove it, Vegapunk's assistant picked up the camera and panned it around, showing that they were indeed at the Egghead laboratory. St. Ethanbaron v. Nusjuro's frown deepened. He pointed the Den Mushy's camera at the projected screen and asked, have you ever seen this type of robot before? Robot? Vegapunk's interest peaked instantly. He stopped typing and leaned forward to inspect the image closely. The moment the Terra robots came into view on the camera, the apple atop Vegapunk's head trembled violently. Vegapunk sprang to his feet, leaning in even closer, his eyes wide with shock. Then, a single word burst from his mouth, what? Chapter 287. Vegapunk, who had been intensely absorbed in his research, found himself jolted with shock upon noticing the sight on his monitor, a massive, gleaming robot towering on the screen, every joint articulated with precision and ancient elegance. Damn it! Isn't that? Right here, on his secluded island, Egghead, there lay such a robot, one he'd studied countless times, now little more than rusted metal and immobile circuitry. Yet this lifeless relic had not prevented Vegapunk from recognizing immediately that the robots on the screen shared the same origin, the same unmistakable design. This is a robot from 800 years ago. Normally, relics from such a distant past would be obsolete, outclassed by centuries of advancement. But it's different in this world, he mused. For all of Vegapunk's groundbreaking discoveries, all the world's advancements in science and technology ultimately traced back to this long-lost era. The most advanced technology today, every innovation, came from that time. 800 years in the past, and now, here, these same ancient robots were back, fully intact, flying in formation, 10 of them soaring together through the sky. This was no small event. This is monumental. Vegapunk, what's with that look on your face? What's got you so rattled? The 5 elders, observing his astonishment, furrowed their brows. They were on high alert, sensing something was amiss. Vegapunk opened his mouth to spill the truth, but suddenly he hesitated, struck by a realization. Wait, no. The world government doesn't know about my research on the blank century, the void hidden in history. If he admitted the truth now, admitted that this technology was from 800 years ago, he would be effectively exposing himself, revealing the forbidden studies he'd kept secret. This is astonishing. Such massive robots capable of independent flight. Who could possibly have created these? What? The five elders exchanged bewildered glances. So you have no idea where these robots originated? St. Peter asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Vegapunk shook his head and answered with feigned ignorance, I don't. But within him, his heart raced, emotions swirling uncontrollably. The technology of the void century resurfacing, now what could this signify? It suggested, tantalizingly, that others might also be researching the technology of that lost era. Oh, if only we could exchange ideas. Forget it, it's no surprise that he doesn't know, muttered St. Marcus. He cast a glance at his soldier, issuing an order with cold efficiency. Go, send the CP0 to handle this. In the minds of the five elders, even a fleet of robots was nothing beyond CP0's capabilities. Yes. The soldier received the order and quickly departed. Not long after, three distinct figures appeared at the gates of Pangaea Castle. One wore a yin-yang eye mask, another a sunflower mask, and the third a fearsome lion head mask. These were the CP0 agents stationed in the Holy Land. Who dares to attack the Holy Land? The CP0 with the yin-yang mask spoke in a steady, emotionless tone as they advanced. I wouldn't know, revolutionary soldiers are all madmen, throwing themselves against the world government without a thought, the one in the sunflower mask replied, shrugging nonchalantly before adding with a slight grin. Let's go resolve this mess. As they spoke, the three of them moved in sync, the ground beneath them barely disturbed as they launched themselves upward in a flash. Moonwalk. Leaving Mariehua in their wake, the three agents advanced rapidly. In this world, few things were beyond their capacity to handle. Before long, they spotted the 10 colossal robots speeding toward them. So massive? The CP0 agents murmured in disbelief, staring at the Terra robots with astonished expressions. The uglier they are, the older they must be. Scoffed the CP0 in the lion head mask. Just like those useless giants, big and dumb. His laugh was cold and derisive. Why don't you two stand back and watch? He sneered. I'll take care of these fools myself. With that, he shot forward, accelerating faster than the eye could follow. The CP0 with the yin-yang mask and the sunflower mask exchanged glances. Show off. Meanwhile, within the Terra robot's targeting systems. Target locked. Enemy confirmed. Commencing elimination. The robots charged forward, unfaltering. One of them, its eyes glowing, locked onto the CP0 with the lion head mask and released a swift, deadly beam whoosh. Nanny. The CP0 agent in the lion head mask, filled with confidence only moments ago, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm as his observation hockey flared in warning. Danger. Serious danger. The intensity of the warning sent a chill through him. No way could these lasers really be so potent. To be fair, the lion-headed CP0 agent was no stranger to powerful weaponry. He was familiar with the laser technology embedded in the pacifists, beams derived from the shining fruit. But those lasers, dangerous as they were, had never truly threatened his life like this. And yet, the three blazing beams in front of him now felt like a direct assault on his very existence. As the beams neared, his eyes narrowed, realizing too late. Damn it! Flashes of energy, ice, fire, lightning, and pure light coursed through the beams, each one brimming with immense destructive force. No wonder his hockey's warning had been so intense. But no matter how strong these beams were, his hockey had been honed to advanced levels, powerful enough to guide his movements. Trusting his instincts, he dodged to avoid the deadly laser. But then two more blue beams fired in his direction, one to his left, the other to his right, closing in from both sides. What? He stammered, realizing in horror that, no matter where he turned, the three intersecting beams would leave him no escape. This was impossible. How can these robots block every path without leaving any blind spots? It dawned on him in a flash of dread. These robots, they also have observation hockey. And not just any Hacketheer ability to read his movements surpassed even his own. Only with such a skill could they predict his evasive route and ensnare him in their crossfire. Oh no, save me. With no time left, he screamed, a final, desperate cry echoing as. Boom! The trio of laser beams, each charged with devastating energies, swallowed him whole in a blinding, explosive burst. Chapter 288. Boom! A vivid, multicolored ripple of energy erupted across the sky, surging outwards and instantly consuming the CPO with the lion head mask, devouring him in an explosive surge of light and heat. Boom! The collision of elemental forces ice and fire created a magnificent and deadly display. Two realms, frozen and fiery, clashed violently in an intense dance of annihilation, each power vying to consume the other in a fierce embrace. This enormous whirlpool of opposing elements spun in the air like a frenzied storm, swallowing anything in its path with the relentless force of a natural catastrophe. Golden bursts of energy flashed intermittently within the maelstrom, glinting as they reflected the monstrous power spinning at its heart. Streaks of violet lightning coiled around the whirlpool, snaking across its outer layers in erratic, jagged paths. These currents of energy darted into the whirlpool's interior, only to resurface from random points, flaring and crackling in chaotic arcs of light. Every movement of the whirlpool was both mesmerizing and terrifying, as if nature itself were being torn apart and reborn within the swirling chaos. Although this mighty vortex appeared as a simple, luminous energy ripple, it pulsed and throbbed, disassembling in brief moments of pause, only to reassemble with even more ferocity. It was a destructive force in constant flux. After what felt like an eternity but was only a few agonizing seconds, the energy began to fade, its might dissipating into the heavens and vanishing into the earth below, leaving only a chilling silence in the aftermath. As for the CPO with the lion head mask. No. Where had the CPO with the lion head mask gone? The sky was now an empty void, marked only by faint, fading traces of energy, their vibrant glow slowly dissolving into the air like ghostly remnants of an obliterated existence. He had been entirely erased. The two remaining CPOs, who had moments before been brimming with self-assured confidence, now stood frozen, their expressions contorted with shock and disbelief. They were unable to process what had just transpired, unable to grasp that their comrade had been utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye. Though the CPO with the lion mask had been the least powerful of the trio, the difference in strength was minimal. The power that had erased him could just as easily obliterate them. The realization struck them like a bolt of ice through the heart. In that instant, the Terra robots fixed their piercing, mechanical gaze on the two remaining CPOs. Target acquired. Identify the enemy. Eliminate. Ding ding ding. As the Terra robots honed in, their intense, unyielding gaze zeroing in on them, the CPO's observation hockey flared with relentless, wild warnings. An unmistakable feeling of dread flooded over them, their instincts urging them to flee. Shave. They locked eyes for an instant, each recognizing the desperation in the other, and sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. With a blinding flash, 10 energy beams tore through the sky, their speed nearing the speed of light itself, each beam an unstoppable streak of annihilation. In that fleeting moment, each CPO realized they were the intended targets, trapped within the intricate, web-like paths of energy beams, all of which spiraled and converged with lethal intent. What? No. Their cries of horror and disbelief echoed into the open air, punctuated by the relentless advance of the Terra robots' beams, which engulfed them in an explosive cascade, obliterating them as effortlessly as crushing an insect underfoot. The once mighty CPOs, defenders of the Holy Land, found themselves utterly powerless in the face of these implacable machines. There was no opportunity for escape, no possibility of survival. Such was the extraordinary, boundless power of these Terra robots, machines so feared that they had earned the title Kings of Humankind, and were considered equals to the fabled three ancient weapons. Mariehua. In the Five Elders' Grand Hall, a figure appeared, emerging silently from the shadows. Huh? Why have you entered without an announcement? Saint Marcus, startled by the unexpected entrance, looked up with irritation. His brows furrowed as he turned to the doorway. Yet the moment he saw who had arrived, his irritation turned to horror. His face went pale as he sprang to his feet, his demeanor abruptly shifting from annoyance to submission. Lord M. The sound of Saint Marcus's exclamation jolted the other four elders. For a brief, bewildered moment, they were taken aback, their expressions frozen in shock. But as the realization settled, they quickly composed themselves, aware of the gravity of the situation. An immediate, profound tension filled the hall as they rose in unison, their eyes fixed toward the doorway. Lord M was here. Lord M. In perfect synchronicity, the 5 elders fell to one knee, their heads bowed low in a gesture of absolute respect. Beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads, each feeling the weight of their lord's unexpected presence. It was almost unimaginable. Typically, when Lord M wanted to order them, he would summon them to the empty throne. For him to arrive in their hall, unannounced, meant the situation was dire. Is there an attack? Im's voice was low and penetrating, carrying an ominous undertone that made their spines shiver. Yes, my lord, it's a minor matter, we have ordered CP0 to handle it accordingly, the Elder Star replied swiftly, his voice quivering slightly under the intense scrutiny. Minor matter? Im's voice grew harsher, a note of irritation rising. Do you even understand what those robots are? Ah. A flicker of realization swept through the elders. They were beginning to understand that this was no mere incursion. If Lord M himself was aware of these robots, then the implications were clear. Could it be, from 800 years ago? Im's gaze hardened, his tone icy and resolute. Those machines are entities capable of rivaling the 3 ancient weapons themselves. Nanny? Was it even conceivable that anything else in existence could match the might of the 3 ancient weapons? The 5 elders stood in stunned silence, their minds racing, fear now creeping into their carefully composed expressions. Before they could fully absorb the magnitude of this information, Im's next words sent fresh terror coursing through their veins. All 5 of you, yes, all of you are to depart immediately, take the remaining CP0 agents, every last one, and eliminate these machines, either those robots are destroyed by day's end, or you are. The weight of Im's words hit them like a crushing blow, leaving no room for doubt or delay. Yes. They replied in unison, their voices taut with fear and duty. St. Jupiter, despite himself, dared to ask, my lord, about the strength of these robots. Though his words were hesitant, his meaning was clear. What was the true power of these machines? If CP0 was reduced to mere cannon fodder, it suggested the robots were beyond formidable. How could they, the 5 most powerful elders, stand a chance against such a force? Im's gaze locked onto Jupiter with icy disdain. Simply follow your orders, your task is to delay those machines, I will come with the support later on. The elders exhaled in unison, feeling a momentary, fragile relief. With Lord M himself involved, they knew they were not alone in this struggle. Although the robots' full strength remained unknown, they had faith in their ability to hold the line, if only temporarily. Besides, there was plenty of cannon fodder to spare. Rest assured, my lord. We will hold these machines at bay. He straightened, gesturing for the others to follow him as they exited the hall, each steeling themselves for the battle ahead. Outside Pangaea Castle, the 5 elders issued the highest priority mobilization order, summoning every available force to the fore. Within moments, the elite forces of the CP departments gathered, their ranks filled with operatives from CP1 through CP9, every last one stationed in Mariehua, all assembled and prepared. My lord, has something serious occurred? A CP0 team leader asked cautiously, his tone tentative. It's nothing critical, one of the elders replied smoothly, keeping his expression neutral. There's simply been an attempt to breach the Holy Land, and we thought this would be a fitting opportunity to test our defenses. His voice was calm, downplaying the enormity of the threat with practiced ease. As an experienced leader, he knew that if the truth were fully revealed, these forces might balk at the thought of facing such overwhelming danger. Presenting it as a routine exercise, however, would ensure they fought willingly, driven by confidence. Some might even compete to prove their worth. But what these brave soldiers did not know was that, to the 5 elders, they were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. Chapter 289. Mariehua, 3 kilometers beyond the city's fortified walls. The Terra robots flew in perfect formation, moving side by side in a tight, horizontal column, their metallic frames gleaming ominously against the darkening sky. Target, Mariehua has entered the attack range, do you wish to initiate destruction? The Terra robot's synchronized command request echoed through a signal receiver embedded in Nickpin's ear. This was no standard system message, it was a unique connection, a direct communication granted by a signal device given to him by the robot captain when he first activated the Terra robots. No. Nickpin immediately denied the request, his voice calm but resolute. His objective wasn't to obliterate Mariehua entirely. He had come with a singular purpose: to eliminate the celestial dragons and their loyal followers. The agents who upheld their rule. Wiping out the entire city wasn't his plan, it was a targeted strike. At that moment, the west gate of Mariehua swung open, its grand doors creaking as they moved, and an overwhelming flood of agents poured out, their ranks vast and disciplined, stretching out in a seemingly endless line before the gate. This sight. For a fleeting moment, Nickpin felt as though he had been transported back to the ancient era of the Three Kingdoms, watching soldiers march from a city's gates to form a meticulously organized battle array. Hey! What is that up there? Is it flying? Don't panic. This is Mariehua. The 5 elders themselves reside here, anyone foolish enough to provoke us is asking for death. Exactly. Once we open fire, those iron monstrosities will feel the full wrath of our power. The agents, unaware of the overwhelming force they faced, steeled themselves for combat, brimming with confidence. High on the city walls, in a hidden corner of Mariehua, the 5 elders stood, watching the unfolding scene with tense anticipation. They hadn't fully grasped the robot's might, but the knowledge that 3 elite CP-0 agents had been obliterated in a single encounter was enough to make them wary. Give the order. St. Marcus, his gaze fixed on the approaching robots in the distance, spoke with a hardened resolve. Fire. St. Chu Peter commanded, his voice relayed through a radio den mushy to the agents below. A torrent of gunfire erupted instantly, transforming the battlefield into a storm of bullets and artillery shells, an impenetrable wall of firepower unleashed with relentless fury. Boom. Smoke and flames swallowed the sky, blanketing the battlefield in thick clouds of explosive energy, as if the heavens themselves had become the scene of apocalyptic destruction. Damn! This is insane. I've never seen this level of firepower unleashed all at once. Look at all the agents from every CP division. It's a full-on assault. This firepower, it reminds me of the legendary Buster Call. Ha! The Buster Call can't even compare to the firepower of the Holy Land. Whatever those 10 robots are, they didn't stand a chance, I could barely make them out before they were blown to pieces. The agents who had expended their ammunition looked on with pride. In their eyes, nothing could possibly have survived such an onslaught. Then, a cry pierced the air, wait, what is that? Through the thick, roiling smoke and flames, a strange air current seemed to push forward, twisting and billowing the fiery clouds. The flames layered upon themselves, creating enormous, rolling waves of heat that moved with an almost romantic grandeur. It was as though a colossal beast was emerging from the fiery depths, its maw opening wide. Boom! A powerful blast echoed through the air, and a figure shot forth from the flames, burning with an intense, unidentifiable energy. Then, one figure after another followed, each one blazing a trail through the flames. In perfect formation, the robots aligned themselves, side by side, forming an unbroken line. They hovered, facing the agents below, their eyes glowing ominously. When calculated, the timing was precise. The agents realized with horror that, although they had opened fire when the robots were 3 kilometers away, the relentless advance had brought the robots within striking distance. The horrifying truth dawned upon them: their heavy firepower barrage hadn't delayed the robots for even a second. Not a scratch, not a single mark had marred their exteriors. Dear heavens! The bombardment they had just unleashed had been leagues stronger than a Buster Call. They had been confident, assured that their combined forces would reduce these machines to nothing. The irony hit them with a cruel twist: the very firepower they had considered a force of finality had failed not only to destroy the robots but even to hinder their approach. Not a single step was halted. High above, on the city wall, the 5 elders' eyes widened in shock, their faces paling. What kind of monsters are these machines? A piercing, radiant light suddenly blazed into existence. The 5 elders immediately scanned the area for the source of the glow, finally spotting it in the eyes of one of the Terra robots. Laser beam. The 5 elders tensed, brows furrowing in apprehension. But when the light struck the crowd of agents, ice, fire, thunder, light, vibrations, and other volatile energies normally in a precarious equilibrium detonated with apocalyptic force. It was as if a meteorite, accelerated by unimaginable gravitational force, had plunged into the heart of the sea. The energy ripples from the explosion engulfed the agents in an instant, their bodies consumed by the overwhelming power. Damn it! The 5 elders were stunned beyond belief, rooted to the spot in shock. Is this supposed to be a mere laser beam? It's a full-scale nuclear detonation. Just as they tried to grapple with the outrageous spectacle, an even more horrifying sight unfolded. Buzz! 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 The eyes of all the Terra robots simultaneously blazed with brilliant light. Under the dim, gray sky, 9 radiant orbs glowed, each one a blazing thunderbolt of pure destruction. As the lights illuminated the darkening sky, the 5 elders' minds reeled, their thoughts shattered by the implications. Could it be? These robots were capable of using lasers with this magnitude of power on command? Maybe, it was just one of their many weapons. The recent explosion had reduced the once confident agents to trembling husks, their faces drained of color, their bodies quaking in fear. They screamed in terror, unable to contain the panic welling within them. Desperate to release their fear, they cried out, their voices rising in terror. But before they could fully register the terror unfolding before them, 9 more lights filled the sky. Impossible. The moment they saw those 9 fiery orbs, every agent's mind echoed with the same, desperate cry, "We're doomed." The 9 lights descended into the midst of the agent crowd, each one zeroing in with terrifying accuracy. This was the optimal area of effect, calculated by the Terra robots with meticulous precision in under half a second. Every single agent was caught within the blast radius. Raging flames. Explosive glaciers. Interweaving lightning. Blinding light. Devastating shockwaves. Outside the western gates of Mariehua. It looked like the end of days, a scene torn from the apocalypse itself, as if nature's most destructive forces had all converged in one place, heralding the world's ultimate doom. Chapter 290. What the hell is this? They were witnessing an unthinkable power that had obliterated the entire Holy Land's elite agent force in mere moments. What now? Saint Warcury's face contorted, his usually stoic expression marred with nervous uncertainty as he looked to Saint Saturn for guidance. What else can we do? We fight. The power that earned them their high station had never relied on age alone. In a world that revered strength, where survival belonged only to the fittest, standing atop the hierarchy required absolute power. Alright, no choice but to follow Lord Im's orders, we need only to hold them back just long enough for Lord Im to intervene. Saint Ethan remarked, his voice steady as he gripped his scabbard tightly, the calm in his eyes betraying the resolve honed over decades. In a fluid, synchronized movement, the 5 of them leaped from the walls of Mariehua, descending to the ground below. Nick Pin, observing their readiness, swiftly commanded the Terra robots, melee attack. Instantly, the electromagnetic field suspending the Terra robots dissipated, and with a resounding crash, each robot landed on the ground, forming into pairs and charging toward the 5 elders. Saint J. Garcia Saturn let out a mighty roar, his entire body expanding in seconds. His form transformed, assuming the menacing shape of a Gyuki, a demonic creature resembling a colossal ox. Dark horns curling from his head, his thick beard stretching longer, his body morphing into a spider-like creature with 8 razor-sharp legs. He lunged forward, striking with 2 of his legs, each move infused with raw physical power so intense it made the surrounding space tremble. In response, a Terra robot met his attack without hesitation, raising its own arm in a powerful counterstrike. The 2 limbs collided with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves in all directions. Boom! The earth shook as the 2 titans were knocked back, both forced to recalibrate from the force of the collision. What? For a moment, Saturn was taken aback, the surprise etched into his transformed features. This robot had matched his strength blow for blow. As a mythical Zoan user, his power ranked among the highest, even above that of Kaido himself. After decades of honing his skills, Saturn was used to being at the very pinnacle of power in this world. Yet, against this robot, his strength was being equaled. But there was no time for reflection. Boom! Another Terra robot's fist launched toward him from the side. Saturn quickly summoned a dark, powerful medium from within, coating all his limbs in it. Armament Haki. With his longevity and mythical Zoan abilities, Saturn's physical skills had not weakened with time but remained in their prime, sharpened and refined. If brute strength alone is a match, let's see if they can withstand the might of Haki-enhanced attacks. Channeling his Haki, Saturn swung his reinforced legs to smash the Terra robot with immense force. Yet, just as his limb was about to make contact, an even darker, denser Haki suddenly spread across the steel arm of the Terra robot, flowing out like an inky tide to cover the entire arm in a black, shimmering armor. In that moment, Saturn's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Yes. What he saw was beyond comprehension. The robot's arm had manifested armament hockey. And not just any hackett density of this hockey was more domineering, more intense than his own. Robots can wield armament hockey. Has this world gone mad? Or have I? St. J. Garcia Saturn was paralyzed by the shock, his mind racing with disbelief. But his shock was his undoing. As he wavered, another Terra robot struck him from behind with a bone-crushing blow, fists landing precisely and mercilessly on his back. Boom! A thunderous, earth-shattering roar echoed across the battlefield as Saturn reeled from the impact. Though his beast form granted him immense resilience, this blow was beyond even his capacity to absorb unscathed. And this was no solitary strike. The immense kinetic force froze Saturn's expression, his entire form rigid with the impact. In a swift retaliation, he swung forward with a fierce slash. But as he gathered himself, the other Terra robot's eyes glowed in unison. Identify weakness. Target locked. The initial 2-to-1 assault shifted as 4 other Terra robots redirected their focus. Each of the 4 remaining elders Marcus Mars, St. Topman Warcury, St. Ethan Baron V. Nusgero, and St. Shepherd Jew Peter found themselves individually engaged, held down by 2 Terra robots each. The remaining 6 Terra robots moved as one, their forms blurring with speed as they homed in on Saturn, encircling him with a ring of unstoppable force. Saturn, still reeling from the recent blow, barely had time to register his surroundings before he found himself completely outnumbered. I must be going mad. This is beyond reason. Bang! Another Terra robot's fist drove into his back with unforgiving precision, sending him staggering forward. Desperately, Saturn twisted, swinging his arms to counterattack. Yet, each time he turned, another Terra robot attacked from his blind spot. Boom! One more fist connected, striking his exposed back again. And again, with full armament hockey power. Ugh! Saturn's voice choked in pain, his face pale as the blows kept coming. Boom! Boom! Each strike landed with devastating force, breaking his form, overwhelming him, one brutal step at a time. The 6 Terra robots coordinated their attacks seamlessly, delivering punishing blows in unison. At first, Saturn managed to deflect a few of the attacks. But within seconds, their relentless assault broke through his defenses. Each subsequent strike weakened him further until he was entirely overpowered. No! The other elders, witnessing Saturn's plight, let out anguished cries, unable to reach him, their horror evident as they saw him overwhelmed. To them, Saturn appeared like a ragdoll, battered and helpless, each blow from the Terra robots forcing his beast form to shudder uncontrollably. With a series of devastating strikes, the Terra robots shattered Saturn's beast form, reducing him to his original human state. Bruises covered his face, and blood streamed from countless wounds, his body broken and battered. Target neutralized. Proceed to eliminate remaining threats. As the 6 Terra robots withdrew in unison, Saturn's body crumpled, tumbling to the ground with a lifeless grace, like a fallen leaf drifting on the wind. His body struck the earth with a dull, final thud. The mighty St. J. Garcia Saturn, one of the elders representing the highest echelon of power in the world, had become nothing more than a relic of the past, his formidable presence relegated to history. Chapter 291. We can't just sit here waiting for death. Fight back. St. Marcus Mars roared, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Without hesitation, he spread his arms wide, his form beginning to shift and expand. His body morphed. Feathers erupting across his skin, transforming him into a terrifying hybrid creaturia bird with a hauntingly human face, a cruelly hooked beak lined with saw-like teeth, and a serpentine body coiling behind him like a snake. The creature, known in legend as Itzamaid, began to flap its massive wings, and as it did, whirlpools of immense power began to materialize in the air around him. But these weren't ocean whirlpools. They were whirlpools of pure, twisted space, swirling ominously in the atmosphere. The once stable space now resembled a rippling lake, riddled with dark, endless voids. Each whirlpool was a portal into unknown darkness, and through these holes, one could glimpse an endless river of stars, shimmering faintly beyond the veil. The whirlpools spread, distributed randomly yet completely surrounding St. Marcus Mars, casting an eerie beauty across the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, one of the Terra robots charged at Saint Shepherd Jew Peter, its massive iron fists clad in armament hockey. Each punch carrying enough force to shatter worlds. The fists rocketed toward Saint Shepherd Jew Peter, who only responded with a sly, mocking smile. In an instant, a whirlpool opened beside him, swallowing him whole. Boom! The Terra robot's powerful punch hit only empty air, its target vanished without a trace. Behind it, another whirlpool silently emerged, and out of its depths stepped Saint Shepherd Jew Peter. Transformed into his own formidable hybrid form. His head and upper body had morphed into that of a monstrous black sandworm, while his lower half retained a human shape, now greatly expanded and menacing. The sandworm's mouth opened wide, a dark red energy gathering within, pulsing with destructive force. Although this energy had no name, the Straw Hat pirates, watching from a distance, sensed the overwhelming aura of devastation it emitted. That must be his devil fruit power, right? Robin muttered, frowning as she studied the new form of Saint Shepherd Jew Peter. These old guys are really something else, she added with unease. That robot's in for trouble. Frankie exclaimed, his voice tinged with tension as he saw Saint Shepherd Jew Peter poised to unleash his attack. But Nick Pin, watching calmly, merely smiled, saying nothing. Just as Saint Shepherd Jew Peter was about to unleash the devastating energy from his open jaws onto the unsuspecting Terra robot, a sudden jolt interrupted him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Saint Shepherd Jew Peter bit down hard on his own tongue, his face contorting in agony. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and wide, as if they would pop from his skull. The dark red energy he had been preparing dissipated, fading from his mouth. What just happened? Frankie asked, dumbfounded. Huh? Why did he stop? He had the perfect opportunity and just gave it up. Stupid curly brow. The robot interrupted him. Oh man. That looks like it hurt. A lot. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates quickly pieced together what had happened. Just as Saint Shepherd Jew Peter had prepared to attack the Terra robot, it had swiftly spun and delivered a brutal kick, reinforced with armament hockey, directly between Saint Shepherd Jew Peter's legs. Hiss. The Straw Hat Pirates collectively cringed, especially the men, who immediately understood the agonizing pain Saint Shepherd Jew Peter was enduring. Oh my God! A moment of silence swept over them for Saint Shepherd Jew Peter's plight. Wait, is that Terra robot's maneuver? Suddenly, Chopper's eyes widened as he noticed something unusual. No way. How did it know to kick him there? It didn't even turn around. How did it hit his, sensitive spot? This technology is from 800 years ago. It's vastly more advanced than what we have today, surpassing modern capabilities by hundreds of years. Do you really think a robot designed with such cutting-edge tech is limited by a human skeleton? Wow! So these Terra robots are on par with the ancient weapons. Look! Their legs can rotate a full 360 degrees without a single blind spot. Supper! Frankie shouted, raising his hands in triumph, his body vibrating with excitement as he struck his signature pose. Yeah, super! Echoed the others. Indeed, as Frankie said, the Terra robot's skeletal structure allowed each limb to rotate fully without any blind spots. This enabled them to detect and attack enemies in any direction, whether from the front, back, left, right, above, or below, striking with unparalleled speed and accuracy without compromising power. Hey! This is insane! This technology surpasses even Germa's advancements, Vinsmoke Reiju observed, her eyes narrowed in thought. But then, how did the Terra robot even know where Saint Shepherd Jew Peter appeared? Even if it has observation hockey, shouldn't the whirlpool mask his presence from its senses? Zoro's observation hockey was at a highly advanced level. As he observed the battlefield, his hockey swept over every corner. But he noticed that each whirlpool seemed to block any attempt to peer inside. Even at the exact moment when Saint Shepherd Jew Peter emerged from a whirlpool, Zoro could not sense him at all. So how did the Terra robot pinpoint his exact location? I've got it! Frankie suddenly shouted, as if struck by a flash of inspiration. These robots, they must share vision. So even if one Terra robot didn't see him, the others did, right? Exactly! Nickpin confirmed, giving Frankie an approving thumbs up. Each Terra robot is linked, they share both vision and perception, what one sees, they all see. The Straw Hat pirates stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the revelation. These formidable terror robots could share their vision and sensory awareness. This was beyond anything they'd ever encountered. Thank goodness these terror robots are on our side. Otherwise, the thought alone was terrifying. Without a moment's pause, the terror robot that had delivered the painful kick to Saint Shepherd Jupiter launched a follow-up attack. Bang! With a loud, mechanical whir, the terror robot's palm, coated in a dense layer of armament hockey, came crashing down onto Saint Shepherd Jupiter's face with brutal force. Boom! Saint Shepherd Jupiter's body was sent hurtling to the ground, his form streaking downward like a falling star, the impact as powerful as a small-scale nuclear explosion. The Straw Hat pirates inhaled sharply, each of them feeling the weight of the terror robot's devastating power. Chapter 292. The target is down. Converge. 7 of the terror robots, excluding the 3 still engaged with the remaining elders, turned in unison toward St. Shepherd Jupiter, who lay crumpled on the ground, reverted to his original form and barely clinging to consciousness. Whoosh! 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 From the eyes of each terror robot shot beams of energy, transforming in midair into intense, focused waves of raw power. Boom! In an instant, St. Shepherd Jupiter was engulfed by the converging energy waves. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, as particles of ice, fire, thunder, light, and intense vibrations fused, each element colliding violently and ripping apart the very fabric of space. Cracks began to appear, deep fractures tearing open the atmosphere around him, revealing brief glimpses of pure, dark void. Witnessing this devastating scene, St. Marcus Mars let out a roar filled with anger and despair. First St. Garcia Saturn, and now St. Shepherd Jupiter. They were the 5 elders, the world's supreme authority, figures who had once viewed death as an impossibility. An abstract concept far removed from their reality. And yet, here they were, 3 of them left watching 2 of their comrades fall, defeated in brutal succession. And they hadn't just fallen, they had been obliterated, wiped from existence without a trace. A strange emptiness filled them. They could accept their own mortality in the face of such overwhelming force, but what about us? If things continued this way, their deaths seemed all too near. Damn it! What is Lord M doing? St. Marcus Mars seethed internally. What is he waiting for? Remembering Lord M's promise to intervene, St. Marcus Mars felt a wave of frustration. Didn't you say you'd step in? Where are you now? He was now filled with a burning urge to find Lord M and confront him. But, trapped in the heat of battle, escape was impossible. This battlefield had become a cage, and leaving it was unthinkable. Will Lord M still take action? Ethan Baron v. Nustero voiced the question that had plagued each of them. If he intended to act, why would he watch St. Garcia Saturn and St. Shepherd Jupiter fall? St. Topman Warcury's eyes darkened with sorrow, a subtle glint of understanding dawning within them. They might just be pawns in Lord M's game, expendable tools to buy him time to escape. As this thought sank in, the 10 terror robots pressed forward, encircling the 3 remaining elders with silent menace. The battle's tide had long since turned, and despair crept into the hearts of the 3 remaining elders. Fight! St. Marcus Mars shouted, the weight of his words imbued with the finality of a death wish. Just as he prepared for a last desperate stand, a strange, mechanical rumble echoed from the direction of Maria Joyza, sound like an ancient beast's roar or the grinding of a colossal machine awakening from slumber. This is. The 3 elders' eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope piercing their expressions for the first time. It was Lord M, finally taking action. Nick Pin and the others turned instinctively toward Mariehua, drawn by the sound. Especially Nick Pin, who had long suspected M's existence but never fully understood his power. Is this the moment? As someone who had journeyed to this world, Nick Pin had no first-hand knowledge of M's strength. The plot of One Piece had not yet reached the point where M's abilities were revealed, leaving Nick Pin with nothing but questions. Will I finally witness M's true power? In the next heartbeat, the battlefield was blanketed in a sudden, overwhelming energy. High above, a radiant energy surge tore across the sky, like a bolt of thunder ripping through the atmosphere, sending ripples that shook the very heavens. This was no mere space disturbance, it was the air itself, vibrating with an otherworldly intensity. Though the sky above was clear, beams of energy pulsed through the air, illuminating it as if the heavens themselves had been torn open. A thin ray of light, like a knife slashing through a dark canvas, pierced through the sky. The moment this energy appeared, a chilling aura washed over the battlefield, like liquid mercury pouring down, cold and merciless. Wow! What's that? Luffy's observation haki sensed the energy's emergence immediately. Staring up at the source of this power, he couldn't hide his excitement. Don't get cocky, you idiot. Stay alert. Aha. Luffy blinked in confusion, then finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Could it be? Robin's gaze narrowed as she looked toward the sky, her face etched with worry. Nickpin nodded, a grim expression crossing his face. You're right, this terrifying force, it must be the Uranus. Both he and Robin had learned of the Uranus while studying the Poneglyph in Raftel. Seeing the unfolding scene, their minds went immediately to the legendary weapon. Simultaneously, the three remaining elders' faces drained of color. Though Lord M had activated the Uranus before, he had never allowed the five elders to witness its power firsthand. Now, with the Uranus energy gathered ominously above them, the elders could only watch in horror as the weapon prepared to unleash its full might. It's the Uranus. Lord M has finally taken action. Idiot. Can't you see we're within the Uranus attack range as well? No way. Lord M, would he really attack us too? From the very beginning, he only saw us as pawns. St. Marcus Mars's face darkened, the flames of betrayal burning in his eyes. He had finally understood Lord M's true intentions. Rage simmered within him, growing more intense with each passing second. From his earlier battles, St. Marcus Mars had learned just how powerful these robots were. The combined strength of the five elders was among the best in the world. Together, they could decimate any of the four Emperor's pirate crews with ease. Yet even at their full strength, these five giants of power had failed to eliminate even one of these 10 Terra robots. Faced with such overwhelming force, St. Marcus Mars could easily deduce that Lord M, too, would be no match for them. The only solution lay with the Uranus. But activating the Uranus required time, and once its target was locked, it could not be altered until the attack cycle was completed. If Lord M intended to use the Uranus to defeat the Terra robots, he would need to ensure that they remained within a fixed area. And once fired, the Uranus would require an extended cooldown period. To guarantee his success, Lord M had chosen to sacrifice the five elders. Sending all five of them to battle was no mistake. Only by deploying them all could Lord M ensure the Terra robots were stalled long enough for his weapon to strike. Sending 2 or 3 would have been insufficient, they would have been wiped out instantly. M couldn't afford to take that risk. In the next instant, the energy sphere in the sky swelled, its brilliance intensifying like a supernova, expanding to monstrous proportions. The growing sphere encompassed not only the elders and the western side of the Red Line, but an immense radius surrounding it. Even a small section of Mariehua lay within the sphere's range. Yet Pangaea Castle, M's fortress, remained untouched by the expanding radius. Lord M's cold pragmatism was evident. So long as his own safety was assured, no sacrifice was too great in the quest to eradicate his enemies. Rumble. The energy gathered above exploded in waves of silvery brilliance, mingling with shattered space ripples, as if the Milky Way itself had been blasted by a high-powered cannon. And this was no ordinary cannon. The caliber of this divine weapon stretched hundreds of kilometers across. Under the three elders' helpless, furious gazes, the energy surge of the Uranus descended, swallowing the battlefield in an all-consuming storm of smoke and light. Chapter 293. In a synchronized rush, the Straw Hat pirates unleashed all their defensive techniques. The air crackled with energy as shields and barriers appeared, the Rashomon, Milan Escudo, and other shield abilities each member possessed. Together, they formed a formidable wall around the crew. Nickpin and Luffy, acting in unison, activated the rubberization of the Nika form, imbuing the shield with rubber-like properties that softened and absorbed impact. This intricate defense covered only the Straw Hat pirates and the Terra robots within it. As for the three elders, let them fend for themselves. Boom! The Uranus energy shockwave descended like a catastrophic tidal wave, immediately enveloping the three elders. Meanwhile, for the Straw Hat pirates, the energy wave first met the Milan Escudo barrier, and the shield shuddered upon impact, fractures forming instantly across its surface. In mere seconds, the cracks multiplied, webbing through the barrier with alarming speed. Bang! The Milan escudo shattered, its remnants dissipating as the Uranus shockwave tore through it. Next in line was the mighty Rashomon. Holding firm for a heartbeat, the ancient gate-like barrier absorbed the energy wave, enduring 3 intense seconds before it, too, succumbed. Bang! Bang! The Uranus' relentless energy struck the next layer of Defensian enchanted shield powered by the Clow card's magic. Theoretically, this shield was nearly impenetrable, only susceptible to the sword card itself. But here, in the world of One Piece, where different laws held sway, even this formidable shield had limits. 5 seconds in, the Clow card shield reached its breaking point and finally shattered, scattering fragments of energy into the surrounding air. By now, the Uranus attack was only half as potent as it had been initially, the layers of defense taking their toll. It faced one last line of defense, the final shield, rubberized by the combined power of Nickpin and Luffy's Nika forms. The rubberized shield dented, bending inward under the sheer force of the Uranus power. The energy wave bore down with crushing pressure, pressing the shield into the Straw Hat pirates. With a thunderous impact, the rubberized shield and the pirates were forced to the ground, the immense weight creating a colossal crater as they were driven into the very bedrock. The red line's surface, normally unyielding, was blasted into a void hundreds of meters deep, the soil and rock reduced to nothingness beneath the relentless pressure. The Uranus attack continued unabated, crashing down upon them for 3 long minutes. When the dust finally began to settle. Duong. The red line, once a proud island of red stone, now plunged hundreds of meters deep, rebounded like a coiled spring under pressure. As if refusing to surrender to the void. It bounced back, the ground shifting back and forth repeatedly in 10-meter arcs, until at last, it stilled, restoring an uneasy calm. Inside Pangaea Castle, in a secluded garden beneath the domed roof, a lone figure stood silently. Wrapped in a dark-colored smock, his form was shrouded, his features obscured from view. His tall, imposing hat cast shadows that deepened his air of mystery. Almost no one had ever seen his true appearance. This was Im, the undisputed supreme ruler of Mariehua. He observed a live feed on a screen before him, watching the location where the Uranus energy had landed. It should be over. The words fell from his lips, a mere whisper. Im turned slightly, ready to depart with the certainty of a mission accomplished. But as he turned, something caught his eye. He stopped, his body freezing in place. His head whipped back, gaze fixating sharply on the screen. What he saw made his eyes widen with shock. He leaned forward, pulling back his hood to get a clearer view. His eyes grew large with disbelief. What? Im's mouth fell open, his mind reeling. On the screen, the area that should have been a massive, smoldering crater was, completely intact. Im rubbed his eyes, attempting to make sense of what he was seeing, but the image remained unchanged. Impossible. That was the power of the Uranus. Im had wielded the Uranus before, using its devastating force to annihilate entire islands. With a single strike, islands were reduced to ashes, torn apart, and sunk into the sea, obliterated without a trace. Even with the red line's vastness and thick layers of rock and soil, this attack should have carved out a massive pit stretching hundreds of kilometers across. But now, staring at the screen, Im could scarcely believe his eyes. And then he noticed something else. The ground was still moving, gently pulsing up and down, as if alive. Im's heart raced as a realization struck him. A legend, or was it a prophecy? When Joy Boy returns, the will of the great kingdom will rise with him. An unstoppable force. Damn it. Among these intruders, Joy Boy has returned. Im's mind raced with understanding, horror settling into his core. The one who controlled these Terra robots could only be Joy Boy himself. Though Im had recognized the Terra robots immediately, knowing their origins, he had never set foot on Raftel and thus did not realize the key to activating them was the awakening of the Nika form. In his mind, anyone who stumbled upon Raftel's ruins could potentially control the Terra robots. Seeing them as a grave threat, he had ordered the 5 elders to serve as expendable distractions, intending to wipe out the robots with the Uranus. But he hadn't accounted for this possibility that Joy Boy had returned. A tremor of fear ran through Im's heart as he stumbled back, the force of the realization weakening his resolve. His heels hit the edge of his seat, and he fell into it, shaken and vulnerable. His eyes remained fixed on the screen, filled with a newfound dread. The long-dreaded prophecy was coming to pass. Chapter 294. Mariehua. What's all this chaos outside? What's happening? Sir, it's bad. We're under invasion. Explosions are happening all over. Nonsense. The celestial dragon's face contorted with rage as he swiftly drew his weapon and shot the soldier who dared to report such a preposterous thing. Invasion? Here, in Mary Joyce's seat of ultimate power, the heart of the world. Rubbish. How dare you interrupt my rest with such nonsense, you've spoiled my sweet dreams. Still seething, he strode outside, his servants and guards trailing behind him. The echoes of blasts and explosions reached his ears, each one fueling his irritation. Then, as he looked up, he saw a shadow passing overhead, an unidentified object soaring above him. What is that? How dare it fly over my head? Get down here and show respect. But to his surprise, the object actually turned back, heading toward him. The celestial dragon sneered, confidence flooding back. Of course. No one would be so foolish as to ignore my command. But as the object drew closer, confusion took hold. What is that thing? The metallic, gleaming figure now hovered over Hema massive robot, cold and unyielding. Target confirmed, Celestial Dragon. Eliminate. The Terra robot's eyes glowed as it honed in on him, and before the Celestial Dragon could react, a focused energy wave shot from the robot's eyes, hitting him squarely. His body exploded in an instant, reduced to nothing but blood and torn flesh, plastering the ground and nearby walls with the remnants of his once proud form. Ah! The Celestial Dragon's servants and guards screamed, horror-stricken at the sudden carnage. In seconds, several more beams shot down, snuffing out the screams. The guards and servants met the same fate. Scattered in pieces across the once pristine grounds. In Mariehua, the celestial dragons were universally despised, and their retainers were equally complicit in their cruel oppression of others. For the Terra robots, there was no question of guilt or innocence, only the cleansing of injustice. With the outer battles complete, the Straw Hat pirates entered the city, Nickpin commanding all 20 Terra robots to engage in the Celestial Dragon elimination plan. Then, suddenly, a message flashed across Nickpin's controller. A Zoan Devil Fruit user has been detected. Eliminate. A live image popped up on Nickpin's screen, showing none other than Big News Morgans, the illustrious head of the World Economy newspaper, standing amidst the chaos in Mariehua. Nickpin's eyebrows rose. So, he's here too. Trust Morgans to be in the thick of things, risking his life for first-hand news. No. Nickpin replied. Letting Morgans live was intentional. Nickpin had no desire to conceal his invasion of Mariehua, nor would it be possible. Soon. Word of this attack would spread across the seas, and Morgan's account would be the first report to reach the world. As the Terra robots swept through Mariehua, the Straw Hat pirates advanced to the gates of Pangaea Castle. I'm ready. Luffy exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves with an eager grin. No need, Nickpin said, gently placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. Nickpin smiled, explaining, this is the end of the road for them, there's no need for us to rush in, the Terra robots will finish cleansing Mariehua, and they'll tear down this castle as well. But didn't you say there was someone named him here? Are we not going to confront him? Shouldn't we make sure he doesn't escape? Nami added, gripping Nickpin's arm, a flash of worry on her face. Nickpin shook his head with a smirk. It's not that I'm letting him escape, there's simply no need to search for him. He gestured to the grand castle before them. If he's inside, the Terra robots will force him out. Why take unnecessary risks ourselves when the robots can handle it? If, by some miracle, he doesn't come out, then we'll simply destroy him along with the castle. Nickpin's voice held a confident calm as he continued, besides, him is a formidable figure in this world, and there's no telling if he has some hidden trump card. While they spoke, the Terra robots completed their sweep of Mariehua, eliminating any last remnants of resistance. Clang! 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 The ground trembled as the Terra robots lined up outside Pangaea Castle, their heavy footsteps echoing like the drums of war. Nickpin observed their ranks, calculating his approach, and ultimately deployed 10 of the Terra robots to engage the castle. Target, castle. Execute destruction. As the command was given, energy fields materialized beneath the feet of the Terra robots, lifting them into the air. With a low, ominous hum, each Terra robot opened its mouth, emitting beams of energy much thicker than those from their eyes. These energy beams spread out in a wide fan shape, designed for large-scale destruction rather than focused attacks. Boom! The entire castle shook as the explosive energy ripped into its walls. Flames erupted, sending ancient stones and debris flying in every direction. The grandeur of Pangaea Castle, an edifice that had stood atop the Red Line for centuries, was reduced to chaos and rubble as the robots unleashed their full might. In a matter of moments, the castle's structural integrity gave way, and with a resounding crash, Pangaea Castle collapsed into ruin. He didn't come out? Sanji asked, frowning as he surveyed the smoking remains. But then, from the rubble, a Terra robot emerged, clutching a limp figure in its grasp. The outfit of the corpse was unmistakable. It was the very garb that him was known to wear. Is it him? Robin asked, her eyes narrowing. Nickpin nodded. Yes. When they first entered Mariewa, Nickpin's observation hockey had stretched across the city, detecting Im's location within Pangaea Castle. From a living presence to a lifeless corpse, Nickpin's hockey had tracked it all in chilling detail. Im had chosen not to escape. He had known that his fate was sealed. The Uranus had gone into its cooldown period, leaving Im without his ultimate weapon. Faced with the full force of the Straw Hat pirates, bolstered by 20 Terra robots, even he understood that resistance was futile. A being who had lived so long, seen so much, seemed to have accepted his end. Still, Nickpin noted with disappointment that Im had destroyed the Uranus before his death, ensuring that no one else would wield its power. Ah, well, I suppose it's a shame, Nickpin mused. It would have been interesting to unleash a nuclear flattening just once. So, what do we do with him? Usopp asked, glancing warily at Im's lifeless body. What else? Burn it, just to be sure. Got it. Usopp signaled to the Terra robot, which lifted Im's body into the air. With precise aim, Usopp fired a flaming star, igniting Im's remains in an intense blaze. In moments, the ancient tyrant was reduced to nothing but ashes, scattered to the winds. And with that, the era of the celestial dragons and Im had come to a fiery end, a new dawn rising as the Straw Hat pirates stood victorious amidst the ruins of Mariewa. Chapter 295. Extra. Extra. Shocking news from Mariewa. A monumental event has shaken the world. Mariewa, the sacred headquarters of the world government, has been destroyed. The fate of the celestial dragons is unknown, the 5 elders are missing, and no one knows what catastrophe has struck the Holy Land. Marine Headquarters has dispatched investigators, but the full extent of the situation remains unclear. Newspapers carrying the shocking headline flooded the world, drifting into towns, ports, and marketplaces like snow. People's initial reaction was disbelief. Surely this was a joke. But as they looked closer and saw the unmistakable seal of the World Economy newspaper, shock rippled through every reader. The World Economy newspaper. Everyone knew that this was big news. Morgan's agency. Morgan's was famous for his unflinching pursuit of truth. While many might be prone to gossip or sensationalism, Morgan's reports were revered as fact by the entire world. If Morgan's declared that Mariewa had been destroyed, then it was a certainty in the minds of nearly everyone. Across the New World. Whitebeard pirates. Dad, there's no way this is true. One crew member cried out, gripping the paper tightly. This has to be false. Mariewa, the very heart of the world government, taken down just like that? Impossible. Yeah, the world government has stood for 800 years. Not even if the 4 emperors joined forces could they conquer the Holy Land. Besides, where were the Marines? If anyone dared to attack Mariewa, the entire Marine force would be mobilized against them. It's fake, has to be. But Whitebeard, listening to his crewmates' frantic disbelief, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the newspaper. Mariewa destroyed. He had dealt with Morgans before. Whitebeard knew the man's standards. Morgans wouldn't risk his reputation with such a claim unless it was true. Mariewa still standing while Morgans made this report was unthinkably no. He wouldn't gamble with his credibility. Finally, Whitebeard exhaled slowly, a shadow crossing his eyes. It seems Mariewa really has fallen, a storm is brewing across the seas and it'll reach us all soon enough. Totoland Sea. The whole cake chateau. Have I drunk too much? Charlotte Linlin muttered, squinting at the newspaper in her hand. She rubbed her eyes and then reread the headline, her brow creasing as she tried to absorb the unbelievable news. What kind of trick is this, Morgan's? Has he gone mad? Publishing something as ridiculous as this. Kaido, who was seated nearby, picked up the paper she discarded and skimmed the headline. Kaido's territory had once been Wano, but after the Straw Hat pirates had overthrown him, he and his defeated crew had drifted across the sea. Eventually, he crossed paths with Charlotte Linlin. To his surprise, Linlin had shared a similar fate. Suffering a brutal defeat at the hands of the Straw Hats. Perhaps out of some lingering nostalgia, or simply understanding the strength of their common enemy, Linlin had begrudgingly allowed Kaido and his crew to take refuge on one of her islands. As Kaido read the news, he nearly spat out his drink. Mariewa destroyed. And the 5 elders are missing? Bah, this is nothing but Morgan's nonsense. You were right, Linlin. But then, Linlin's den mushy began to ring. She picked it up, her expression shifting as Morgan's voice crackled through the receiver. What? You're telling me you saw it happen with your own eyes? Linlin, you've known me long enough, you know I don't lie about the news. If I were to exaggerate about something like this, it would ruin me, and I gain nothing from falsehoods. Morgan's insisted, his voice unwavering. Linlin fell silent, the reality settling in her mind. Morgan's doesn't joke about things like this. Taking a deep breath, she hung up the den mushy, her expression transforming. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as a sudden, brilliant thought crossed her mind. Mama Kaido. This is our chance. Kaido raised an eyebrow as she grabbed his arm, her fingers digging in with excitement. Now, listen, Mariewa gone, the Marines without a true leader, thesis the era of pirates. Are you actually buying this? Kaido scoffed. You really think Mariewa was destroyed? This isn't a matter of belief, it's fact. Linlin shot back, her voice brimming with conviction. She stepped toward the window, staring out at the endless horizon, her body trembling with anticipation. With Mariewa gone, the Marines have lost their foundation, this is our time to rule. What 4 emperors? What pirate king? I want to become the master of this world, just like Captain Rocks was before. Kaido's skeptical expression softened as he set his drink down, eyeing her with newfound clarity. In that case the Marines will have no more funding, once their resources dry up, an organization that big will crumble fast, he muttered, a glint of excitement breaking through his usual stoic demeanor. Exactly. Kaido, with our alliance, there's no force on the sea that could stand against us, it's time to take what we deserve. Mama. Linlin's ambitions had evolved. Her gaze was no longer confined to the sea, she now yearned to seize the power that the Holy Land once held. But she failed to notice Kaido's eyes narrowing slightly, a flicker of sarcasm crossing his face. You're right, old woman. With me at your side, the world will fall into your hands. Worororo. Mama. To our victory. Cheers. The 2 titans of the sea clinked glasses, but the spark of rivalry danced between them, each one silently eyeing the throne that Mariewa had left vacant. Chapter 296. Beneath the crumbling ruins of Mariewa, the Straw Hat pirates gathered, their eyes focused on a monumental discovery. They had found the Uranus. Im's last act before his demise had been to destroy its control center, which lay hidden just beneath the surface. But the main body of the Uranus was concealed deep below the ground of Mariewa, a fortress of unimaginable power resting in the shadows of history. Found it. Robin's voice crackled through the intercom. The crew quickly converged at her location, entering a secluded room. It was an unusual chamber, devoid of any visible machinery or electrical equipment, its design simple and unadorned, just 4 towering stone walls enclosing them. Nickpin stepped forward, examining the walls. The material was immediately familiar, the same indestructible stone used in the creation of the poneglyphs. So, even the Uranus was inscribed on the same material as the poneglyphs, he murmured. Nami touched the wall, tracing her fingers along its ancient surface. Thank goodness the creator of the Uranus decided to use this material for the instructions, if it had been anything else, Im would have obliterated it by now. Sanji nodded, looks like whoever built this was cautious enough to plan for that possibility. Frankie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced at Robin, his anticipation almost tangible. As a mechanic and inventor, He couldn't wait to dive into the knowledge encoded on these walls. If he could decipher even a portion of the Uranus technology, it would mean a significant upgrade in his abilities. Half a day passed as Robin painstakingly translated the inscriptions, deciphering the ancient characters with an intense focus. Finally, she looked up, an astonished expression on her face. The Uranus, it's not simply a weapon that can unleash a nuclear-level explosion, as we thought. Robin's voice was laced with amazement. It's actually a devil fruit power amplifier. The crew exchanged looks of surprise and confusion. Wait, so any devil fruit ability could be amplified through the Uranus? Frankie asked, his mind racing with the implications. Robin nodded. Exactly, it's not just a simple power boost either. The Uranus allows for precise control, amplifying any ability on an unprecedented scale. They all absorbed this revelation in silence. The concept was terrifying, a device capable of transforming any devil fruit power into something world-shattering. So that attack Im used against the Terra robots near Pangaea Castle, it wasn't actually the Uranus itself, but rather an amplified devil fruit power? Usopp asked, wide-eyed. Yes, Im wasn't a devil fruit user himself, Robin explained. But the ability he used was a single-use weapon, developed by Vegapunk, that harnessed devil fruit power similar to the laser technology used in Pacifistas. Vegapunk must have found a way to synthesize devil fruit abilities into a weaponized form, Nick Pin added. When amplified through the Uranus, even a temporary ability could rival the power to destroy entire islands. Reiju's eyes brightened with understanding, a look of revelation crossing her face. What's up, Reiju? Sanji asked, noticing her expression. My father once said that the red line in Calm Belt had signs of artificial alteration. I thought it was another one of his delusions, but Reiju paused, looking around at everyone. It seems like he might have been right. Now that you mention it, Frankie added thoughtfully. The whole setup of this world is suspiciously orderly, isn't it? Yes, exactly, Reiju replied. The red line and the Calm Belt split the world into 4 perfectly divided seas, and why would Mariehua sit precisely above Fishman Island? Listening to her theory, everyone began to realize the magnitude of the revelation. The geographical structure of the world suddenly felt deliberate, each region segmented like pieces on a chessboard. Could it really have been planned? Dividing the world this way, doesn't it seem like it was done to control it? Nick Pin nodded thoughtfully. If I'm not mistaken, after overthrowing the Great Kingdom, the 20 nations would have feared facing a similar revolt. This world structure is strategically designed to keep the seas separate, making it much harder for any united rebellion to occur. It's like a firewall. They divided the world on purpose to stop the rise of something like the Great Kingdom again. Now I get it. Sanji's eyes widened as the pieces finally clicked. The all blue, so that's why it disappeared. The crew turned to him, taken aback by his sudden outburst. Sanji, filled with excitement and realization, continued. All my life, I've been searching for the all blue, a place where all the seas meet, but with the world divided like this, it couldn't exist anymore. It was destroyed when they created the red line and the Calm Belt. He clenched his fists, his heart pounding with the revelation. The all blue wasn't a mere legend, it was a victim of the world government's design. Robin put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. So that means if the red line is broken and the world is unified, then the all blue would return. Yes. That means I know where it is now. A grin spread across his face, his childhood dream rekindled with a newfound hope. Chapter 297. If we use the Uranus to reshape the entire red line, merging the 4 seas into one, then the all blue will finally appear. Sanji's voice was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a vision he'd only dared to dream of. Usopp nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, it does seem possible, doesn't it? Let's not get too carried away just yet, Robin interjected, her voice calm but firm. Everything hinges on the Uranus functioning as we hope. Leave it to me. Frankie declared with his signature enthusiasm. As the Straw Hat Pirates shipwright. Frankie wasn't just a craftsman, he was a self-taught inventor, a mechanist with unmatched technological skill. This was the moment he'd been waiting for, an opportunity to tackle a challenge that would push him to the limits. Eyes twinkling like a child with a new toy, Frankie set himself to the task of repairing and analyzing the Uranus. Diving into the work with a zeal only he could muster. Usopp and Chopper joined him, helping with the intricate repairs, marveling at the mystery and power of the ancient weapon. Without the knowledge Frankie had gleaned on Raftel, he might never have been able to undertake this repair. The information from 800 years ago had expanded his understanding in ways he hadn't thought possible. His time in the manga had only honed his expertise further. Several days later, after relentless effort, Frankie's repairs bore fruit. In the control room of the Uranus, the Straw Hat crew gathered, anticipation thick in the air. "All right, time to witness a miracle," Nick Pin announced, placing his palm on the Uranus's control panel. His mastery of the Nika fruit's power came in handy here, allowing him to infuse its essence into the Uranus effortlessly. As the ancient machine activated, Nick Pin felt a peculiar resonance, a pulse that amplified the power of his devil fruit. A moment later, the Uranus siphoned the power of the Nika fruit, channeling it directly into the red line. Nick Pin realized his rubberization ability, usually effective over a limited area, now surged outward along the red line, stretching for miles, expanding far beyond its usual limits. It was like an electric current sent down a massive power line, the electricity of his power flooding the red line. The transformation was nearly instantaneous, spreading rapidly across the red line like a spark igniting a fuse. Nick Pin silently counted down. And within 5 minutes, he felt his power encompass the entire red line. The massive barrier separating the seas was now under his control. With a faint smile, he subtly manipulated the landscape. Entire islands trembled and shifted, as if they were jumping to the rhythm of his will, like rubber bands snapping back into place. What just happened? Usopp's eyes were wide with astonishment. Nick Pin's grin grew wider. "I'm controlling the red line." The Straw Hat pirates looked on in disbelief, jaws practically touching the floor. The very idea seemed impossible. "So, the Uranus really can enhance the power of a devil fruit?" Frankie asked, eyes wide with excitement. "Yep," Nick Pin replied with a satisfied nod, glancing at his crew. "Now we can move forward with our plan." Half a month later, Nick Pin arrived at the Revolutionary Army's base camp on Baltigo Island. As he entered, a cadre respectfully greeted him. "Mr. Nick Pin, the chief is waiting for you inside." In the center of the camp, Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, sat quietly. His untamed hair framed his face, a distinctive tattoo adding to his formidable presence. His gaze was intense as he looked up, noticing Nick Pin's approach. "Luffy didn't come with you?" Dragon's voice was gruff, a hint of concern in his question. Nick Pin chuckled. "He couldn't be here for this, and frankly as his father, you're not exactly close to him. To Luffy, we Heist friends are closer than any family ties could ever be." A flicker of pain crossed Dragon's face, but he quickly masked it with a sigh. "I have responsibilities, ones that don't leave room for anything else." "We're not here to debate family matters," Nick Pin replied. "I came to ask for a favor. I need the help of 2 of your people, or rather, their abilities, for a short time. It's a single task, but it's important." Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. "Who do you need?" Nick Pin didn't hesitate. "The first is your Western Army commander, Morley." Dragon nodded. "If you need personnel, I'll arrange it. After what you did to bring down the celestial dragons and restore hope to the world, it's the least I can do." He paused, then looked at Nick Pin with suspicion. "You said 2 people, who's the second?" Nick Pin's eyes gleamed with mischief. "You, Dragon." Dragon's frown deepened. The seas were in turmoil. With the world government gone, new powers were vying for control: pirates, revolutionary groups, rogue marine factions. The absence of order meant that any one of these factions could seize the opportunity to rule. Dragon's hesitation was palpable. Nick Pin waited, reading his expression, then chuckled. "I know what you're thinking." Dragon looked up, his gaze sharp. "Do you?" Nick Pin's smile was unwavering. "I'm not interested in ruling, neither are the Straw Hats. We're not looking to create a new government." Dragon's gaze softened for a moment, a flicker of respect evident in his eyes. "The world is in chaos, Nick Pin. It needs structure. The Revolutionary Army has the ideals, the commitment to change things for the better. With your strength and influence, people would rally behind you. You could shape the future." Nick Pin shook his head. "I get it, and maybe once, the world government started out with noble intentions too, but absolute power, it changes people, corrupts them, and the revolutionary ideals you hold dear. Someday, they could go the same way." Dragon fell silent, his eyes clouded with thought. Was it possible? Had the world government itself once held dreams as beautiful as his own? Whether it's the Marines or your army, the truth remains, every new power becomes what it set out to destroy. Nickpin's gaze was steady, his voice calm but unyielding. You know, Dragon, the boy who slays the dragon eventually becomes one himself, you need to remember that. Dragon's resolve seemed to waver, if only for a moment. Nickpin's words struck deep, echoing in the silence between them. The ideals of change, the desire to save the world from corruption, was it all just a cycle waiting to repeat? Chapter 298. The Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. Monkey D. Dragon let the weight of this phrase linger in his mind, feeling its meaning seep into his very core. As he studied Nickpin once more, his gaze transformed, shifting from curiosity to a deep, almost profound respect. This young man, barely 20, could see through the currents of time and power with a clarity few possessed. As Dragon pondered, he couldn't help but feel humbled. Here he was, the leader of the revolutionary army, yet somehow less perceptive than a youth from his son's crew. After a moment's silence, Dragon nodded slowly and murmured, "Very well, I'll summon Morley, and will join you on this mission." This was no ordinary youth before him. Nickpin, the vice-captain of his son's pirate group, had shown wisdom and strength that few possessed. Dragon knew he could trust this man implicitly. Half a month later, Dragon and Morley stood alongside Nickpin on the Red Line, the legendary Uranus within their grasp. Its metallic sheen glistened under the sunlight, a silent testament to its power. Dragon placed his hand upon the Uranus's interface, a slight spark of anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Is this all it takes?" "Yes," Frankie confirmed, standing by to observe the process. "Now, you just need to channel your ability into it." Dragon nodded, steadying himself before releasing a torrent of power from his weather fruit. A paramecia-type devil fruit that granted him control over all weather patterns. He took a deep breath and focused, letting his energy flow through his arm and into the Uranus. As the ancient weapon roared to life, an unprecedented shift began. The calm delta stretch of sea dormant for 800 years stirred, its silence shattered by a sudden gust. At first, it was a breeze. But soon, strong winds swept across the once still waters. These gusts, laden with the essence of vitality, danced over the waves, infusing the ocean with a renewed vigor. The wind, like a spark igniting dry tinder, accelerated down the calm belt, sending ripples that stretched for miles. The sleeping seas awoke, rolling and merging as the winds raced onward, driving the once separated waters together. 2 hours passed, and the winds had entirely transformed the calm belt. If anyone had been there to witness it, they would have seen both sides of the once divided waters converging, merging into a single, vast sea. Did it work? Dragon asked, his voice tempered with a mix of hope and disbelief. Yes. I felt it while controlling the Uranus, the calm belt has been reconnected. Morley, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward, a shy look on her face. What do I do next? Nickpin patted her on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Nothing for now, the Uranus needs a day to cool down. Tomorrow, you'll use your ability to remove the red line, the barrier that divides the seas. The next day, the StrawHats and the Revolutionary Army gathered in the control room of the Uranus. Morley took a deep breath and extended her hand toward the device's interface. As Frankie activated the Uranus, the power of her push-push fruit flowed through it, amplifying until it resonated with the land itself. Suddenly, a deep rumble filled the air as the red line quivered. The very earth trembled beneath them, the landscape beginning to shift. Stones, dust, and debris rolled and bounced, driven by the unseen force. It's working. Dragon's voice was filled with awe as he watched the ancient geological divide shudder in response to Morley's power. The rumbling grew louder, shaking the ground in a steady, relentless rhythm. Nickpin turned to his crew and issued a calm command. Head back to the Mary, Nami, Frankie, and I will stay here to oversee things. Trusting Nickpin's judgment, the Straw Hat pirates headed toward the Going Merry. Dragon followed, his brow furrowed with concern. Soon, the Going Merry floated up, rising above the shifting ground below. On the deck, the crew gathered, gazing down in awe at the massive red line. Dragon's face softened as he noticed his crew's anticipation. Will they be safe down there? Luffy grinned, confident and assured. Relax, Nickpin and Nami know what they're doing, they'll be fine. Dragon let out a sigh of relief, nodding at Luffy's unwavering trust. After all, Morley and her comrades were down there too. Suddenly, the ground trembled with an even greater intensity. A deafening crack reverberated across the land. And to their amazement, a gigantic fissure began to form along the red line. The chasm grew wider, as if a colossal force was prying the earth apart with invisible hands. With a thunderous roar, the Uranus rose from the ground, propelled by the power of the mist fruit, which rendered it as light as a feather. Using the floating card, Nickpin lifted the Uranus, maneuvering it into the air. As the amplified push fruit's force acted upon the red line, the rigid landmass split apart effortlessly, as though it were soft clay. Starting from the central crack, the red line, once towering 10,000 meters above sea level, folded outward, receding like sliding doors. Below, the red line was now level with the ocean. A gaping gap appeared where the Grand Line and the New World had once stood divided. Sea water surged in from both sides, colliding in a frothy swirl as the boundaries of the separated seas were obliterated. On Sabaody Archipelago, crowds of onlookers watched in shock. Gasps and cries filled the air as they witnessed the unimaginably a once impregnable barrier split open, revealing the vast, open sky beyond. Is this real? Am I dreaming? No way. What's happening? This can't be real. Did the red line, did it just break? Both pirates and marines, civilians and criminals, stood frozen in disbelief. The sight before them was like the opening of a mythical gate, a sight none would ever forget. Seconds ticked by. A minute stretched into another, and as if in slow motion, the red line parted until the sea beyond was visible. The first half of the Grand Line now merged seamlessly with the New World, the barrier between them erased forever. What no one knew, however, was that the division between the Grand Line and New World no longer existed. The once separated waters of the four seas had merged, unrestricted and unified. Above the sight of this miraculous transformation, high in the sky, Sanji gazed down with tears welling in his eyes. Below him lay a new ocean, a sea that bridged every corner of the world. "Do you see this, old man?" he whispered, voice trembling. "This is it, the all blue is real." Chapter 299. The newly formed island was unlike anything seen before. This massive, circular landmass directly above Fishman Island connected the inner and outer seas through 8 distinct waterways. These channels branched outward in all cardinal and diagonal directions: east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. The red line's geography had been radically altered. From a bird's-eye view, this new octagon island formed a giant circular shape, with 8 openings resembling the ancient gates of a mythical fortress. Each gate led to a separate section of land, dividing the island into 8 vast regions. While Nickpin had no first-hand knowledge of what the ancient Great Kingdom looked like, he could imagine its design must have been similar. If it served as the world's center long ago, then its layout likely included extensive waterways that connected all directions. Much like this island now. And as the nexus of the 4 seas, this colossal, ring-shaped landmass seemed perfectly suited for the role. However, Nickpin had no interest in forming a new government to rule the world. He knew better than anyone that in a world as vast as the One Piece universe, no single organization could truly govern every island, every person. Nickpin had read countless novels back on Earth, where a grand, unified ending often portrayed a single world order. But real life, as he'd come to understand through his own adventures, was far more complex. Unifying the world? He scoffed at the thought. At best, any so-called unification would be a fraud. An illusion of harmony. No authority could enforce its will on every far-flung island, nor bring peace and justice to every corner of the globe. Even the individual seas of the past struggled to maintain unity. He imagined a scenario to illustrate his point. Suppose a new regime was founded here on Octagon Island. What if a kingdom in the West Blue faced a pirate invasion and called for aid from this new government? They'd send forces, naturally. But if, while defending the West Blue, an emergency erupted in the East Blue, would Octagon Island dispatch even more troops? The answer was clear: such a system was unsustainable. If Octagon Island's leaders tried to micromanage every crisis in the world, they'd collapse under the weight of their own ambition. Instead, Nickpin's vision was simpler and more powerful. Just as the Great Kingdom had inspired others 800 years ago, Octagon Island would lead by example. It would not impose its will but rather shine as a beacon of progress and prosperity. Other nations would see its success and, gradually, seek to emulate its ideals. With time, the model of Octagon Island would ripple out, encouraging change across seas and islands. The transformation wouldn't be immediate. It would take generations, even centuries, to bring about lasting change. The kingdom of the past had once held this dream, only to be destroyed by the alliance of 20 kingdoms. But now, the Straw Hat Pirates had the strength to revive that vision, creating a new great kingdom that would spread hope without conquest or control. With the Octagon Island fully formed, its lands lay empty and open to those who sought a better life. Nickpin knew the world was filled with people enduring suffering and hardship, people who would eagerly migrate to Octagon Island given the chance to escape poverty or persecution. All it would take was an appeal to their hearts and minds. The first to embrace the idea was none other than Monkey D. Dragon. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon had liberated countless kingdoms and rescued innumerable civilians. Yet, due to the clandestine nature of his organization, those he saved often led meager lives, constantly on the run. Freedom was their only reward, but for many, it was a freedom spent in hiding. Dragon's cadres rallied the displaced civilians, working tirelessly to gather them for a new beginning. 3 months later, the first wave of immigrants set foot on Octagon Island, their hearts filled with hope. During this time, Nickpin also visited Fishman Island to meet with King Neptune and Madame Shirley. He intended to fulfill Madame Shirley's prophecy, a vision that had foretold Fishman Island's salvation. Through the power of the floating card, Nickpin lifted the entire island from its deep-sea home, bringing it to the surface. Now, Fishman Island lay at the center of the sea surrounding Octagon Island, a perfect heart to this new world. For the fishmen and merfolk, this was nothing short of a miracle. Generations had dreamed of living under the sun, free from the shadows of the deep. News of Madame Shirley's prophecy spread like wildfire, and Nickpin became a savior to the fishmen and merfolk, a hero who had turned their deepest dreams into reality. Not one to miss a story, Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency, sensed the immense business potential. Without hesitation, he relocated his headquarters to Octagon Island, and within weeks, news of this groundbreaking new society spread across the world like a storm. A year later, a wave of migration from every corner of the globe was well underway, especially from the West Blue. The region was plagued by mafia control, with civilians living under the oppressive thumb of crime lords. For them, Octagon Island was a sanctuary, a glimmer of hope amidst a sea of despair. As word of the island spread throughout West Blue, desperate civilians fled their mafia-controlled lives. Some questioned the wisdom of leaving their homes for an uncertain future, but most found solace in the thought that any place was better than the dark shadow cast by the mafia. The mafia attempted to retaliate, threatening the migrants and forbidding their departure. But a single, blinding bolt of lightning, Nickpin's declaration of defiance, struck the heart of the largest mafia family's territory, sinking it beneath the waves. Morgans captured the event in his newspaper, and the message was clear: Octagon Island was protected by powers beyond comprehension. From then on, no one dared to obstruct civilians seeking refuge. The mafia families, and all those who sought to intimidate the people, were paralyzed by fear. They knew that Octagon Island's guardians wielded a power that could erase them in an instant. 3 years passed, and the Octagon Island Kingdom's foundation had solidified. People from all walks of life had come together, building a society rooted in freedom and equality. Neither Luffy nor Nickpin sought rulership. Instead, they entrusted the position to Nefertari Vivi, the compassionate princess of Alabasta. Her royal lineage and dedication to justice made her an ideal leader for this burgeoning kingdom. Vivi's popularity among Alabasta's people only grew as she helped oversee the kingdom's construction, and soon, she became the beloved figurehead of Octagon Island's government. 2 years after its establishment, even the Revolutionary Army and remnants of the Marines pledged loyalty to Octagon Island, transforming it into a powerful force for peace. A decade later, piracy had faded into obscurity. From the heart of Octagon Island, a new order of peace extended across the world. Islands once torn by strife now stood united, and the age-old dream of freedom finally became reality. This peace was not born from treaties or words but from strength and sacrifice. The world knew that Octagon Island, backed by the Straw Hat Pirates, would protect its values at all costs. The kingdom was a shining core of hope, inspiring all who came to its shores to leave behind the past and embrace a brighter future. The end.